Alright folks, welcome back everyone. 皆さんお帰りなさい。今日は213日目です。It is day 213. Let's get into our topics for today. Alright, we're on lesson 8. Identifying amounts and locations. Okay. Amazingly, it's adverbs. Keeping our knowledge of Japanese adverbs and their nuances. So do we have the mimetic stuff? Well, sort of mimetic. Taksan can be written in kanji. Gekko, quite fairly, rather. Quite a lot. They're pretty reasonable ones. I was kind of expecting more than that, actually. In this topic, we're going to learn about the Japanese adverbs. We'll do this by first looking at some common adverbs, right? Gekko and taksan, right? Which respectively means something like quite and a lot, despite their kanji characters are very weird. Anyways, better knowing how adverbs work will allow us to add more flavor and range of expression to our Japanese, right? Did we go over totemo? I don't think so. And amari, things like that.
今朝は結構早く起きたよ。
Okay.
たくさんのメガネを持っています。
Okay. Pretty good. Taksan may be used before a noun, right? Without also using no. However, in this case, it will feel more like taksan is describing the whole phrase rather than just the noun is in front of. If you strongly want to highlight the noun, using no will be. I see. Alright, let's go into more detail on some points mentioned on the grammar page, such as word order and word types. Fairly easy. Adverbs are simply words which describe a verb or adjective. They tell us the way in which a verb is done or the degree or the quality described by an adjective, right? With verbs, adverbs can technically be placed anywhere in a sentence, but most often, right, will come at the beginning of the verb phrase or directly before the verb itself. With adjectives, they will normally come directly before the adjective they're describing. Yep. Oh, we have totemo here. And yukkuri.
ゆっくりお酒を飲みました。私の娘はとても可愛いんです。
Slightly tricky. Some adverbs are shapeshifters. Specifically, adverbs of quantity can often act as nouns. Oh, I see. As we have just learned, taksan is one such example of this. When used as a noun to describe another noun, no is used to attach it to what comes next.
たくさん勉強をした。
Like that's adverbially, and then
たくさんの人が店の前に並んでいます。
oh right, a lot of something. Fair enough. This pattern is also seen with other adverbs which describes quantity, including phrases which use counter words. We'll learn about counters in a couple lessons from now. So the example with mitsu, it's a quick look ahead. Right.
少しお腹が痛いです。
Right? Oh yeah, 少し counts as adverbial.
少しの水が欲しいです。
Okay, acting as a noun.
ケーキを3つ食べた。ケーキを3つ食べた。
Okay.
その3つのクッキーは腐っているよ。
In this case, they used a no. Leveling up. Interesting. Kid working on calligraphy and or writing exercise. It kind of looks like a calligraphy class. spillage. Go rinse it out, or the water thing. It's got his shirt clean this time. Excellent. Talking about stroke order, probably. And then leveling up, I see. With time. Alright.
生徒、先生、服が汚れました。先生、水で落ちますよ。少しの水で大丈夫です。生徒、ありがとうございます。生徒、先生、これどうですか？先生、いいと思います。とても綺麗です。生徒、わかりました。先生、人の左側が少し太いですね。生徒、ジンはどうですか？先生、ジンは結構いいと思います。生徒、嬉しいです。たくさん練習したんです。先生、早く上のクラスに行きたいですよね。生徒、そうなんです。すぐにテストを受けたいんです。先生、まあもう少し練習が必要ですね。
Okay. Alright, so 生徒 or student, right? And sensei, my clothing got dirty. And then sensei said just use some water, right? Wash it. Or put, I guess, put or cover it with some water, a little bit. So a little bit of water. で、大丈夫です, right? It's fine with a little bit of water. And then ありがとうございます. Then sensei, what this, like, how is this? Okay. Sensei is いいと思います. Right? I think it's good. とても綺麗です. Right? Very pretty, which is, this would be an example of an adverbial, or it's really neat. That's fine too. Neat as in neat, looking neat. わかりました. Got it, right? And then sensei said the hito no, and then the left side, 少し太い太いですね. Should have went with the first one. 太いですね. It's a little fat on the left side, a little thick. Just a wee bit thick on the hito. And then Seto said the gene, right? They refer to it as gene. Is it still gene when it stands alone? That's interesting. I don't know what would take priority when you... It's not clear what priority you would refer when you pronounce a character on its own, because it would have multiple reads. So in this case, they said gene, so the onyomi, as opposed to kunyomi. Actually, I'm not entirely sure what the kunyomi is. That it might just be jin. It could be sun. Huh. Anyways, how's the character Jin, right? Well, this guy. And then sensei said Jin wa kekko ii to omoimasu. So kekko, it's good enough, like quite, rather, it's pretty good, right? Ureshii, right? Ureshii desu. I'm happy about it. たくさん練習したいんです. I'll practice a lot, right? Practiced a lot. And then the sensei said, you're getting better. You're like, you want, I want you to like quickly go get better, or get better in school, like advanced classes. To go to advanced classes. Okay. Oh, okay. This is technically an adverbial too. Haiku. Haiku, and then ue. So this is about going to an advanced class. Like ue no kurasu is advanced class. So I want you to go. It wasn't clear if this might have been an expression for becoming advanced in class. Like, so this, so nan this, right? That's right. And then I want to pass I want to get in or get accepted into, be placed into the test, like get the test right away, right? Skuni. This ukeru reminds me of taking a test or taking of something. Now, it's not quite clear. Oh, so that's testo, not class. Testo. And then sku is right away. Or soon, or immediate. Or next, I suppose. And then it's like, alright, well, you still, right? Still was yesterday's topic. Still study more, right? Practice more. Renshu ga you need to. So ga hitsuyo desu ne. They need to practice a little bit more. Not too bad. Pretty adverbials are nice. They function very analogously. There is a little bit of no shenanigans and order shenanigans. They're quite flexible. All right, let's go to the next one. Roughly before that, talk about time and numbers in a variety of ways. Oh, okay. Before or after or around. Yeah, mainly before. Atode, there's no atode here. And then kurai for being approximate around. Actually, there are many approximates. Like goro, kono. There's like recent too, like kono using goro, and then I lost it. Dang it! I had another example. Oh, like saikin. All right. In this topic, we're going to learn about the two words which allow us to talk about relative value or position. Kurai can be used as a adverbial particle. Is it a particle? Okay. Or a noun. Right. To express something is roughly about a certain value. Yeah, because it has both. It can be in the adverbial position, and it can also be seen as an amount. Mae is a noun, right? Which can be used adverbially to mean before with the adverbial particle ni. Ni helps it be adverbial, generally speaking. And so is kurai, I think. Kurai might plus or minus ni for the adverbial.
2時半くらいに駅に行きます。
Okay.
会議の1時間前に会社に着きました。
Fair enough. Ski. I gotta keep remembering it's ski. Skiru. Alright. Tsuku. Or tsukiru. Oh no. I don't remember. We'll cover it later. It's fine. Another similar construction to maini is emaini. Maini can be used for something that's in front of any location. However, temaini may only be used when things in front of you or someone are being described physically. Oh, interesting. I don't remember that point. Temaini. Intriguing. Maybe within grasp, hand grasp. Caution, please see the Koro grammar point if you would like to compare these two structures. Wait. Oh yeah, there it is. Koro. The Koro and Kurai. Due to the original meaning of kurai being rank or extent, it may not be used when referring to broad periods of time, right? Koro will be used in these situations. However, kurai and koro may be used interchangeably when referring to a specific time. That's one of the classic ones. N4. So far, we have seen numbers and references to time come up here and there, right? Jikan. And then it has a number attached to jikan. But let's take a bigger picture view of how it actually works in Japanese. Right now we get the reads and counters. And counters may change, or the reads on the number attached to a specific counter, and the counter can shift as well. One interesting feature of Japanese that it has two counting systems. One is based on native Japanese words, kunyomi, and the other is based on borrowed old Chinese words, onyomi. This means that Japanese generally has two ways to pronounce numbers. Yep. So let's see, we have, oh, interesting. Oh yeah, right. Hito for kanji. Oh, I didn't view it that way, actually. Interesting. I did not make this connection. I should have by now. However, retroactively, I simply remembered and grouped these mentally, but I haven't considered that it was considered the grouping by its origin. Oh, that's interesting. So, right, we got hito, futa, mi, yo, yon, right? Itsu, mu, nana, ya, kokono, right? And to. Then we have, right, ichi, ni, san, shi, go. Actually, oh, that makes sense. Oh, wait. Oh, shi for su. I see. Go, roku, shi, hachi. Oh, oh yeah, that is onyomi. Chi. And ku and q and ju. Oh, jiu. Right. So, right. 一二三四五六七八 right. The heck is 9? Jiu. Oh no, this is Jiu. What is 10? No, Jiu. Sorry, I only have Fujianese at the moment in the head. And Cantonese. What the? Oh, shi. Oh, Ju ended up being shi? Interesting. This is a great way to test some of the sounds of it. Like ichi lines up with i, right? Ni just lines up perfectly. San, right? There are certain sounds that actually line up pretty well. A useful theory. There's a linguistic theory behind the native Japanese counting system which may make it easier to remember. Oh, really? The pronunciation of native Japanese numbers seem to follow a number of vowel alterations. Oh, yeah, yep. The numbers 2, 6, and 8 seem to derive from changing the vowel sounds of 1, 3, and 4. Let me think about that for a moment. So pair 1 and 2, right? Hito and futa. Futa. Yep, small and derived from small, yep, and large. Futa. Okay. And then sound shift to E and U. Hang on. Pair 1 and 2. E and U. Okay. 3 and 6. Mi, mu. Yep. Got that too. And then the sound shift is E and U. E to U. Yep. And then 4 and 8, yo and ya. Yep. From o to a. And then 5, itsu. Oh yeah, itsu and to. Obviously, this is more complex. I noticed these. This is how I also remember counters. These, and anytime I've used this word quite a bit, it's coincidental. I'm not. I don't study linguistics, so I have no idea what English words they use to describe these. But I've called it a shift for the longest time, like sound shifts. I also use the same for like tone shifts in Chinese and read shifts. So usually that's how I imagine it. I think of sound. I think of the shifts in the sound whenever I hear something. So I tend to group things based on sound, like the 4 properties, right? Sound meaning visual, so the character origin, right? Visual recognition, and then conceptual, higher conceptual. So this is at the level of sound. Hours, days, months. Let's see how the, again, it is pretty neat to see these grouped up in tables and whatnot. Tentatively, I've basically learned a few foundations and then started grouping and organizing the stuff as I go. And of course, when you look at linguistics, you can be told these things happen. So it's neat to have confirmation, like linguistically. Yeah, or theoretically, linguistically, theoretically, I suppose. You can see that the patterns exist. This is a great exercise, in my opinion, when you look at empirical data, right? You learn a language, you look at, they present you with informations, and you theorize and group and conceptualize them together, like playing a video game with like deriving a strategy or something from looking at video games, pattern recognition and whatnot, and then getting validation afterwards. It is a little bit different than looking at a validation. So to emphasize something that's very important to me is that if you were provided this table, right? Like if you learned and was provided this table, that challenges one to use a different skill set. So if you're given explicit education like this, and this is the first time you encounter it, then you yourself do not participate in critical thinking skills or like observational analytical skills for this task, right? It alleviates that. And that's kind of one of my like focus points when it comes to learning. When you have problems and mistakes and like retention problems, seeing explicit instruction may help with explaining something. However, it does not necessarily allow you to understand the nature of your problem. This exercises lower, quote unquote, lower cognitive exercises like memorization and short-term memory retention. It is through the application of this information that you can develop higher order retention of this memory. So you either observe it and then develop the pattern yourself. That would make this very memorable because you're exercising your deductions and critical thinking skills. Or you can take this table and do something with it, like apply this table immediately. I don't advocate or support the idea of looking at this table and seeing it 1,000 times over until you memorize it. That is very immature intellectually. Now, you can still do this. You can still access and reference the table like organization like this. However, referencing it for a use case. So you want to tackle a task and reference a table that allows you to exercise the application of this, at least in my opinion. The reason why I don't encourage or focus on this is because it's the dominant way people take in information now. Like online, the most exercised skill is looking at an explicit chart or explicit information and then consider yourself learning it and comprehending it. That is not the case. That is rarely the case. Until application, instruction, and internalization occurs, this might as well be a temporary blip in your memory, right? So that is the idea. While you can fix certain problems by iterating on it without an output application, I think this type of thing can prevent or give, in my opinion, give a lot of people a false sense of security of learning something or comprehending something. You don't comprehend, in my opinion. One does not complete comprehension and learning without actually being able to apply, analyze, or manipulate the data afterwards. So that's kind of one of the things. I don't emphasize things that are over-practiced or over-represented. This is like the classical rant that I would have about how people believe input is sufficient. Input only is not sufficient, in my opinion. The way certain people misunderstands it without clarity. So the hot take is, if you are given this table and you see this table now, that doesn't mean you learned it, and it doesn't mean that it is sufficient for you to use it to output something. Now, I'm not saying the people who say input is sufficient for output or for learning is saying something wrong, or like they're actively misrepresenting something. The definition of input, like the process of input, is not defined. The individuals who like want to hear a shortcut, they, in my opinion, their interpretation of what input only is does not qualify it. Like, for example, looking at this table, does that include as input only? I don't think so. Input only will imply that when you consume this data, you input it to the point where you're comprehending what it means, like what it does. So that's why I feel like there's basically not enough detail, right? The idea is online you get hot takes. A 5-minute discussion about input only would not cover the nuances or qualification of what they mean by input only. Despite that, it's a divisive hot take to me. Like when someone says input only, what does that mean? What qualifies as input? For myself, some people believe that when you see something, that qualifies as input. You simply see it, and that is sufficient. I very much disagree. It's the underlying core problem that is associated with people who think it's a problem. So I'm okay when someone tells me, oh, I saw the table, and that's all they want. They just say, I input for the purpose of recognizing that this table exists. Then I'm okay with that. Now, when someone complains and say, like, I don't get it, why do I have a problem applying this knowledge? Like, well, did you apply the knowledge? Like, if you didn't apply the knowledge, how do you expect to apply it? You can't imaginarily acquire something without comprehending it, right? So the way I understood this was I basically took all the counters. I learned a bunch of counters, right? Like jikan, tsu, ko, right? Nichi. There are many ones that you can put here, and I grouped them based on this. So I came up with this mentally in my head simply by grouping them together as I became exposed to them. So that's kind of one of those things. And information is great for input if you're simply merely exposing it without application. If that is your goal, then there wouldn't be a complaint after. Usually the people I'm referring to are the ones who think it's a problem, as in they think that they can output, manipulate the information, comprehend it, and explain it to someone, or teach and offer advice, and yet they don't do any of that when they simply, quote unquote, input only. So their advice comes out as trite, inexplicable, filled with nuances that are skipped over, and also incredibly cliche and hot take. Like hot, basically. Like, oh, just read more, forehead. Like, okay, what do you mean by read? Can you describe your reading thing? Like, well, I just did a lot of things a lot of times. It's like, great. That's incredibly explanatory. Right? It's very much similar to this, where like if a person doesn't organize or manipulate the data that they literally do, like their wisdom and experience, or they simply lack the experience, right? I would say it's more like lacking the experience. If you don't explain things, then you lack the experience to explain things to other people, right? And then when you tell people like, oh, just do A, B, and C, that's like giving a person a table. And then you're expecting that person to understand what you're trying to explain. Like, step 1, download this. Step 2, follow this. Step 3 months later, profit. Like, great. What can that person do with that information? Not very much. So, and still, this does not stop someone from thinking they know what that person means without actual details, right? You can draw from your experience. Like, what does this table mean to you? It certainly means a lot different for experienced people. So depending on your level of experience, this table is going to mean to different extents due to the application, manipulation, and the synthesis of information. That's a higher level cognitive strategy. When you're looking at this table and all you see is this table and nothing beyond it, and that's what I mean by the ones who complain oftentimes or make comments about how they struggle with something and they don't form any higher level comprehension of what the table is. They simply look at it as the table. So that means that the only time they're going to recognize this information is when it's presented in an analogous form. So like, it's kind of similar to when someone says, hey, for whatever reason, once I stop using Bunpro, or once I stop seeing the UI on Bunpro, or the exercise presented like the way Bunpro is, I'm lost. Right? There's no higher level comprehension. You are memorizing and looking at pattern recognition based on presentation. It's not manipulation, creation, or synthesis. When you're trying to construct a novel sentence on your own that requires the synthesis of many sentences like it, or conceptually understanding how all of the hundreds of sentences you went over relate to the creation of your own sentence. Or the alternative is someone simply sits there and waits until someone says the exact thing that they practice in the exact order that they saw. That is memorization and reproduction. Not really necessarily even active recall. It's a triggered response. That's triggered recognition. Active recall is the next step, right? That's when you don't require a trigger, You can actively recall something. And then from that active recall, you can constructively manipulate it. That's when you know that you comprehended something. So these tables are a fantastic way of, in my opinion, retroactively help, like, thinking about certain data. In my opinion, if this is the first time someone ever see this table, the question is, in the future, you can use this table to fill in your examples. So the goal is, since Bunpro typically acts as a reference material, right? You want to use the reference material to develop a synthetic, like a synthesized organization activity for yourself. That's kind of like when someone says, oh yeah, you learn quite a lot if you go and do something and then bring a reference material, like a dictionary, right? A dictionary, a thesaurus or something, and you actively use the reference material in order to engage in an application. This would be the same point of view. Obviously, in the way this is structured, or the way this is going to be applied, is going to be in the form of a practice down here. You can also drill these things. Drilling is application of it. The idea is, are you connecting the things? So for example, hito, are you thinking hitori, hitote, hitori, hitotsu, right? I don't know. I mean, technically, hito is a thing too, as in like the person hito, read a homonym, right? Anyways, so I share that. I talked about this in the other direction, where as I was developing and constructing these patterns as I was learning from Duolingo, actually. So in Duolingo, at the end of sessions, I create webs and models of the unit. So I would have, like, word A was introduced, so that's connected to word B, but B represents a category with C and D, right? That's what I did in Duolingo. That's the way to create an active recall and then organize the information. It didn't matter how big or small the unit was, I was organizing it myself. It creates an activity to apply and organize, like to sort data. That activity is very important for encouraging critical thinking, right? Not that it's the most elaborate way of applying it, but generally speaking, the act of doing this, if you actively do this, is not the same as seeing it and having it explained to you. Two different like skill sets. Most people think that you don't need this part. You don't need active recall. You don't need critical thinking skills. As long as it can explain to you, somehow you would intuit it. Intuit it when the application occurs, right? I would conservatively disagree with most people that if you think that you see something, have it explained to you, that somehow intuition is sufficient for the application. So like when you see someone build a birdhouse, right? And what you do is you go and follow it step by step and build the birdhouse. And that somehow leads to a greater intuition in which you can do it and manipulate it. I don't think that's true. The people that you do see, somehow develop intuition and further application. They exercise critical thinking skills while outputting and replicating. So it doesn't work for everyone, right? Like the reality is some people can copy something without any form of higher level thinking or maturation, or maturation as in the maturity and development, like learning. When you copy something, there are individuals who say, oh, I just copy something, fake it until you make it, right? I copy something to the point where it developed into something else, it emergent. That's largely the thing that I'm referring to. The difference, I know it's a nebulous word because it's very difficult to identify in terms of specificity. Like, what did they do? Did they grind something? It will vary. However, the idea is critical thinking is necessary for something to be transformative in learning. So if you take this table and you give it to like 100 people, right, of varying ages and group, and you randomly sample, you'll probably have a normal distribution, typically, unless you selectively pre-select for a group. Like, for example, if you select for college students, you might still somewhat get a normal distribution. However, they would selectively biasly approach something, how they would use this information. I think the novice, when I call what I mean by the beginner learner, like pre-high school, so anything before high school, as in high school and before, maybe I should say pre-college actually. Generally pre-college. I wouldn't say all high school students or like a large majority of high school students wouldn't have this type of technique. What they would do is they would look at this information and that would be it. The information will stay static like this. Whether they use the information in this form to manipulate information in a different form, like a sentence, for example, usually is not the case. This is what I would refer to as in terms of Gen Z topic. Hello there, Mock. Gen Z topic, it's the textbook effect. I would call it the textbook effect. So whenever a Gen Z or someone who doesn't go to college yet or be interested in a higher level degree, they would call this the textbook feeling. It's like, well, yes, because the textbook feeling explains something to you. It rarely ever tells you how you're going to manipulate and apply and have a use case for the information. Now, usually the textbook tries to include questions, and students usually have to answer these questions through habit formation by an institution, so by a structure. So usually the school encourages you or it requires you to do the question, which provides the first instance or one of the earliest instances of using and applying this information. And most of the time, obviously, what the student will do pre-college is to copy the answer. And that is my demonstration of how you can explicitly know something but not understand it. And regardless of how long you repeat it, if this reference material is available and they continue to copy, it doesn't guarantee that the person will maturate, as in like it will mature into a higher depth of use, which is the most classical problem that I encounter presented to me. So I don't particularly think it's a problem per se. If that person understands what they're doing leads to or contributes to that result, and they're fine with it. It's another thing when someone presented it to me as a problem and doesn't see it as a contributing factor. So when someone says, oh, I understand this concept, they're going to tell me, I understand what this chart means, right? They literally say, I understand this chart, but, and then proceeds to describe a problem that they have. They themselves said, this is a problem. I hate when this happens. And what do I discover? It deals with understanding this table. So that is a problem that they believe they have. If they told me, oh, all they can do is remember this table, and all they did was try to remember this table, then you're good. Because the results meets your practice, right? The input meets the output situation. It's logical. You shouldn't be upset when things are logical, right? It should make sense. This, when someone describes a problem and turns out it's the result of them thinking they understand the information, that creates a problem. So then when I'm talking to someone would be upset. They would be emotionally upset or frustrated, and they would describe something. And my first opportunity is, can you explain this table to me? And how it is related to your problem. Now, they would have to be able to explain that to me, not the other way around. Because if I explain why they don't actually understand the table and how it's relevant to the problem, if I explain it to them, it's the same problem, right? If you explain something to someone over and over again and they don't believe it's a problem or they don't see the connection, then you're effectively doing a very similar thing. You're giving them an excuse to not apply the information that's given. So this, I spend like more than 50% of my cycle whenever I'm 50% of my time whenever I'm like helping someone with a academic problem. The idea is sometimes it can be helpful and actually incredibly rewarding to the other person if you can give them activities that allow them to see the connections themselves, or like incentivize or compete for the use of the information. So typically I would try to find like some sort of activity, like a problem that they can solve that is not the same problem that they have, because they're having problems. Obviously they're having problems. So my problem, as in I give them one of my problems, which is not the same problem as the one they have, which is kind of a challenge sometimes, because kids, especially younger kids these days, they have to want to do it. And how do they want to do it? They have to be interested in it. So it often has to be presented in a form that they are interested. Maybe like a topic that they like. Maybe it can be about creating YouTube content, or K-pop dancing, or their favorite video game subgenre, or talking about space or the origin of life, or which country has the worst tax policies, that type of thing. That's usually what I do, and I do it in conversation. You don't necessarily have to make it sound like it's an assignment. You can specifically talk to them in a specific, like encourage them in a specific way to present arguments and debates naturally, to engage in their deductive things. That's kind of what I do most of the time. As like a friendly person who talks to them. I don't present myself like I'm not their instructor or their teacher or something like that. So that's kind of my workaround. How can I be indirectly helpful and platonically engaging and friendly, like a friend sort of way, but in a more my own personal development as well. Anyways, and then now they're going to give us an example, which is G. I said jikan. G with kan are compound numbers, times. Anyways, let's see how the two counting system works with hours, days, and months. Right. So we got shu. Oh no, we don't even have weeks actually. Just probably kagetsu and nichi. Yeah. Or it could be jitsu. Actually, I don't know which one they're gonna do. For hours, the onyomi version of the number is used, except for 4. The cursed number 4, right? Which uses the kunyomi. It is often said that this is because onyomi shi is su, which is death, su, has the same pronunciation as shi, which in Japanese is shi. Su would be the Chinese, meaning death, so it's unlucky. It really is, though. Superstition runs wild when it comes to things like that. Also, let's watch out for 9, which uses the onyomi ku, not the more common Q, right? So multiple onyomis for different characters. We did all of that through wanikani, right? I have a categorical list of reads that are attached to specific characters and specific reads that are coupled with specific onyomis, like onyomi clusters, and kunyomi is very identifiable on its own, but onyomi has clusters, like just the way Chinese does too, where the reads based on the characters have clusters of sounds, and then obviously exceptions. For 7, sometimes you may hear the kunyomi, right? Nana, you may also hear shichi, right? Especially for clarity, as shichi can sound like ichi, right? Ichi and hachi when muffled, like on the phone. Yeah. So oftentimes, I also find that saying nana is a little bit more simpler to say for me. Shichi was, it took a couple months for me for shichi. Hach and ich is a little bit on the better side, right? I'm saying it short because that can be muffled. It could be sh, right? Sh and ich, hach, as opposed to chi, ichi, and hachi, right? So it can be shortened to the point where it's kind of like das, right? Das, this situation, the s. So any e, the e column, and the u column can, u column that's the su, it can be like truncated, and ku as well. You pretty much know Polish phonetics by now. Oh, is that how Polish phonetics work? Or like an aspect of Polish phonetics. Interesting. Yeah, so we have ichiji, right? Ichiji, niji, sanji, and then yoji, as opposed to dang, shiji. Oh, shiji is. And then goji, rokuji, shiji, 7時、8時、9時、this one, 9時、10時、11時, and 12時. For days, things are a lot more complicated. Oh yeah, days is the days. Oh, and it's not even this days. I thought they were gonna count days. Counting days is calendar days is wild. You know, counting like August 1st, 2nd, 3rd, 4th, 5th. For days, things are a lot more complicated. That's sequencing. So this is counting, obviously. The sequencing, day sequencing is wild. The first 10 days of the month are based on the native Japanese pronunciation, while the rest of the months largely use onyomi. Yeah. There are a handful of traps to watch out for. Note that these words are used for days of the month and for counting days in general, right? She compounds are quite common and foreigners struggle with them a lot. Oh, that's the inever. Okay, I see. Yeah, the if I had to think, I was thinking of Chinese just now. If I had to think about Chinese's equivalents of like this difficult sounds putting together, it'd be something like the like John Chan, like Zhen Chen Zhen Chen, Ji Zi Si Qi, right? All of them are still very similar too. all the E's are really rough when they run together, and then all the J's, and then c, right? C, sh, ao, right? Cao zao, all of those. Everything else seems quite natural. Oh, okay. Like to say, you can't wrap your head around the Chinese. Oh, re, re. Yeah, that's funny. Like re. It's almost like what did I describe it before? You have to put a ball in your mouth. It feels like there's a ball in your mouth when you say re or re, right? Rei run rong. Like you're trying to hold a little tiny ball in your. And then there's also, I think the one that I hear most of the time, even a guy who lives in China. Like, I was watching a very adorable Chinese content creator, or a British, I think the person is British, and they live in China now, and they have a Chinese wife, and they are raising a family there. Shi. Like when he says 谢谢, 谢谢, it's not 谢谢. Like this. I hear 谢谢 a lot of times. It's one of the more common ones when you're using 是. So 是 versus 是. 是 right? 是 So this is 谢谢, not 谢谢. 谢谢, where you're blowing through air without putting your lips together. So 谢谢. 香, right? Like, so these are a good one. And then we have 次 and 次, or 次 cao, right? Qiao. Those are two as well. Right? Xi, shi, right? Xi, shi. And there's a difference between like ji, xi, yi, xi, right? But zi, ji, really, really common ones. I think the ones that I struggle with is probably the endings. So when you get chang, chung, chang, chung, jun, jiang, jun, jiang, tang, tang, chung. You say 谢谢 to your dad all the time, slowly brainwashing it. Yeah, when I was younger, I had when I was younger, I had problems saying 谢谢. Because this sound, it's not prominent in Fujianese, or at least the words I used, it's not prominent in Fujianese, so it comes out exactly like what most people would say. It sounds like 谢谢, right? 谢谢你, right? 谢谢你, and so 谢谢你 is the most common thing. So 谢谢你, and so 谢谢. Problem saying 谢谢 is so ungrateful. Yeah, this one highlights where the people come. Like, 谢谢, of all the things to say for thank you, one of the most common words is this one. What was the other one? Oh, the 3 in hao. Like hao. Like, 你好. Instead of 你好. How. 你好. 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 And then it can come back up. It's kind of like this. 你好. Because it's at the end. There's this thing where this can come back up because it's the ending, or it's the only sound at the end. So when 3 ends a sound, it comes back up. If it's in the middle, like if you have something like 你好吗, right? 你好吗? 你好吗? This would still be 3-3. Then it's 你好. So it stays down. 你好吗? 你好吗? So, 你, like this. But it can come out as 你好吗? So it'd be like, 你好吗? 你好吗? So then it sounds, I don't know what that sounds like, honestly. I mean, obviously, as an American, right, I've come to used to hearing 你好吗 versus 你好吗? 你好吗? There's a small Sino-Polish conspiracy theory you can share with me. Oh, go right ahead. Interesting. Yeah, the 你好is a great giveaway too. I think everything else is a lot better. Like 我 like, you know, like 我是我想我有 whenever someone like goes into the other things, it's fine. Like I think those are far more distinctive. Like but the standalone phrases are the ones that give it away. 你好 and 谢谢 are the ones. Let's see, for days, things are a lot more complicated, right? The first 10 days based on Japanese. Note that these words are used for days, right? So we got, right, oh yeah, ichitachi. Ichitachi is also a thing too. I think I almost exclusively, no wait. Ichitachi for the first day of the month. I'm not sure how often, sorry, not ichitachi, suitachi, sorry. I'm not sure if I've ever used ichinichi. I don't think anyone has ever like simplified it where you just use ichinichi as the first day. It's always suitachi. I often wonder if they're going to simplify this in the future. Like, it's not like if you say ichinichi, you would mistaken it for the first of a month in a sentence context. Like whenever you do a context when they're speaking first day of the month, I don't think you can actually confuse ichinichi for first day of the month too often. So I mean, there is a chance this might get like simplified in the future. Who knows? Oftentimes when colloquialism happens and then there's like learners involved in diversity, things get simplified. They kind of be like, you whatever. We get it, kind of situation. Almost every Pole who dates a Chinese person is called Michael. Oh, at the ATP at the point, and we think it's because Michael sounds like, oh, ni hao, oh, ni hao, oh, ni hao. Oh, interesting. Except for the third tone missing. Oh, that's funny. Almost every Pole reliable data, by the way. Oh, okay. Ichinichi sounds so dumb. Oh man, Ichinichi. I am a fan of Tsuitachi for sure. Tsuitachi sounds nice than Ichinichi. Yeah, 2日、3日、4日、5日、yeah, 6日、7日、8日、9日. I think 9日 sounds silly, but it's fun. Like, it sounds silly, but it's fun to say 9日. Nana sounds a little funnier whenever you use nana. Obviously nanoka for this case, but nana always sounds funny. It makes me want to na 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 na, you know, like Batman. Na 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 Batman. Anyways, and Nana, there are people named Nana, and then Coco like Kokonoko is a name too, so Kokonoka is close to that. Toka is mean. This one is mean. To is a mean diphthong versus like to. Like like to. I just say them the same way. Nanoka even more insane than kokonoka. True. And then it goes back to right, and then we combine. Then we start like switching to onyomi for all the other ones. And this is more like and then we have hatsuka, of course, hatsuka for the irregular special hatsuka. They didn't go up to like man, right? Man, because Japanese does the Chinese thing and use one and man as opposed to base 3, like base 10 to the third, like with thousands and hundred, like thousand. I actually say 100,000s or 10,000s a lot in English in a weird way because of Chinese. Like that's 5-10,000s as opposed to 50,000s occasionally, because I would be talking to my parents and I'm like, what the heck is 50,000? Oh, 5-10,000 or 5-100,000. For months, onyomi is used, including for 4, yeah, for whatever reason, right? Shikatsu. Shikatsu. Wait. For months? Oh yeah, katsu. Katsu. Again, we need to watch out for. Sorry, it's so difficult reading. I'm like seeing this, and all I can see is this. I'm like, wait a minute, this doesn't look right. And it's like, oh wait, that's hiragana. We need to watch out for 9 as it is ku. Yeah. Yeah. Kugatsu. Second kugatsu. And not Q. For 7 again, right? Nana. No. Maybe it may be used for clarity, and I have seen it. But then we have shichigatsu. Really makes you think about the decimal system. Indeed, right? The decimal system. Meanwhile, periods and commas, right? Am I right? Periods and commas. It's all relative. All the words we have just seen point to a specific point in time, which does not change. The 1st of February is always the 1st of February. But there are also time words which change meaning based on periods and commas. Words which change. Oh, and on the note of days, right? Months, days, years, or day, year, day, months, years. Or is it or are you crazy and say years, days, months, or years, months, days? It's all relative, right? There are words, right? Like last year, recently, today, in the near future, just recently, that's all. In Japanese, these words can be used like adverbs or like nouns, right? When they're probably going over like, setsu, right? Kagetsu, or like raishu, shumatsu. Actually, shumatsu might be okay. I don't think it's, it does have a relative use. When they are used like adverbs, they can be used like any other adverb and simply placed on the beginning of a verb or adjective phrase to describe it. Note that in contrast to these words, which point to a relative time, words which denote a specific time will need to be used, right? To say when, because it's adverbial for time. By the way, if you were to start Bunpro from scratch again, would you do topics, grammar points, or the other way around? I don't know if you should switch and pace your studies with topics or use them to consolidate it. So that's a good question. I talked about this sort of. I did address this indirectly. Oftentimes, I'll try to give as quick of an example as possible. So, my hot take, this is pretty hot. Oftentimes, when I think of examples, you often have two approaches. Are you learning something new? And you want sink or swim. So new would be sink or swim, or adaptive. This means that you lean into it. And oftentimes, since I'm older, right? I'm much older. I usually prefer the adaptive approach. So the adaptive approach is I ask myself what, how, why I learn now. So what have I been doing now that I learn best? Or and then what I would do is then I would lean into something that I haven't been doing for some time. So I would start with topics in this case, because topics is how I learn now. As in, the way this is structured and whatnot, I did that before I started. Now, I could always say, oh, let's just try something new. Let's just go back to something I haven't done in a while and do a sink or swim. And while I would do this is my preferred. Yesterday we were talking about the word preferred. Procon and I were having a misunderstanding between the word preferred versus better. I'm not saying either of these are better. I'm saying that I usually prefer this, right? I prefer this. However, in reality, I ended up doing this because I plunged into Duolingo first. And Duolingo did the one thing that most people I talk about a lot when I was using Duolingo. And that was, it made me feel young again. So I described this quite a lot with the people who have used Duolingo and then moved on since Duolingo and whatnot. I told people hey, the behavior I'm exhibiting and the way Duolingo is designed is really youthful. It reminds me of how I learned as a child, which is not a bad or a good thing. Remember, we're not talking about better. We're talking about preference, whatever the habitual nature is. And usually I err on the side of habit formation because it deals with habit coupling. You want to couple a good, sustainable habit to establish a new habit. So whenever I have to establish a new habit, today I've decided I'm going to learn Japanese every single day for the foreseeable future, and I start now. How am I more confident that I'm going to establish this one? Use adaptive approaches. Because as an adult, when you're older, you have a lot of habits. You hope that you have a lot of habits that are already established. And use that habit to couple with the new habit. So typically I would then start with topics, because topics mean this is structured the way that I already do things like this very often. You know how when someone asks, what's the best way to learn something new? Start with how you learn already, and then start learning new things from there. Because the older you get, the more stronger your habits are to reinforce a new habit, to be sustainable. And as an adult or someone who's older, consistency is your greatest boon, right? Consistency and discipline is one of the strongest things. It's a bane. It's a bane too. Remember, consistency and discipline is a double edge when you get older, right? Where your habits are your strongest asset, they are also, if they conflict with what you're currently doing, it can also present the biggest roadblock. what's a great habit or what's an excellent habit that is ironed out and well oiled that an adult crushes any hobbies or any new things? Time management. And usually that's the thing that I tackle with older people, like anyone who's in their 30s or something, is how are they going to adjust their lifestyle choice, right? Because they spent many years curating how to make the most out of their time. So however free time they have to create a time for a new habit. But their habit is so ingrained that it can be really tough for them to say, I'm going to learn Japanese 30 minutes a day. It's like, where are you going to liberate 30 minutes a day from your super well-oiled time management skills that you have? It might not be, I'm not talking about if it's good time management or bad time management. We're talking about habit time management. Like if you sleep 8 hours a day and now you suddenly sleep 7 hours and 30 minutes to liberate 30 minutes from your sleeping time, that is very difficult. It can present the biggest barrier or the greatest boon. So for myself, the long story short is I would probably start with something I knew. However, in reality, I was like, yo, you know what? Let's just find out. Like, to me, what actually happened was I wanted to find out what other people were doing. So by the time I got to Bunpro, right, this is why didn't Bunpro come first? Bunpro probably would have came first if I looked for my own habits, but I wanted to do a social experiment. So my social experiment is, how are the kids learning these days? So I did that. I took whatever people are exposed to first, which is Duolingo, by a landslide. It's not even a contest. Duolingo was the first exposure. So what I did was I used Duolingo, assessed what Duolingo was designed, and then I implemented my adaptive strategies. So I turned Duolingo's, whatever information Duolingo is presenting, which is what you were catching me on my rant today about looking at these tables. Like, Duolingo presents you with certain things, and then it is how you use the information and how you organize the information afterwards that I demonstrate day in and day out. And this is what I'm doing now, right? I'm literally doing that right now. When I read information, I don't stop at, oh, neat, good, neat. That's it. That's all I have to do. I just have to memorize this. That's not where I stop. It's rarely where I stop. 90% of the things that makes me remember this information is what we're doing right now, which is adaptive. Everything is adaptive. It's constantly a mix of whatever the new info is. However, the process involves my adaptive process. So rarely do I ever get tired, right? Like, it doesn't feel grindy. It doesn't, like, it's sustainable, because no matter what I do that is new, I always are going to end up with practicing what I know and understand. This is to provide consistency. The adaptiveness provides consistency to allow me to establish new habits, right? New habits over here, which is kind of how I make sure that no matter what I start with, I'm not going to quit. I have to decide when to quit. Like, I have to decide when to leave something. Something isn't too grindy or too difficult to force me to quit. That's the difference. I'm not, the difference here is I'm not saying to get good. There's no get good, not reach your goals, not able to do it because you're not good enough. We're not talking about any of those things. Those things are subjective, right? Their subjectivity is a whole different area. This is not the same as motivation and reward. I'm relying on something that is beyond motivation and reward. It's habits. And if you're wondering, Well, habits do deal with motivation and rewards. Yes, they do. However, habits can do something consistently in the absence of motivation and reward. Like, for example, why do you check YouTube? Why do people go on doom scrolling and on YouTube despite no longer getting rewarded for it? Like, they no longer feel reward from doing the activity. It is very strong. Not entirely exclusive, but a habit is like, it goes beyond, like, it can even eclipse sources of motivation and reward. So that's kind of what I do. I enjoy doing it that way. In reality I didn't. So that's why we're in this position now, talking about Bunpro retroactively. And I don't know what your neuroplasticity is, to be honest. Yeah, that's a great example when you're saying neuroplasticity, right? Oftentimes people think of neuroplasticity as, how open-minded you are. And typically neuroplasticity would imply that you're novel seeking. You're looking for novelness. And then when it comes to adults, you can think of habit forming as in a little bit more, it's more so adaptive at most. And then those who are incredibly cynical and stuck in their ways, neuroplasticity is more like, if it ain't broke, don't fix it. Right? It can get as high. We're talking about like more like a Likert scale here. So like here. And usually in my opinion, an intellectually open-minded person would be somewhere here in the middle between consistently novel seeking and relying on existing methods, right? Old practice skills. So open-mindedness is usually, in my opinion, in the middle. I think there is a idealism. When I talk to people who say they're open-minded, their concept that they want is that they're always novel seeking. However, by nature, whenever they talk about what they're habit seeking, it ends up being old practicality. Usually open-minded people would do something in the middle. So a mix of both, basically. A mix of both is typically how you would, in my opinion, a good indicator of neuroplasticity. You have the ability to integrate old practice habits into novel seeking things. That's where I would think is, quote unquote, the example, right? The exemplification of neuroplasticity. I don't particularly think is someone who always constantly plunge into the deep end and have no grounds for relatives and analytical ability. And then it's not the same person who says, oh yeah, I really like new things. And then when I tell them, then why don't you, like when someone says, oh, I play a lot of video games, right? I play a lot of video games. I like all sorts of video games. Okay. You play a puzzle game. It's like, I don't like those. And then eventually when I get them to challenge their novelness, right? They would then eventually qualify their conditions like, oh, I like a lot of different types of video games within a specific subset. And it turns out that it's a mixed, right? I'm not saying they're closed-minded. It's typically, when it comes to the true open-mindedness, you usually have a blend of the two, not true, like a child. Like a child is truly in that state where there's no point of reference other than whatever you're observing now, right? You can only be a child once, at least in my opinion, unless you're suffering from dementia or something, or a neurodegenerative disease, or like you don't want to wish that, right? Or like you suffer amnesia or head trauma. You can only be a child once. So by the time we talk about education and academics, the closest you can get is like there is open-mindedness, in which it's a mix of novelty seeking and old habits, or you're simply an old fart. The unk, the closure unk, the unk that has closure, or the disgruntled unk, the regretful unk, whichever one you would prefer. Some days on certain skills, I'm a closure unk. We talked about this yesterday. One of the topics is money. Money is something I don't innovate on anymore very often. Like, I'm not gonna be elated to see and participate in the current trends of how to start a new venture, by selling my old habits. Not doing that. So that's kind of where like I have closure, so I'm a old practice unk. When someone tells me like, don't you want to make money off of your things, I'm like, I'm not interested. I'll just stick to what works right now. Right? So whenever you think about neuroplasticity, you can think about it from a conceptual standpoint. Like, how is a subject interesting to you and yet it's foreign? Right? Like when you go on YouTube, if something was presented to you, like a random thing was presented, which doesn't happen very often due to algorithm. However, let's say something random was presented to you. You went outside and you saw something random. How interested you are in that can determine your level of neuroplasticity. And I'm saying neuroplasticity not in terms of like the natural neural bio aspect. We're talking about subject to subject interest. And for myself, how do I get myself interested in most subjects? It's not because of my own personal interest. I rely on people. So when I meet someone and they give me a topic, my habit that I practice is to get all in that person's business, right? I said this before. I gamble on people. So what is the biggest risk I take every day? And because it's the biggest risk and gamble I take every day, I practice the most skills and habits on navigating it. It's people. So how would I know something like, what's my interest in Japanese people, right? Or things of people, so the Anthropocene, right? So if someone says, oh, I really like this book, that person has to convey to me the humanistic side of them and why they like that book, and I'll go read that book. That is my habitual motivation. The rest can happen on its own. Like, if I find the book interesting, if I find the book entertaining, that comes later, right? The most reliable thing that gets me to do something is that someone shows me they like it. That's why I enjoy the whole talk about yesterday about food. When the reason why I worked very like extra hard and extra enthusiastic is because someone else came along and I really want to see what they like, what they dislike. You can even tell me what you dislike and I would still be interested in that because I want to understand why you dislike it. And hear me out. This might sound like a really confusing topic, but when someone strongly dislikes something, it tells me it's important to them. I feel like this is a double standard that when I talk to other people who don't understand their emotional signals, they often think that when they hate something, it's not important to them. When something is not important to you, you don't care about it. You're indifferent. You don't have feelings about it. That is an indicator, in my opinion. That is a valid indicator that you don't care about it. You might not even bring things up. So the concept is most of the things you don't care about, you don't even talk about. So oftentimes this is in conflict with people who have problems. So when they say, oh, I have a problem with homework, so their argument is, okay, it's not important then, so I'm just going to ignore it. the reason you have a problem with something and you keep bringing it up is because it is important, in my opinion. And when you address that, it can become less important. Like, that's kind of the crazy thing about it. Like, when the problem goes away, it actually ends up becoming less important. So when you have a problem, it's an important thing. It's going to occupy your mind. It's going to take up your time. So running, there are really two dominant schools of thoughts. Do you ignore a problem, right? Or do you try to learn from it, right? Like the mistakes, or learn or convert it, right? And that was the topic we were talking about yesterday, later in the evening, where you were talking about learning from mistakes or fail testing, right? That kind of thing. Where if you deliberately try to measure something, like measure your problem, it acknowledges the importance of that problem. If you have an emotional attachment and you have a problem with it and you think it's not important, then in order for you to demonstrate to me that it's not important, you simply move on, right? That is kind of one of those things. Like, it's kind of funny because you said Sigma. To not care about something is truly to be Sigma about it, whatever the topic is, right? When, I don't know, someone fell over and you just continue walking and you didn't even notice that's being Sigma, right? The whole idea is like, it doesn't bother you and you neither care to help nor does it aggravate you, so you have no emotional attachments to it. I think that's one of the most interesting double standards that I see today from younger people. So like 18 to 19, when they're trying to negotiate their emotional problems, or like the things that they present to me as problems, they often say, oh yeah, I'm gonna bring this up again, but it's okay, it's fine. And I'm like, is it fine? I don't know, you keep talking about it. And then usually I would ask them, do you think you're fine about something if I told you you start each and every day's conversation about that same problem? Like, you keep telling me it's not a problem, however every single day you bring up the same thing. So that's kind of one of those things, like, kind of a tough one. And how we can relate this back to language learning. Whenever someone says like, oh yeah, I'm learning from my mistakes, and the way they learn from their mistakes is by repeating the same mistakes until it goes away. That is impressive, in my opinion. Like, personally, for me, that is incredibly impressive. What that is telling me is this person sees the mistake as something new each and every time. Think about it for a moment. When we were like tying it to neuroplasticity. Imagine someone copying the same action over and over again and think that it'll go away. Now, think that it'll go away, right? Now, if you're thinking about it, the reason why I'm saying this is, if it does go away, did that person learn from the mistake? Yeah, say mistake equals Sigma, right? Because you don't care enough to know. You don't really care enough to carry anything, right? There's no investment. There's no carrying over or memory of the thing. So whenever I think about SRS, the S is Sigma. I'm kidding. That's a really hard tie. But when I think of SRS, are you learning from your mistakes? Are you caring from your mistakes? Are you building on your mistakes? Are you integrating, internalizing your mistakes? Are you analyzing or anything? Or do you simply repeat the same thing and hope it goes away? Because if it does, good, I guess, right? If it goes away, is like, good. Did you learn anything? I would say I would bet against you Less than 50% chance that you didn't learn anything. And usually when people talk about how do they get over their humps, like their blockades, you would hear a large majority, greater than 50%, would say, oh yeah, just repeat it. Just repeat it until it goes away. I can assure you there are plenty of people, including myself, who have particular habits that I don't care about enough that they didn't go away no matter how much you repeat it. Like, what it became is it became tolerable. That's a different aspect of like a lack of motivation. Tolerable is in the area of habit formation. So for example, I find that if I screw up 5% of the time, it's tolerable. So I tell myself, remember that when I speak, I still like stutter from time to time. I still use filler words every once in a while, and I find it tolerable. And that gives me catharsis. Like I'm okay with this because I understand it. I don't care enough to change it. I don't care enough to try to change it or work on it, right? So when someone says like, oh yeah, man, SRS, oh goodness, SRS is such a grind. Like I keep getting worse, or I keep getting more drained. Like, I know, because you're establishing new tolerable limits. You know, when your accuracy drops to 90%, that becomes the new baseline. If it goes up to 95%, it forms a new baseline. You have to understand your tolerance, because your tolerance doesn't necessarily mean you're learning something. Tolerance is learned through output, or like adjusted through output. You could kind of say it's intuited, or by output. It's not learned oftentimes. Like no one's saying, "Oh man, it's been 3 months since I gotten 90%, so now I feel like I need to get more than 90% in order to be satisfied or show improvement." You don't have to do that. It usually just, the baseline goes up on its own, right? It's a feeling thing. So it does operate a lot on intuition. Learning itself, it doesn't really have to. Honestly, I feel like learning can be more of a conscious decision. Anyways, this is a interesting facet of tolerance. SRS creates very SRS drifts so hard. You can like if you're someone who has a tolerance of like 70%, right? You went to school, you got your C's, C's get degrees, right? As they say, C's get degrees, right? If you're a C person and then you start SRS and suddenly the SRS is telling you 70%, and you're like, I don't know if I'm making any progress, so you aim for 71%. Then in a matter of months, you're trying to aim for 99%. And then you're telling yourself the major problem is, hey, it feels really grindy. Like, it feels like I'm always upset and I can't make progress. And then I would ask them, this is retroactive, right? This narrative is retroactive. I'm telling you an anecdote of someone's problem or of quite a lot of people's problem. And in retrospect, so it's like I can't make any progress, and I'm like, what do you mean you can't make any progress? It sounds like to me you spent 2 years doing work. Why don't you feel any progress? And it's like, well, I keep making errors. I'm like, what do you mean you keep making errors? Like, what's your accuracy? And they're like 99%. It's like, but I have like those 3 or 4 leeches. I'm supposed to know everything. And my first thought is like, what do you think your tolerance level is? Like, do you understand like your human side? Like, do you believe that you're not making any progress because you drop less than 1% of your things, that's a tough one. This stuff gets really tough, and it causes people to quit a lot of times, where you chase after numbers and then those numbers start getting warped, right? Like, what does 99% mean? Well, if you maintain 70% and you maintain 70% for 2 years, that 70% might not ever overlap with all of it. Like, it's coverage. When you lay, right, there's a chance, like, over the course of 2 years, if you 70% everything, you could end up doing like something like this. Eventually, your coverage, your cumulative cover is across this whole span. So did you account for that? That would be one strategy, right? The strategy is, all right, let's say you can only do 70% accuracy. Well, have you tried staggering it in a way that it coverages any single day have different coverage than any across the entire lifespan, right? But that's kind of an alternative approach. I'm trying to give an example. Is it useful to know what your tolerance is? It is. Like, imagine if someone says, I can only study for 1 hour a day, right? And all they can think about, these are real problems that people present to me on a regular basis. They would say they can only focus for 1 hour, right? Max, the 1 hour a day on, and what they do is they look at their project or like their assignment, and their assignment takes 5 hours, and they're like, it can't be done. Right? That's understanding tolerance. Your tolerance is 1 hour. The task takes 5 hours. So how would you get this done? They say it can't be done because they believe that the 5 hours has to be at once. Right? Well, 5 hours look like this. So let's just imagine this looks like 5 hours. Well, 5 hours also look like this. Wait, at 1 hour each. In fact, 5 hours could look like this. Right? Now you have 30 minutes, 30 minutes. Sorry, this is supposed to be drawn to proportion. You have 30 minutes or less than an hour, less than an hour, less than an hour, less than an hour, an hour, less than an hour, less than an hour, an hour. Across a lifespan. So this is taking into account the whole idea of habits. Habits happen over time. That's where consistency comes in. So oftentimes whenever someone gets older, right, when you look at a content creator and they've been doing fitness for over 15 years in their life so far, out of their 30 years, as you grow older, the idea is consistency becomes a gold standard, which is now go back to your original question about how would I do it again, right? Like if I didn't have this, what would I do again? Adaptive approach, usually adaptive approach, because with consistency, you can take large tasks and be able to achieve them, or at least do them to a satisfactory thing of the person's subjective requirements, versus someone who constantly think that whatever the thing is, you can't adapt to it. So you have to do it in its terms, which is really tough. Like, for example, if you look at Duolingo, when someone uses Duolingo, they think that Duolingo is all there is. So that means that when you're learning Duolingo and you have a question, you get upset that the answer is not in Duolingo, or the answer wasn't explained to you, or something like that. It's like, well, what is your tolerance level? Do you only tolerate that the thing you're using is responsible for everything. Because if that is your tolerance level, then hopefully you can find something to meet your tolerance, right? Meet your tolerance. Which is kind of how people look at apps these days. Yesterday we were celebrating Bunpro for offering a lot of things. It doesn't offer everything, right? There are trade-offs. You can't have the cake and eat it. For structure, you lose flexibility. For flexibility, you might sacrifice structure. That's understanding, and it integrates with how much you can tolerate. Otherwise, like, I feel like most people, what they do is they hope that they go and look for the one perfect thing. And I'm not a fan of perfect things. So perfect things are what, idealism. It's literally the opposite, in my opinion. It's literally the opposite of adaptive. How do you prove to me that you are an ATLUS? When you say something is just that, always this, absolutely that, everything is this, like that kind of thing. So neuroplasticity is, for lack of a better word, maybe it's a pun intended, neuroplasticity is never say never. But you can say never unironically. If you know what I mean. Like, what I mean by never say never is never mean never. And every never mean, like, every means actual ever. Every. Because if you do mean that, then there's only one case that would be true. So that would mean that you're either very tolerant to be happy, or I'm going to hear lots and lots of emotional problems. Likely. So when someone tells me like, oh yeah, this is the worst. Like, for example, my country has the worst taxes. Well, hopefully your tolerance is high enough to adjust your worldview, because for every instance of you saying your country has the worst taxes, I think you're going to engage progressively, consistently in a contrast or a comparison with another person. And if you're happy with that, that's good. You can build around that. Usually idealism means that you're going to encounter lots of friction, and that friction means you're less adaptive. So yeah, adaptive all day, every day, most of the time. And yet, while I say that, I literally didn't do that. I went into Duolingo and I was like, man, this really is kid friendly. Like, it's awesome for kids, with a grain of salt, because it's also habit forming as heck, right? It's designed to be the lowest barrier of like creating engagement. So no kidding, it works on kids. Does it work on adults? Surprisingly fairly well, actually. I did discover that it does kind of scratch some of the adults. Now hear me out. That might be because the adults that I interact with are products of the internet. So like the contemporary internet, they already are very used to practicing how to get their own attention, right? Like through YouTube, like algorithm-based targeting. So that might be the way they adaptively acquire new things. You hate how habit forming one kind of yeah. Do you hate it in a way that it reminds you of your humanity? Because for me, like when I was using Duolingo for the first couple of months, I'm like, yep. I'm saying this because I'm not only describing other people. I'm no different. So when I play a video game, right, and the game is hecka addictive, like I'm like, oh yeah, I gotta remind myself I'm human, right? It's not like regardless of how conscious you are, how practiced you are, you can choose to walk away from things. It still doesn't change the fact that these things are you're human. So when I play a video game, there are things that still respond to me, unless, of course, you're really special. You could be literally built different, but that's very rare. Like, I don't know how rare it is to have, like, a neural divergence that causes you to not experience, like, a dopamine response from progressive feedback and, like, you know, SRS and stuff. I haven't personally met anyone that is legitimately neurodivergent, like biologically or however you want to say it, born in a way, like in the statistical norm. Maybe like less than, I would argue conservatively, maybe less than 5% of the world population, like biologically, might have a mutation in a way that they're so neurodivergent that they wouldn't find clicking on things and saying yes, no, instantly not to be satisfying or frustrating at the same time, like habitually engaging, right? If something makes you viscerally hate something, that's also engaging. So the way the internet is optimized, like for business and stuff, is that everything is clear cut. Right, wrong, fast, fast, fast. That's how you keep the engagement going. So if something makes you viscerally hate it, you're gonna keep thinking about it. Duolingo does both, by the way. My experience is you either viscerally hate Duolingo or you champion it like a cult. There's not very few things in between, because engagement is violent. It's emotional. You either get things right and you feel instantaneously good about it, or you get things wrong and you feel horrendous about it and blame it for everything. It doesn't leave you much time to think about it. There's no processing, right? The way you get out to complement that type of impulse is to step back and breathe and look at bigger picture things. You got so addicted to one kind, you hit like 98% correct reviews on average and catch yourself waiting every hour for more reviews just like a junkie. Yeah, that definitely happens. Yep. You tackled like pretty much the first month, or like the first 100 days, or the day 200. I covered a bunch of things that pretty much I was no different. I'm like, okay, here's the track, like, here's the thing that I'm going to go away from. So when 200 day into the 300 day, I strayed away from accuracy. I actually strayed away from SRS entirely. I started using my other strategies like story building, like grouping, analytical tools. So that's where I did that. I even say it now where I basically don't use the SRS anymore. Like I don't use, like I throw out accuracy. I throw out accuracy for error correction. So right away my things became error correcting. So all I focused on was developing subroutines for building upon error. So every time I make a mistake or every time I notice something, the whole anticipation is to look forward to what I notice and then add and modify. There was no more accuracy. I actually threw out accuracy. In fact, in Bunpro, as you can see here, I have 2,139 reviews. I have over 4,440 HanziHero reviews. I threw out SRS as well now. Now I'm content farming. So most of my stuff now is for the service of routine, like a developing the process and working on routines and whatnot. So that's how you break from it, right? It's still a lot of fun. I'm telling you, I still play video games, so I'm good to go. Like if you're into that, like literally right now in P5X, like I play Persona 5, the Phantom X. I literally score farmed to the first place on something, and it required a permutation that only occurred 3.2% of the time. At least that's how I figured out it to be. It's across 4 minutes and 30 seconds, and it requires about 241 actions, and those 241 actions have to line up on an RNG that has a 3.2% chance of occurring in order to hold the high score. Like, I totally understand how addictive it is to want to like aim for certain scores and certain permutations. So I do engage in that from time to time. But the idea is that we're balancing it out, right? Like, I don't, you want to keep yourself a little nimble. Do not, like, doing something in excess is also a human response. When you do it in excess, it ceased to be like something sustainable, and it becomes something dysfunctional, which is, you described something that I would say most people who are able to go overcome that or evolve from that, they're still language learners today. They still love Japanese, right? Those who didn't, they probably take a 1-year hiatus, come back to it, repeat the same process, and then do it at least 3 times, and then eventually cross paths with me, and they would tell me about how they quit the first time, the second time, the third time. And my first thought is like, do you see a common theme between the first 3 ones? And they would tell me, no, it's different, because they've learned from their mistakes. And my first thought is, it sounds like the core mistake you made is not, it's not your fault, in my opinion. Like, what I mean is, it's more so that we're all human and we do repeat these things. Like, once you separate yourself from the addictive quality of a certain routine that becomes dysfunctional, you can relapse into it any day. Like, it's like, it doesn't sound any, like, if you draw an analogs to like alcohol abuse, eating sugary things, you can kind of run parallelisms. It's a bit of a, those are harsher and darker topics than learning Japanese. However, if you ask them about what their lifestyle choices are like, you would also see a semblance of those similar patterns. It might not be Japanese. It could be seen in their diet. It could be seen in their problem-solving skills, where they would repeat. They would divorce themselves from the routine because it becomes dysfunctional, which is good if they are able to divorce themselves. Some people don't. Some people continue to do that, and their tolerance level goes up, but their dysfunctional level also goes up, right? They are able to tolerate the level of dysfunction continuously. Let's not get started on how Pokemon cards and collecting expensive cardboard is out of control. Like, I thought I was being conservative. I have a problem with materialism when I was younger. So I obviously collected cards and all that stuff. I was human as well. So when I was a kid, I did collect a bunch of things, and eventually kind of started encroaching upon my life. So nowadays, the silver lining about digital goods is it doesn't at least physically encroach on my life. But still, collecting things and materialism is like an understatement nowadays. I can't even tell you how crazy it is to see recordings of how rapid people can become over collecting material goods that systematically serve no sentimentalism anymore. There's not even a value system attached to them other than something like make the number go up situation. It's crazy. Anyways, that's another deep cut for another day. This is a really awesome topic that I have more and more examples of now, because I am privileged to be able to share some of this with other people, because I honestly think that together, when you bring people like that together, they can also help each other with figuring out new ways to engage in things. Like how not to be upset when you have a 98% accuracy. I literally, someone else that I know, we spoke publicly, so in one of the streams or multiple streams, her first thought was, oh, you're not supposed to be perfect over time. I'm like, I'm not entirely sure where you started, where you got that impression, but man, the idea that when you learn something means that you can never forget it and you never have to maintain it. So over time, the obvious conclusion is that if you learn vocabulary or do SRS, eventually you're supposed to get 100%, right? Like all the time, every single time. I don't know. Like, it's crazy though. It's crazy how SRS can make you think that. You know, when he kind of explicitly says you're outside the learning zone, above 95 or so, the drawing lady is mad at you. The 95% is outside the learning zone? Interesting. Okay, let's complete our second topic, and then we'll go on to HanziHero. All right, so what are our examples here?
明日、僕の彼女の両親に会います。
Oh, this is an exception. You could put 明日に if you wanted, sort of. It would change it up a little bit though.
来年日本に行きたいと思っています。2日に友達と花見に行きます。
Oh wait, I was like, if it was April, this would have been interesting. Coincidence. Anyways, good night. Thanks for the digression. Yeah, a lot to think about. Yeah, thanks for chilling, Mark. I hope everything is going well. Good luck. Yeah, sleep well. Good luck with everything. Thanks for stopping by, as always. When used as a noun, relative time words will follow the regular rules and be used with case marking particles. When used as a relative, yeah, with case marking, okay. Yeah, like a no. In any other way that nouns are normally used.
今日の天気は雨です。
Right.
先月の売り上げは良かったです。
Fair enough. I'll take that call. Okay, so what's happening? Executive. Maybe an assistant. Oh, yep. And making meetings. Okay, canceling meetings. Oh, lunch meetings. And then appointments with other people. What is that? No to some sort of conversation because she's away traveling. And what is that supposed to be? Is that like juggling a bunch of things? Like there's a lot of things he needs to juggle. Okay. And then something about leaving maybe a message that he needs to call. Alright, let's find out.
今田さん、今日は12時から会議があります。14時に会議が終わりますが、お昼ご飯は先に食べますか？畑さん、今はお腹が空いていないから後で食べるよ。今田さん、わかりました。16時半に奥さんが会社に来ますよ。
That was his wife.
畑さん、わかったよ。今田さんも妻に会うの？今田さん、私は会いませんよ。奥さんが今度沖縄旅行に行くので、
Oh,
その
she's
予約を
traveling.
しに行きます。それから最後に今夜のパーティーのケーキを買いに行くので、18時に会社に着くと思います。
Oh, okay.
畑さん、今日は忙しいんだね。
ですね。
今田さん、はい。最初奥さんは昼に来ると言っていましたが、今朝の電話で 今日の昼は友達と食べに行くと言いました。畑さん、そうだったんだね。これからは妻の電話は僕が出るよ。
calling his wife
今
instead.
田さん、奥さんから電話が来るときは電話の音が大きいのですぐにわかると思います。
Okay. I might have lost the last part. He's gonna call his wife. Anyway, so it is his wife. Okay. So, Imada. Imada-san is the... Hada-san is this guy, and then Imada-san is the secretary. You check the drawing again, and the learning zone is 85 to 95%, by the way. Yeah, I put it as low as 80. Mock. I put it as low as 80. I do the 80-20 rule all the time, so 80 is 80 plus. Usually not 100%, but 80. You're good. Yeah. Learning zone's funny. We'll have to talk about learning zone in the future, like what your learning zone is. Rando maxing. Yeah. 80-20. Alright, so today, he says, today I have a meeting, right? Kaigi. There's a meeting at 12, or from 12, starting at 12. You could argue, like, starting at 12, but from 12. And then it will finish at 14. But, big but, I would have to eat lunch first, or I would have to eat lunch before that, in front of that, because he's using the sake. Yep. But are you going to lunch? Yeah, are you going? Oh yeah, she's asking. Sorry, this is in the form of a question. Yes, because it's the secretary or the assistant. So meeting is from 12 today. It will finish at 2. Sorry, I totally forgot to say the time. 14. Juyo. Man, Juyoji. As opposed to what is it? Ni gogo. Ni gogo ni or something like that. Just using gogo. But are you the exercise is on G, so that's why they're using G in my opinion. And then you have to go. Are you going to lunch first? And then, what is this guy's name? Ita? Hata? Oh yeah, this is Hata, the field. Hata-san. Today I'm not hungry, so I will eat after, right? Or I'll eat later. I'm not hungry at the moment. Ima wa, right now, this moment. And then she's like, I understand. So at 16 and a half, right? 16 half. 16時半に your wife is gonna arrive at the company, right? At the office. Or 4:30, alternatively. It doesn't really matter to me. I would say 16:30, that's fine. Okay. わかったよ. I understand, or I understood, and he's using, this is a nuance that we have to keep in mind. He's the boss, so he's using casual speech versus the assistant who's using tenego, right? Because he would be the seniority, like the higher rank, and she would be lower. So that's a excellent thing to be aware of. I'm consistently aware of people's, like, immediately I'm like, oh, wakatta yo. Then right, Imada-san, yeah, are you going to meet your Her too? Oh, his. Are you going to see her too? Like the wife? Oh, wow. That contextually was a little weird. I'm like, whose wife? Yeah. So yeah, see her as in his wife. Yeah, his wife. And then he used tsuma instead of oksan. Oksan. This is also speech a speech shift. So Oksan Imada-san is trying to politely talk about someone else's wife, or especially um her boss's wife, and then that it is his wife. So Tsuma, right? Tsuma is a different way, and I would say it ranks more personable than Oksan in its function. And then Imada-san says, so we are not going to see each other, right? We are not going to see each other. The wife, the wife, because she is going to travel, and kondo Okinawa, right? 旅行. So it's gonna travel to Okinawa some recently. Kondo is another example of a relative time. I think it's supposed to be relative time or relative degree. Another example, anyways. And then they're because they're going to I am going to meet them there, or I have an appointment. There was a promise to go, or to go, like a promise to go. And then what? それから So from then, right? Or like from then, finally, or lastly, at night there is I'm gonna go buy something for the I buy a cake for the party, because at 1800 hours, or I think I'm going to arrive they're going to arrive at the company at 1800, or I will. No, I won't see her. Your wife is going to Okinawa soon. Oh, it's soon. Kondo, yeah, like soon, like recent, around the area. So I'm going, and in this case, iku is contextualizing kondo, and so I'm going to make the plans for that, right? Oh, it's plans, not promises. I'm going to make plans. Okay. And then after that, yeah. So after that, it's interesting. It has それから and then also 最後に. So 最後 is like the very end of the previous thing. So after that, after this thing, それ from this thing, the next thing, so the very next thing, which is the end of something, so 最後. Lastly, right? After that, lastly, 最後に, I'm going to go and buy a cake for tonight's party, right? Konya. And then I'll arrive at the office at 6. Oh, because they're talking about why they're buying the cake. Okay. I didn't contextualize that properly. I think I will, which would be I will arrive. It's very busy today, right? You know, ne? Right? Busy today. Yep. Also, first, right? 最初. your wife is she said, or oh no, how does iteimasu mashita ga? Because your wife said that she's going, like, they're going to arrive in the afternoon, you should call this morning, like call this morning. They said that they're going to eat with friends in the afternoon today. Yeah, initially your wife, so Saigo, initially your wife said she will come at lunch, but on the phone this morning. The reason is, this is de using reason, but on the phone she said that she will be going to, oh no, this is but. And then on the phone this morning, that's fine. And then she says she will be going to lunch with a friend, that's fine. Then so that is that so, as in like so in the past tense? Then from now I'm gonna call her. Take my wife's call. Oh, take my wife's call. Oh, it's not call her. Oh, this is a what? Yeah, so take and deru. I will take her call. Okay. This relationship, this part is a little, I'm having problems a little bit here. The relationship between deru, boku, while marking, it makes sense though, knowing this part though. So I guess this would consider deru being used as a form of taking something, not necessarily answering or receiving. I guess this might be receiving. I don't know deru this use, but fair enough. And then kuru, and then ji, iwa. So I got, it's a hard, this last part is a bit hard. I'm gonna say, so when your wife's call comes, right, from the time the phone call comes, there will be a big noise. There will be like a phone noise or something, like a big phone noise. Voice call, like is that how you say? Wait, this is. But the noise, like the phone noise, will be big? I thought maybe it's like speakerphone or something. Soon, I think I will answer, like, I will understand, you'll know, like, soon or right away. Okay, I think you'll know. Like, since the phone is, it's just literally, it's just saying the phone is loud when your wife calls. Okay. I didn't get why they would say that, so I didn't know. Maybe I thought, I don't know what I was thinking there. It literally does say, since the phone is loud when your wife calls. I'm not entirely sure why you would say that. I feel like I've lost an intent here, like maybe it's just like when it rings or something, like you'll definitely notice, I guess. it's kind of a weird way. I might be reading too much into this, but is Imada just low key saying her boss's wife is very loud on the phone? I'm kidding, but anyways, that's what I thought initially. Like, I thought, like, is she saying that she's really loud on the phone? Or is she saying the phone rings very loudly, so you'll know right away that she's calling, which is the more reasonable way. All I can imagine is like, yeah, your wife is loud. My man, your wife is loud. It's fine. I almost feel like there's a sentiment here. There's a sentiment here about like, oh, don't worry about it. Your phone will be loud enough for you to notice when she calls. So you'll be good. Right? 大丈夫だ。大丈夫だ。電話の音が大きい、right? 大きいので、大きいので大丈夫だ。ね? Right? As opposed to like すぐにわかる, which is like to know, and then と思います. So I think you will know right away. That's kind of a tough one. I was thinking more like, I think no immediately, right? Because your phone is loud. And I'm like, okay. But it's when she calls. It's a little bit, it's interesting. All right. So that's a wrap for today. We had a little bit of more digression and a little banter about approaches. As a reflexive to the digression, yeah, topics like learning stuff like this and developing connections with the stuff, far more engaging to me, or like retaining, because it leaves opportunity for me to apply and derivatively or integratively or synthetically tie it with all the other things I know. So I do quite enjoy this. And in my opinion, this type of format is a bit more beyond like reading a graded reader. Obviously, you could argue that reading a graded reader does a stronger 80-20 split. Basically, like, you are even more obligatorily engaging in deductive reasoning and all that, like comprehensible input, etc. And this one, this way, there's a combination of explicit instruction, which again doesn't qualify as the CI-ish related thing that most people are referring to, that other people can misconstrue, right? Like, input only is not created equal, like the type of input. So explicit instruction is a form of input. It might not be the one in which you're deductively doing the input, right? That's what the comprehensible input is a combination of achieving something that's unknown through framing it around things that are known. Now, this does more like other things. So to me, where you sacrifice the volume, right? That's the thing that I was focusing on. Diving in the deep end creates high volume. When you start to specialize in something, it creates a high volume, increasingly high volume per unit time. For myself, it's more like how integrative most thing is. I'm willing to take it slowly as long as it's like higher in depth and quality and dynamics. So the topics are doing a lot for me. Like, what I mean is a lot for me as in entertaining wise or rewarding wise. You have different organizational structures all in one thing. It's incredibly highly dynamic. Versus, oh, just keep reading more graded readers. Like, keep routinely refining your process that you're working on. That's another different approach. It's more efficient, You gotta love that word, right? People will tell me something is more efficient. It's like, I get it. I mean, I'm not gonna disagree with you. It's not more efficient. Like, if you say it's more efficient, I actually agree you on principle. Is it higher in quality? Efficiency doesn't necessarily lead to quality. We have to keep that in mind, right? Like, there are plenty of things in this world that are highly efficient that would be characteristically, if not stereotypically, considered lower in quality. I can give you a really hot take right now. I don't even have to mention this anymore. It starts with the letter A and ends with the letter I. Technically, you should have to add slop after it, but right, great example of high efficiency doesn't necessarily lead to quality. So that's a bit of a hot take. Sorry, AI tends to catch a lot of strays these days. AI slop specifically. All right, that's a wrap for today. That's all I have time for. So if you want to watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. HanziHero, Bunpro for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, discuss, share some coffee talk before going to bed, right? And yeah, until next time. 皆さんはまたね。いてくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, stretch, walk around, and I'll be back for HanziHero. Thank you. Alright, folks. Welcome back, everyone. 欢迎大家回来。今天是第566天。It is day 566. There was another curriculum update. They're shuffling things around. Oh, another update. 6 days from the last one. So perhaps Kevin is reinvigorated on updating certain things. Pretty neat. So I think this recent curriculum update is still making. There was a post on the HSK, the revised HSK 3.0, which I'm referring as 3.1 because to differentiate for this update. And they also updated a bit of the mnemonics and definitions here and there. No, nothing like there weren't any new additions as far as I know. So we're gonna continue with our lessons here. 20 lessons. I moo. Oh wait, that didn't trigger any sound. I moo. We got our love and admire, adore. That's pretty cute. I moo. So 我一真 so always 我一真爱慕他的笑容。
爱慕
Wow, that was really delayed. Okay. Oh, 一直 oh, that's right. That's a different read, right? 直 that's being used as a counter. So we gotta get used to the different reads, despite knowing the definition, right? Oh no, it's true. What am I thinking of? Oh, I'm thinking of reality or truth. This is straight. Just kidding. That's straight. 一直 kind of like what was the other one? 切一切 Interesting. It has kind of a whole thing going on. That might be a coincidence though. And 笑容 interesting. I guess you could say like the shape, the form, or containment of smiling. 那个男子 Interesting, 男子 男子 what is that? I wanted to say 木木还是默默 Yeah, it could be 默默默默的爱慕他 Yeah, 默默 quietly 他们因为uh-oh I want to say 会相 or is it 互相 I'm gonna go 会相爱慕are相 oh no 相恋还是线还是遇 oh no 恋 dang it oh and it's who yeah it was either who or hui and I couldn't think of which one it is. It was a 50 and R 相恋 what did I say? I think one of them was Lian. Lian, it was a 50-50 between Yu and Lian. It does kind of look like a Bian too, so. Okay.
爱慕放纵
Zong. Oh, that's right. Zong got an update. So Zong is to let loose now, as opposed to vertical. So what is that? Fang is to release, and Zong to let loose, to indulge. Okay, I got you. Release inhibition, indulgence. 他放纵自己吃很多糖 Fair enough. 我们不要放纵情节 emotions 情节叫情愫 oh yeah that's 愫 my bad that's a thought not 节 is okay. Yeah, it's wrong. Not Thai. This is 绪, 情绪. 绪 is thoughts of emotion. So emotions. She is useful to think of like line of thought or thread of thought. 念情人, so young people. 念情人, spring chicken is what I think about. 念情人, 不应该 or no 不该 no 不应什么不应 that's guy, right? Yeah, 不应该看重. I don't know why I struggled on guy. In guy. I guess the spacing is throwing me off. I feel like these are together.
放纵温馨
Wen xing, wen is warm. Xing, fragrance? The heck? Oh no. Let me think about this for a moment. Maybe it's more like fragrance. It kind of reminds me of like whey. How whey works. Like the flavor of something. Like the aspect. Soft and sweet. Warm oh, okay. Alright. I got you. 他给了我一个温馨的 what's the other embrace? 拥 right? 拥抱 okay. 这是一段温馨的回忆 okay. Yep, more memory. 这是一个温馨的家 okay. I'm loving. I get the fragrance thing.
温馨赞成
As opposed to like a warm temperature, right? Like as opposed to temperature. It's more like the feeling of warmness. Figuratively speaking, like loveliness, nurture, like kind of like soft feeling, like a homeliness. 赞成 so praise plus become agree to turn into a praise. Okay. To approve. Okay, to approve is a little bit closer. I'm not sure about agree. That's kind of a tough one. 我赞成这个提议 proposal. 大家都赞成这个想法。他不赞成这个决定。Different ways of expressing the same thing, actually.
赞成
Or a similar thing. We're gonna use approve. I feel like approve strikes
鹤
a
立鸡群
鹤立鸡群. 鹤 is retreat. 立 stand. 鸡 chicken. And 群 is a crowd. So a bird? Oh no, that's bird. That's huh. That's a crane. So crane stands in a crowd of chickens. A crane among chickens. Oh, is this like the ugly duckling situation or the black sheep? manifestly superior, best of the bunch. Oh, it's the opposite. Yeah, it's the opposite. That's right, because a crane is more exotic than a chicken. It's quite literally the opposite of the black sheep and the or kind of, because the black sheep is more so a dubious nature. Like, you're not, it's more from a perspective of conformity. Like, the black sheep does not conform, so it's often stigmatized. Meanwhile, a crane among is like cream of the crop, right? That's interesting. I like this. Yeah, best of the bunch, the cream of the crop. Interesting. Holy, I actually misread this. I thought it was che. Che, this thing is on the right and it has something. So he ji quan, not quan, ji quan. Neat. 他高大音什么？音 I want to say it's Ling. No, it's not Ling. 鹤立鸡群。英论. How does 论 work? Oh, is this supposed to be like? Oh, this is supposed to be handsome too, or like, yeah. I thought this was string. Oh, did I misread this? Oh yeah, string. Okay, that's fine. I accidentally misread it as run, string. 他为学生的财富I was gonna say 才华. Is this 花? Kind of looks like it. Maybe not. 真 oh there's 真 真是鹤立鸡群. Hua, sorry, 花 not 花 hua. 才华 which is talent. Hua is supposed to be like, oh yeah, hua. However, it also means like splendor or showy of some sort. 在这场比赛里，鹤立鸡群 in this, yeah.
在这场比赛里，他鹤立鸡群。
鸡群 Okay.
鹤立鸡群。
I love this expression, a crane among.
爱慕。温馨。放纵。赞成。鹤立鸡群。
Okay.
实践
实is reality. 践 is trample. To put into practice. Reality to trample? Okay. That's gonna be a little tough one. I think maybe like to step out into reality is to put things into practice. It's good enough. 我事件计划 plan. 他在工作中 实践理论 which is put a theory into practice at work 工作中 something pass or elevates, so something 过 it's not tease, right? I don't think so. So I almost want to say it's toe. Wait, how do you get toe? How do you get Tarzan and bakery at the same time? I don't think it's... How do you get toe guo or yo guo? Oh, it's... oh, it is toe, yeah. Why does toe sound so weird? 透过时间实践提高技能 so improve skills. Oh yeah, 透过 why is toe so weird? How common is the sound toe? That would explain it. I have only one example of toe. I'm like, why does toe sound more... Actually, how many... I'm genuinely curious how many... Yeah, I think this might actually be the only toe I know.
实践光泽
光泽 Alright, maybe literal light. Okay, literal light and the is a swamp. Oh no, this is the same in Japanese. Or like, it's the same like type of thing. To use something to describe a swamp to get something good, like a luster or luxury. Luxury also uses this like contrast. Oh man, swamp is bad news bears. Luster, interesting. Like maybe reflect the rays off of the glowing swamp, like a gloss or sheen.这颗 oh, that's a counter again. 这颗 right, 颗 is the counter. 珍珠 right, 珍珠有美丽的光泽。这颗 yeah. Oh, the other one. How do you get this? Oh no, how do you get this counter? I'm gonna say ghost in the soil. 这块 yeah, lump 这块 I was gonna say 怪这块石头石头没有光泽新车的表面很有光泽表面 the face or surface heck
光泽起伏
to rise and then 伏 oh to bend over rise and fall. All right, I feel like bend over has quite a lot. Oh, to undulate. Yeah, that's fine. Lines up with Japanese. 他的心情 他的心情，回着 let right 回着比赛，比赛决呃结果还是结果结果结果起伏。
他的心情随着比赛结果起伏。
美面哦，no no no，海面，美面，海面。Okay, interesting. Is that supposed to be a count, or is it supposed to be with or concerning? Concerning with, yeah. So, 海面回风起伏。他的情绪，起伏不定。His emotions rise and fall，不定 unexpectedly。
起伏。仪器。
仪器，that's just machinery and an instrument. Oh no, wait. Oh right. A right utensil. Oh no. Apparatus? I don't know how I feel about that. I'm not sure how I feel about that. 这个仪器仪器 is kind of hard to remember. 这个仪器很先进at the head or the cutting edge advanced. 医院有很多仪器，OK instruments that have been 这个仪器可以测划不是测量温度man 测量 wrong tone 测量温度。
仪器。长征。
A long expedition, a long march, fair enough. It's capitalized. I think this might actually be referring to something. Like, something specific. Yeah, the long march. Right, the Civil War. Yeah, okay. It is referring to that. This is a proper noun. Leisure, right? Leisure, Lexi,历史课提到长征mention 到我在书上书上 really 书上读到 in before that's interesting as opposed to the other way around 读到长征老师正在介绍长征 introduce 很多学生是why do I think is 知道长征长征是一段历史Yeah, it's quite important. Sure.
长征。实践。
Eh? Oh. Wait.
长征
What did I type there? Oh. 起伏.
光泽
起伏.
起伏
What? Oh.
仪器外援
外援. Outside. Yuan? Outside of assist? Oh, external. Oh, outside. Yeah. External assistance. Outside help. Foreign aid. 外援. 我们需要外援。我们正在等 oh 等 as in like miscellaneous. Oh, 等 as in wait. Wait, how does 等 does that flex for both? It does flex for both. I should, yeah. Wait. 等外援. What 从来. Oh yeah, 从 also has a variant too in meaning. 我从来不accept. How do we accept? Oh. 也接受 or 接受外援.
外援好歹
好歹. The heck? Good and evil? In any case? Oh goodness, that's not good. Oh no, that's at any rate, anyhow, and then good and evil. Okay, anyhow, in any case, any rate, good or evil. Yeah, I kind of see that. Oh, I just made the gesture. Yeesh. Gen Z gesture. It was a old gesture before it was that gesture. 好歹是我们的 leader. Definitely leader. Dren. One is Dren. 领导. Oh no, that's Dao for guide. 领导. What is Ling? Collar? Oh yeah, 领导. 我们好歹还有一些时间. Oh, 还有 not 还有 because special. It's a connector. Still, right? Still. 你好歹该说 Oh no, yeah, 该说一什么 What is this? 一声谢谢. Oh, 声 is a counter as well. Or at least. Oh, it's not at least. Interesting. 一声?
好歹，渺小，
渺小. Miao is insignificant and xiao, yeah, negligible, insignificantly small. 这问题 seems, oh no. 这问题想的渺小。那显的这点还是点这点力量太渺小，违法违法感还是公该 maybe like 该 I wanted to say 变 tapestry and then 结果改变 right 无法改变改变结果 so fruits become or change into and then I have no idea how 无法 works. Maybe 无法改变 not, oh, it's not possible to change. Oh, maybe this is because it's negative already. Interesting. 我们在这件事上的影响很渺小。
渺小，发掘，
send out and dig. Oh, excavate. Oh yeah, okay, yeah, excavate makes sense. Oh, nerve. 工人发掘古老的城市 ，fair enough. 老古学家 Oh, archaeologist. Oh yeah, 老古 interesting. 老古学家发掘遗址 Oh no, 遗址 how do I get 址 leftover 址 what was 址 I want to say it's like remains address yikes I was thinking she for ruins instead 址 do you look like a 址 you don't look like a 址 maybe because of I don't know why you look is this because of stop yeah it is because of stop okay 遗址 so the address of like a leftover thing can be seen site I was thinking more like ruins remains 他们在山上发掘化石 a fossil 化石 turn into stone, so fossilize.
发掘发泄
泄 discharge, send out discharge to vent. Okay, kind of hard to know that it's dealing with venting. Like when you discharge something, it could be a liquid, like to excrete. 发泄, I guess then when we're thinking about 泄, it could be used. I don't know if it can be used for both liquids, gas. I think it can. 泄, not in this case though, like this word, but it can be coupled with something, possibly, or even electricity, maybe. 泄去不要用it's probably 含来发泄 How does this work? 含 shouting 用含 What is this vocabulary? What do you mean, what is this vocabulary? Aren't you supposed to be sleeping? 他常常发泄怒气 I mean, what do you mean? It's just really native like. Oh.
发泄
Oh no, I just wrote native like. Okay.
外援发泄
发泄
好歹
Whoops. That was a typo. Case in any case.
发掘渺小
Alright.
打扰
打扰 what do we got? We got like striking, and then 扰 is also to disturb. So striking, disturb, you can disturb something for sure. 对不起，打扰了你。yeah, 打扰了你。请不要打扰他工作。yeah, 不要打扰我休息。Fair enough. Those are pretty reasonable.
打扰
Same.
嗓子
嗓子 oh, that is a throat. That's the other throat. And then child, but this is a placeholder. So 嗓子. Yeah, this is either you know it or you don't. You either know this is throat or not. It's san plus mouth, or something to do with the mouth. And then 字 is a placeholder. It's a thing. 我的嗓子有点痛。你的嗓子 yeah, this stuff is like, if you have a reading character, if you have a sound character next to a classifier character, like a radical, right? If you have a sound radical next to a classifier radical, and then you have a placeholder place over a complementary character, then it's either you know it or you don't. There's no other way around it. It's kind of like 孩子. You either know 孩子 is a child or you don't. Anything with a 字 is a placeholder. It's a thing. And then anything with a random character or radical that gives you the sound, then the classification is right. Like you could definitely add like spirit to it, then it would be some sort of emotion. If you add a tree to it, then it's some sort of plant. If you add flowers on top, some sort of plant related. If you add an insect next to it, it's something dealing with an insect. If you add a horse, it deals something with a horse. So one of the structures, really classical, reliable structures for Chinese reading. Or Hanzi. No one, like, do you think it's phonetic? I kind of treat it as phonetic. Like 50 to 60% of Hanzi, anyways. 你的嗓子怎么样？ Okay. 喝点热水，喝点热水对嗓子有帮助。Yeah, 帮助。Can I help? Definitely some warm water.
嗓子
嗓子
疲劳
疲劳 tired and labor. Yeah, fatigued, tired from labor. 疲劳长什么？长 fly across. Heck. 长 fly something. 飞行会让人感到疲劳。Oh yeah. Is it tool? Yeah, it's tool. Fly across.
长途飞行会让人感到疲劳。
长途, so like a long crossing. 飞行, which is flight. 他工作太久。Heck, already. 已经 right? 已经疲劳了。
他工作太久，已经疲劳了。
开车太久。我开始觉得疲劳。Yeah, after driving too long, I started to feel fatigue. Yes.
疲劳模范
model, the double models, the two models put together. 模范。我是模范学生。Oh, that type of model, interesting. 他被选为 or it's probably two. 选为模范员工。员工。Yeah, 他被选为模范员工。老师表扬 OK. 老师表扬模范同学。Dang it, wrong tongue. You were checking out the Shanghai Tibet Railway today, and honestly, wow, you're getting more Chinese. Chinese ingenuity is pretty rad. There's some really interesting things when it comes to looking at engineering, like things of Chinese creation. 同学。Okay.
模范纵然
Oh, this is let loose again, and then it's nature of letting loose. So even if, dang, that's kind of rough. Yeah, with ran, anything with ran is a particle. It's a conditional particle. It is involved in particle construction or particle-like construction. So like conditionals, if, but, nature of something, 然 the 纵然 even though, yeesh. Okay. Just gotta know. 纵然 So 纵然下雨我也要go out 出门
纵然下雨，我也要出门。
纵然的 loss 纵然失败不纵然 or is it 腐败失败我们也要 oh no 也要 what's that 尝试 dang it 尝试 yeah that's 是 it does kind of look like it does look like 是 more than 尝 Yeah, you were helping out with a couple conference submissions at the internship the other day, and most of the stuff in the proceeding was Chinese. Oh, okay. I see. 中原路很环 Oh, too far away. 圆 not 环圆 Oh, 还是环 Oh, that's 环 Or is it 圆 Oh, no, it's 圆他也会去远 far away 可以
纵然
it's gone. Disturb 吵打扰 Oh man 打扰
嗓子纵然
that's a typo
疲劳打扰模范
All right, solid. Is it a pretty good day? Another 20 lessons. We might have to do some active recall for our lessons soon. We still got like 100 new words, and they're covering characters that we had for some time now, so. All right, that's it for lessons today. Always love the reading, just reading stuff. Reading 4 sentences is good. Which somehow leads to a conflict because Chinese just seems so much more useful while still fascinating than Japanese, but you guess that Japanese culture being much more accessible is decisive? Yeah, it's tough. Despite, and also we even then, right? You could choose Spanish. Like if we were trying to like be a little bit more weighing the odds, right? Chinese is definitely, there is a lot of practical use because of its influence. However, then it is very restrictive because you don't have access to it, right? Because it's segregated. Chinese culture is segregated. And then in Japanese, it's very accessible because of media exposure. However, the language itself has not a proportional reach because the language itself reflects how many users, right? And in terms of Japanese, it's like a drop in the bucket compared to Chinese. However, you combine those two, if it's decisive in a way, you could argue, why aren't you learning French and Spanish? Because if there's any parallelisms to be drawn to like English, for example, which has the both accessibility and the influence, using those two, like, those two measuring metrics, right? The accessibility plus the usefulness, then we come to the question of French, German, and Spanish, right? Naturally. German equals base. So you have those things, right? And my first thought is like, yeah, Spanish not based. You just gotta learn Spanish, you know. I do know Spanish, by the way. I would have to say, colloquially, I probably read Spanish a lot faster than anything else. I just haven't gotten back around to refreshing my Spanish, like elevating my Spanish. I have not elevated my Spanish, and not too often do I have opportunities to speak Spanish. Usually I'm reactively speaking Spanish, like acknowledging stuff, like basically saying things like "so desu ka?" Right? Es verdad, ne? Right? Es verdad que, que cuando es, or cuando está, right? Cuando está, sorry. Basically just saying things like "doko desu ka?" "Dare desu ka?" Usually, and then acknowledging stuff. Right? Es verdad. Por favor, right? Por favor. Speaking of like 谢谢对不起 situations, or すみません, right? すみません. Perdón, right? Perdóme. Let's see. All right, cool. That's it for HanziHero today. What do you have against Spanish, Mog? Spanish has like a incredible. We're talking about empire building now, right? We have the English-speaking, former English-speaking extended empire, and then we have also the Spanish, right? The Spanish conquistadors. Talking about like lingual reach and influence and accessibility. You've been to Spain countless times and visited most of the countries, and they do not care about stuff enough for me to contemplate learning the language. That's fair enough. Spanish people wrecked your theory of mine. All right, well, there's still Latina culture, right? Latina culture and like Brazilian, the Portuguese adjacent stuff, like that type of Americana, right? Like the other, we have to remember that Americana, a lot of times I'm referring to the United States Americana, but we got to think about South America too, and Central America, like the Americas. Obviously, I'm across the pond, right? Across the Atlantic Ocean. So oftentimes when I think of Spanish, I'm thinking like the broader Spanish colonialism, like the Spanish Empire related, the former span of that. Latin greater than Spanish was still not enough. Fair enough. Like to me, give me carpaccio and like some salsa and like gazpacho. I forgot what the spelling is. Like salsa, like when we come to like enchilada and quesadilla, right? Tamales and stuff. We're talking about Mexicano, right? Hispanic stuff now. And I mean, occasionally I could have access to like Argentinian stuff, which by the way, their Spanish is like the localized Spanish is unintelligible to me. Like, oh, don't get me started on things like that. But they're too northern for anything Latin, but too eastern for anything Anglo-Saxon. Yeah, you heard, yeah, Argentinian Spanish, like, whatever. It's still funny. In English, where I'm from, most of the Spanish I'm used to is Dominican, Dominican Spanish, and then the other most appropriate one is probably Puerto Rican related, and then occasionally we would get Mexicano stuff. Spain Spanish, like, what is that, Castilian, or I forgot how to pronounce those things, but I heard like certain regional Spanish from Spain, and it's like very, very tough. The only thing you intersect at would probably be the Mexican Coke thing. Yeah, the Mexican Coke thing, which is what we brought up. Nice clue. I see what you're doing, Mock. You're doing that technique too. I like it. Bringing back the associated intersects for memory talk. Yeah, a recent mention of Mexican Coke. The reason I bring up Spanish is because I live in the United States, and it is very part of the American identity these days. It's very difficult to walk, like when you visit places or go to the city or something, even like any form of food service and like utility, you cross Latina Spanish a lot. So even despite, it's kind of like if you ever want an example of, and you communicate even though you can't respond in Spanish, you probably can if you live in the United States long enough. It's because like lots of normal things due to traveling, like hospitality and stuff, are run by Spanish speakers. It's kind of like even if you don't understand a lick of Chinese, if you walk inside, like if you walk into enough Chinese restaurants, you kind of just know what they're saying. Like, oh, that person's probably complaining about me being picky. Sorry, I'm like talking about the stereotypical American stereotype. Honestly, that's what my parents would do, but they would be happy to serve someone regardless. You had the Mexican-American War gone different? Had the Mexican-American War gone different? Yeah, that is certainly something. Yeah, that is definitely something interesting, especially the couple Texans, right? Texans that I've spoken to historically, talking about historical things. Texas. Anyways, that's a little. We'll possibly talk more about like Spanish related things possibly in the future. That is the Latin, right? That is the Romance language that I'm most familiar with. There is a hard sell for French. Like there are some very. I've came across a few people who are incredibly enthusiastic about French. I had more colleagues who were French than Spanish. Did I? Hold up. Well, Cubano and Puerto Rican. But surprisingly, I had 2 or 3 French colleagues as well. You're exaggerating the Spanish thing, obviously, but you know. Am I exaggerating the Spanish thing? Or, like, are you? I don't know. Feels like you have some sort of, are they really dead in the eyes? I don't know. I've never been to Spain. The side of me feels like, I've had very fond interactions, but hear me out though. The Spanish interactions that I usually have are second generation, so they're most of them are multicultural Spanish interactions. Basically, like people like immigration related, so Spanish Americans, right? That's kind of the mantra of my fond memories. Like, what are my fondness about Germans or Polish Americans and German Americans, right? And oftentimes, when it comes to Polish and German, they're usually third generation. So it could be very difficult, but when they talk about their grandparents and, grandparents and parents, they still have memories and heritages tied to that. German is most common where I am from. So usually most of my friends or people that I meet, they're third generation. So their grandparents still have memories of their heritage. They just accept that stuff is broken, doesn't work, sleep till 5 a.m. from then car share with you and ask if Poland speaks English as a mother tongue. That's kind of funny, the sleeping thing, the siesta. Lots of catcalling and muchachos. Oh, okay, that's fair. That's fair. I do get that impression. Yeah, Basque Country is great though. Yeah, okay. Basque. I guess it's in contrast to like Italiano, right? Like Italy stuff. You could learn Italian. I have a very stereotypical like impression of Italy because Italy like la dolce la vida dolce, right? Like the whole romanticism of Italy. I've yet to visit Italy. One of my boss was Italian. Like she was a very proud and expressive Italian woman, as I would quote her. So my impressions are very expressive, vibrant people. All right. With that, enough of that celebratory of a cross-cultural exchange. That's a wrap for HanziHero today. If you're gonna watch this later, 谢谢. When planning a Euro tour, I'll give some thoughts. Oh yeah. Soul maxing. I try to look at all. I find culture endearing, for better or for worse. Like, don't get me started on Germans and by the way, just as a tidbit, we can still talk about my stereotypical impressions of Polish culture because of CD Projekt Red. Because of CDPR, I have a very stereotyped thing, and usually I think about them as charming, like even if it's bad or good, like from the perspective of people that actually live there and whatnot. I typically find most things endearing because they're different microcosms of humanity, they're different microcosms of human nature. So I find both the bad and the good very characteristically endearing. Obviously this could create a conflict of interest with those who may not find it as endearing, like bad things not as endearing as good things. I tend to accept the whole versus trying to paint myself as all good or all bad, or like, that type of thing. The whole evil and good, I see it as a whole. You accept people as their whole and then negotiate that. Anyways, so as always, you're free to follow along, pick up HanziHero for yourself. You're always welcome to come on by, yap, talk about how language inspires you to yap about cross-cultural things, right? An interest in language is an interest in culture. So when we get an opportunity to interact with other people who are interested in language or find this stuff compelling, just to yap about this stuff, it usually involves multicultural things. That's going a little throwback to that neuroplasticity conversation during Bunpro session. Neuroplasticity is kind of also adjacent to being multicultural, because one has to be somewhat plastic and adaptive when their hobby is interacting with human beings who have different predilections, right? So more than welcome to yap more. I play games that predominantly talk about human condition and play games that predominantly steep in cross-cultural things. So it's not a coincidence. This is all intentional and strategically planned. So you're more than welcome to join me in my next session and talk about like Persona games or Like a Dragon games. Until then, 大家下次见，感谢观看. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. I'm gonna get up, take a quick bathroom break, stretch, and I'll be back for P3P. Thank you. All right, folks. Welcome back, everyone, to our I turned off the brown noise mock. So, before I started the session. Yeah. Isn't it interesting how suddenly, like, it becomes so vivid when the brown noise goes off? Yeah. You know, here's an interesting thing that I don't share too often that people aren't very curious about. Do you think brown noise can trigger copyright? Because it does. And if you're wondering, like, does the brown noise does it trigger other brown noise things? No, it actually doesn't. It triggers copyright for songs occasionally, but not often enough to disturb. But generally speaking, the brown noise is to it's something I've been experimenting with for some time. So I think we swapped over to brown noise in the last 3 or 4 months. What about other noises? I haven't tried other noises. Yeah, haven't yet. My experiment is to see how if people notice. There's quite a lot of social, like a couple things that I wanted to notice about the brown noise integration. So it's nice to know that you notice the brown noise. You know what determines the color in the name? Spectrum. The spectrum. So brown noise only includes a specific part of the frequency. So brown noise is closer to the bass side. So the higher frequencies are omitted. White noise is closer to full spectrum. So the entire spectrum. There's pink noise. I think pink noise is bimodal. There's a dip. There's a dip in the middle, and it's so high and lows combined. There are a couple colors in there, and they deal with like kind of the aspect of the spectrum. So brown noise is on the left side. It has higher pressure because of the higher baseline, and it's usually lower frequencies. It's a bit, one could say it's a bit rounder and softer than white noise, which white noise has that static quality, a little bit higher. There's static qualities involved, and it's typically heard as louder in general, largely because we also perceive higher frequency waves as if it was equivocated. Even though it's equivocated, it still appears like it's louder. That's interesting stuff. Yeah. Anyways, let's do a recap of what we did yesterday on our Makoto Yuki playthrough. So far, you listen to train sounds during a blizzard instead of colored noise, so you're a little ignorant. Oh, interesting. Train noises during a blizzard. There's also rainfall, right? Rainfall, varying rainfalls. I do the drizzle rainfall as opposed to the thunderstorm one. There's also cars driving through wet, like wet car sound. The idea of like traffic in rain, the little shh across. Car equal bad, but we're talking about like the sound of like a lonely car driving through the wet street. You know, that little shh. Right. Occasionally it's like shh. It thing while it's raining. So like a little drizzle, or like the tapping of the rain against the roof of the car situation. That's a very calming effect for some people. I used to do this before, where when it rains, one must imagine the car happy. Exactly. So I've done this before. I live in the suburbs. I live in the suburbs, so occasionally when it rains and while I'm driving, there's not a lot of cars around because of how wide the American outback is, right? The outback. So occasionally I would like drive to a park area and I would just chill in the rain, you know, like lay back, you hear the rains tapping on top of the car. Kind of like this. this would be like a musical composition for rain, right? This type of ethereal, like echoing, and then you just close your eyes and listen to it. So the characteristic of this title screen is very much some of the calming effects of musical composition, right? You have ethereal, fleeting rain, the tapping of rain on like a nearby object gives you that little fleeting feeling. And then a car coming by, like the occasional car coming by and going, gives you that feeling of things just drifting a little bit. It allows your mind to drift. At least that's the idea behind such compositions. Dave the Diver's intro is very similar too. They try to elicit this fleetingness. All right, so let's recap yesterday. Yesterday was the day one, or like the first part of our Makoto Yuki playthrough. So we got to the part, it was a kind of a way to rush to the part where I had to get the achievement for failing to get a fusion accident, right? It was a 3% chance, and we kind of farmed near the end, and we finally got it. That's where we end the stream. We did pick up our social links. So the social links that we have is Kenji. Kenji is the magician's social link. So that's in place of Junpei. Junpei in the FemMC side. We also had Kazushi. Kazushi. It's either Kazushi or Kazushi. The swim team. So as opposed to Rio on the female side. Who else do we have that we started? The Hierophant is still the same. It looks like it's largely unchanged. So about the sun, right? The old couple. Kazushi is our bro rival, our swimming rival. And then so far, and Kenji, ramen man, right? Ramen and older women. And Kenji revealed that he has a crush on, I think it was Kano-san, right? Kano sensei. So Miss Kano. And yeah, let's just say, well, Kenji is a little weird ball. And then Hidetoshi is the same. Hidetoshi, the Emperor Arcana. We started Emperor, and then we had Chihiro. Chihiro, we haven't started yet, but she is one of the Arcana. We are about to initiate Chihiro. Strength. Who is Strength? Yuko. Yuko is Strength. She's like the team manager. So the team manager, and she does the thing that I'm most used to, which is to sit back and hear someone vent. She's a very expressive, venty type of person. And then we have Maya, the online person who, like, we're talking about circa World of Warcraft, millennial online person. So she talks in like abbreviated text, like it's hard to describe because I can't do it on command. Even despite being a World of Warcraft, like a millennial person, I haven't ever adopted the like maybe like lol and stuff, but not like full on misspelling the and he, like all that stuff, the millennial ones, not the Gen Z versions. Or just imagine your traffic noises are empty ambulances because there are no incidents nearby. Oh, hence no sirens. And Mexican cola delivery vans and other nice things, ice cream or something. I think that's a very pleasant thing. Don't get me started on World of Warcraft. Yeah, I was a vanilla World of Warcraft player to Burning Crusade. And then college over. Oh, who else do we have? Hang on. Who else do we have? Oh, she was Hermit. Maya was Hermit. I don't think you ever see Maya. I'm not sure. And I think that covers a large majority of people. I'm trying to see who else do we have so far. Yeah, Yuka. Yeah, so I think I covered most of our things. Now we're going to do all social links. So it's all social links all the time because that's what we're here for. I want to see what the differences are and we'll cover all the similarities. We're basically trying to kind of skip over or speed through the ones that overlap. I'll still read all the social links. I'm talking about like the other stuff. And then we're listening to the Japanese basically. We're trying to listen to the Japanese as intently as we can, and we still have English subtitles. It is tough, man. Yesterday I was humbled very well. I mean, I was expecting to be humbled. It's a very sobering experience because while the common banter, while like they take jabs at each other, like they talk about each other, ask each other, worry and all that, that's well and good. But Persona has a lot of yap, like not the sorry, the opposite. The yap is fine. When the Persona gets into like deep cuts, it's like I'm trying to at least pick out some vocabulary or like some things, because when they explain like surveillance, like paranormal activity, that stuff is going to take a time, right? We're only on our first Persona game in the legacy, so plenty of opportunities to try to normalize some of the words. Like I'm trying to pick up like how to say apathy syndrome, you know, like mysterious, like there's so many like swap up words that I'm trying to get in. But right now it's kind of pretty chill when they're yapping between each other, like asking how each other feel, and when they're worried or like shouting, and all that is good. Now it's really to get accommodated with like words that they would use in the Persona lexicon. The impact of Mist of Pandaria on your current linguistic curiosity must not be underestimated. Dang, Mist of Pandaria. Dang. If there's something wrong with you, it's because of too much WoW. I can understand that. We already talked slightly about like alluding to addiction, right? And then you talked about Wanikani earlier, about like how you turn into the statistics strapping, right? That's a very characteristic behavioral pattern that's associated with. I can assure you that I did not sleep very much during my World of Warcraft periods too. It was during college, my first 2 years of college. It's not great. To be honest, you were a Worgen rogue. Of course you were. I'm kidding. I wouldn't have known. And didn't turn out to be a furry, so congrats to your neuroplasticity. I do like pandas, but the animal. I wasn't around for Mist of Pandaria and stuff. I did during that time, hear me out. I think Mist of Pandaria was a little bit after the other game. I was playing other games then, like Terra Online. So I played a potpourri. I think that's their name. Potpourri. So I play outcasts, like races, like fictional races all the time, and they tend to be like anthropomorphic characters. So potpourri in Terra Online is like a big, they're like cats, round cats, raccoons, and dogs. Like they're just round things that look either they, So I do play like outcast characters, so I can somewhat relate to the whole playing a Worgen thing. I enjoy role playing, right? Playing a role playing game in the role of something that is not simply projecting myself. So, like, I like trying to imagine myself playing in a role that I am not trying to just be the MC myself. So, I usually do not play games. Like, for example, Makoto Yuki, when I was a teenager, I did the same thing. I like being the MC, right? So the video games and stuff, you're kind of trying to realize yourself in yourself. Nowadays, when I'm older, I simply want to vicariously live through other people's lives. Like, I like stories told through the other things. Your later Pandarian monk was called Fat Darren, really? Fat Darren, really? What would I have called if I made a Pandaren? What would I call it? Popo? Probably something like Popo or a Baozi. Maybe Baozi. You know, chashu Baozi. Just Baozi. or some sort of food item that is very luxurious or decadent. Maybe dangao, like a cake. Just call the panda cake. Yeah, food item. You know? Baozi. It's a bun, right? A pork bun. Wagyu. Wagyu panda. I mean, Wagyu would be a kind of a cute name. Maybe make it cuter, you know, like a pan, you know, pan would work. It's a mix of Japanese, Chinese, and Portuguese, you know, kind of thing. Pan. you have to have 2 syllables, by the way, to make it into like a cute, like, we have to embrace the whole Asian thing, right? You have to use a double word of something. Like bao bao would work, right? Maybe even forest, like doubling on forest, like ling ling, right? Ling ling, forest. Anything like that. Pan would literally be Mr. Sir in Polish. Oh, I mean, that's kind of cute too. Yeah, I was thinking pan as in bread. There are a lot of cute names. By the way, I don't actually create like different names. I use Maku for the longest time. Do you know what the origin of Maku was? Maku no chi ippo. Maku no chi ippo. From Hajime no ippo. And Makunochi is the only thing that comes up when it comes to Makunochi is a type of bento. So it still kind of is a reference to food. Lots of names in like anime and stuff tends to have in either coincidental or intentional allusion to food. So I'm not a stranger to calling characters or seeing characters that are named after food items. Bread versus Mr. is like the skibbity toilet level of goofiness. Yeah, coincidental. Like, for example, like Gohan, right? Like Dragon Ball Z characters. I think literally there was an anime, what is it? Sorcerer Summoner or Summoner Sorcerer or something, and their names are like chocolate and eclair and sundae or something. I forgot, but they were like desserts. All like when they translated the names, it ended up being dessert. But when you think about it, and you think about if they had the Japanese names, it's like it's probably like strawberry and blueberry or like pineapple. Like that's probably what their names were. As opposed to like, I mean, there's also other names where they're just named after a an animal, and they were literally spiritually an animal, like a kirin, for example, like giraffe. Like, what is the name of a giraffe character in an anime? Kirin. It's just giraffe. What is the monkey character? Saru. And then you can add a maru, right? Maru to it to make it sound cute, right? Because of ancient Japanese, where a lot of times the maru thing at the end is like some way of naming kids and naming things. So like, for example, in this game, Koromaru is the dog's name, the doggo in this. So it's just Koro and Maru added. So you have all of that to make it kind of cutish. Anyways, that's a kind of a fun Japanese thing. Okay, let's get into this. So I think yep. And we gotta go and pick up all our social links, right? So let's go. We can get personas now for all these. So I need a magician. So magician is Kenji, right? Hidetoshi, emperor. That hasn't changed. So this guy is the same. Hidetoshi, Bunkichi and Mitsuko. Bunkichi and Mitsuko is the Hierophant. Kazushi, our swimming rival. Maya, our online girl. It would be kind of funny if it turned out to be a guy. I don't know. That seems like a funny little like statement about stereotypes online, like back in the day. And then strength was Yuko, right? So let's go pick up these personas, like cheap versions of personas, in case our social link doesn't meet XP requirements. Because we're all about farming social links now. This is our NG+, so we're in NG+. Again, there are no voice lines for the current P3P version. However, I'm basically making up my interpretation of them. And then when we come back in November, sometime in down like the end of November for P3R, we get to hear what voice actors, like what the acting, the CVs that they have, which is fantastic. I love doing this when games, that's like my jam for remastering. Like if a game is going to get remade or remastered or something like that, I often play a lot of story games, and there's always an opportunity to see or hear what their personality is, like the CV personality. Later down the road. So this is a 4-month investment, I suppose. It's gonna be until November when we get back around to P3R. Who do we need? We need a magician. So Kenji. We don't have an empress yet. Emperor, Hidetoshi. Hierophant for the old couple. Do we have a chariot? Yeah, we do. That's Kazushi. A hermit, Maya. Strength, Yuko. I think that's it for now. Okay. I can't tell you how long it took yesterday. I think the grand total was around like 300 fusions. It's probably around 300 fusions to get a 3% proc in fusion accident to get the achievement. We just strapped down and got it last time. I think it took 40 yesterday. Like 42 for a grand total of around 300. Where are we going now? We're going Emperor. Alright, Hidetoshi doesn't strike me as anything is going to change with him. Our cool bro. Our outstanding bro. I figured there might be some changes because you kind of have an interaction with Chihiro now as Makoto Yuki, but it doesn't seem like it. Arrows fly, right? Seems pretty. Hidetoshi starts to talk to you. I'd like to hear your opinion on something. It's nothing serious, but some students feel the school uniform should be abolished, and they're recruiting supporters. It's a waste of time, man. The rules are the rules. Yeah, this is about the same. You're right about that. They think life without rules is freedom. It's ridiculous, plain and simple. Without rules, the whole system will collapse. They're mistaking selfishness for freedom. Sorry, I may have overreacted. I hate people with no common sense. Sometimes, I can't believe the things that come out of their mouths. I don't mean you, of course. I just want you to understand where I'm coming from. Straight-laced guy. He ends up being a pretty awesome bro later. Like, he learns to... His revelation in his social link is he starts to connect emotionally. Like, learn that there are things that require an act of tactness. Like, straight lace is noble. However, there's nuances in being empathetic as well. So in the beginning, he's obviously, you see the development of their social link. Why don't you go home, Makoto-kun? I'll finish up here. Take care. Mr. Straight Lace, Hidetoshi.
君か、おかえり。
Yeah, the malfunction. It's always malfunctioning. Alright, we don't have to do anything, so we're just gonna go to bed. We're already a genius. Okay. Banana, banana. As far as I know, all of this dialogue is still about the same. Yeah. Now this is where there's a decrease in cases because of our first operation. And this is solicitation. Skip that. Alright, we're gonna chill out with Kenji. Kenji has the most, so far, the weirdest, like, kind of not aged well social link going on. Oh, he unlocks the Gourmet King. Oh, I need Odd Morsel. Yeah, I gotta remind myself to pick up an Odd Morsel at some point. Okay. So let's see. Hey, hey, thanks for coming, man. Can you wait here for a sec? Sure. Hey, don't freak out, man. I'm gonna go ask Miss Kano out right now. Good luck? Do whatever? Where are we in this? Guess we just cheer him on, right? Whatever. Thanks, man. I'm gonna go get myself a girlfriend. Good luck, man. Alright, dude. Here I go. Okay. Kenji ran off. Kenji came back. Hey man, listen to this. She said yes. Can you believe it? She said yes. Is she now? Just as I was about to ask her out, she asked me if I wanted a private lesson. A private lesson, dude. Come on, man. Kenji is in his own world. Dude, I owe you big time. It seems like Kenji successfully asked out Miss Kano for a lesson. Ugh. She invited me over to her house, dude. Oh man, I'm not ready for this. I probably shouldn't try to go too far with her today, right? But then again, she is an adult, so... Kenji is talking to himself and doesn't seem like he's ever going to stop. Oh, hey, Makoto, you're still here. Sorry, man, I gotta get going. Later, dude. As sus as it can be. Oh yeah, midterms are coming up. All right. Oh, I do need to get stuff to start the Michael storyline, right? I need a Red Bull or Mad Bull, not Red Bull, and a wear takoyaki, right? I said, buddy. I said, hey. All right. These are fun. Okay. Earth rotation. I think this is the 1,700 kilometers per hour. Yeah. It's the speed around the equator. Okay. Alright, so we gotta go get the weird takoyaki to start the Michael story social link. Where is it? It's in the strip mall, right? Alright, let's go to the shrine. I don't anticipate Michael being any different either. Okay. So we give the Mad Bull and the takoyaki to her. I don't think... Can we start right away? No, we can't. That's to initiate. And then... Whoops. Then we go back to Hidetoshi. Let's see if there's any unique dialogue. I think this is where he has an altercation. Hidetoshi is talking to a teacher. Alright, Hidetoshi, I'm counting on you, for both our sakes. Yes, sir. The teacher left. Oh, Makoto-san. Hey, what did he mean by for both our sakes? What is he talking about? The student council member is pressing Hidetoshi for an answer. He just wants to create a better school environment, so he simply asks for help from an apt student. Just like how the president asked Makoto-kun to join student council. What? You can't decide something like that without the president's permission? The student council member is glaring at Hidetoshi. What happened? Or should I say stop fighting? Huh. But what happened? So, someone found a cigarette butt. Oh yeah, the cigarette butt thing. In the boys' bathroom. And that teacher wants us to look for the one who did it. Hiro spoke in a hushed tone. Well, someone broke the rules, and we should find out who. It's our responsibility, right? Look, you have two choices. Either you help out and prove you're trustworthy, or refuse and raise suspicion. We sure have to deal with a lot of BS around here, don't we, Makoto-kun? High and mighty. Highest at the moment. Hey Maku, thank you for fully understanding the use of red-green refractor after your lackluster attempt at explaining it. Yeah, so it makes sense, Prokop. So hey, as a review, yesterday we had a conversation about the TDD, right? The test-dependent development, or test-driven development, and the red-green refactor. Yeah, so I totally misinterpreted what you said when you said that you create a test expecting it to fail. I thought the script is meant to fail, like the test you made is meant to fail, and I couldn't understand why you would create a test that fail at testing. You know what I mean? So then I read up on it. It's like, oh, that makes so much sense now. You're testing the system and you're predicting that it would fail to pass the test you properly designed. And I'm like, oh, okay, that makes sense, because you're null testing. You're making sure that your test actually measures the proper thing. So naturally, your test has to fail in order to prove that it actually measures something, right? So the first thing you have to do is you test the limits. You test all the limits, the parameters, everything that you need to take into account. So then when you're getting it to pass the test, you know the minimum requirements and know what the accurate, and gets you to think of all the factors that are required to start making the thing that you want. And yeah, I totally get that. That is really an accurate depiction of it's an accurate depiction of null testing. Null testing is something that I talk about a lot. Null hypothesis testing as well. So you have the hypotheses, which is based on confirmation bias oftentimes. So you can draw parallelisms between the core foundation of the red-green refactor theory and my emphasis on null hypothesis testing. Because if you only test based on hypothesis-driven things, you only have a confirmation. And despite having confirmation, it may be susceptible to erroneous interpretations, because just because your hypothesis is correct and you presume it's correct and it ends up being confirmed as correct, you have no way of knowing if all the things you did actually measure or test whether it's correct or not, or like if it has any loopholes or it fails in its measurement. So you usually have to test if your methodology can fail, right? In science, you have to be able to understand that when you make a test, if it's not accurately measuring something, it can lead to false positives. And false positives create a world of early problems. And when you have early problems, it leads to propagation of error, which is what when I was reading the TDD, right, the red-green refactor, it's meant to minimize the propagation of error, which is like a bug leading to another bug, leading to another bug situation, like in the emergence of consistent bugs. So, and it requires due diligence. And it's one of the things that what the scientific method is supposed to be based on. The idea is it takes a really, really long time to initiate, right? Initial development cycles, the design of experimental approaches take a really long time before even you start doing it. Like you start making the thing. You have to consider as many of the tests that you need in order to know how to proceed, because you don't get lots of opportunities to do it over again. So a lot of the drawbacks of experimental design, especially biological ones, fall under the similar constraints that TDD, the approach that you were referring to, with the red-green refractor, they are appropriate for the same restrictions. The restriction is you don't get to do over very often, and you have long initial development times, and it's incredibly reliant on what I was saying earlier yesterday. And it's not counter argument to anything you said, it's a complement to what you say. It still requires that the user, the person who's using this approach, must understand high diligence, high investment, and incredible like discipline for foundational knowledge, right? It's incredibly rigorous. It's one of the things that make scientific inquiry, like it can show the distinct gap between someone who's excellent at designing scientific approaches, right, to evaluate phenomena, versus someone who is amateurish, like loose and very prone to like false positives, even false negatives. If you flip the script, you can still fail to prevent like false negatives. So knowing the limitations, testing the limitations of your methodology is also test driven. When you test drive your methodology, you understand the upper limits, lower limits, what's required, what's necessary, and what's excessive, right? It also helps regulate over design when you get overly complicated designs. Did you suspect that your explanation wasn't accurate, given that the cycle is a long-standing approach used by most software developers? Probably, because not necessarily suspect your explanation wasn't accurate, but more that I misunderstood your explanation. There's no it's unlikely that's something that's considered a standard. So I had to entertain the idea that my understanding was erroneous too. Like, for example, I don't know, thinking back to what you explained, I could have interpreted that way. I simply didn't at the time. So when I read more about it, it's like, oh wait, so it's an accurate test, and the test is meant to give you a deterministic outcome, right? It's kind of like a control experiment. Like the control is that you have an accurate test, right? In a control experiment, a reliable test. And the control is that you have a predicted outcome. And the predicted outcome happens to be false, like fail, right? It's a fail state. So you're confirming a null test, which means that the test itself is not the thing that fails. It's that the thing it's evaluating is meant to fail. It's supposed to appropriately create the controlled behavior, right? So it's kind of like if you wanted to add two numbers together, you know, the example you had yesterday, you need to add two numbers. Well, you have two numbers, you provide two numbers, and the solution that is supposed to output is the two numbers added. But when you test that, it's going to come up with an error because you haven't designed the thing to do it yet. The thing is, why is that important? It's important because if you challenge a system, you have to make it so that the system can connect the two things, like the predicted output that you desire and the starting point, right? So when you challenge a system, like a biological system, for example, if you gave like some mice sugar, what is the controlled output? Like, for example, if you gave the mice sugar, would they consume it, right? That would be an outcome. And you have to test whether it measures something that is predictable. So when you're creating a test that is expected to fail, then that acts as a controlled test. And what's kind of elegant about it is that when you have your output to be the thing that you want it to do, then every time you get closer and closer to the predicted output, you're designing it in a way that it will bridge from the input to the output, which gives you the idea that you have a predictable system on which your test is meant to make sure that it challenges it at every step. So you consistently keep producing new and new tests to do so. That, in my opinion, is an elegant way of describing experimental design with a bit of nuance. And the nuance that I added yesterday was independent. It's like independent but supplementary to what you were trying to tell me. So I wasn't counter arguing you largely because I misunderstood you. The idea is there are certain things when you're evaluating a biological system is that you need to break the biological system down to parts that are predictable. And then when you can have a predictable thing, you can try to form new tests that evaluates unknown outcomes. So that's the whole idea of integrating a controlled experiment with a testing environment to test manipulation of that system. So it's a great way for development. I think it's a great appropriate way of thinking about how to rigorously create a strong foundation for the development cycle, right? Did you think of considering it being a misunderstanding on your part, your standard thought process, instead of focusing more on whether it's an accurate explanation on the explainer's part? I was thinking about it more from my misunderstanding because I couldn't figure out why someone would make a test that fails. Notice that wording. When I read that if you design a test that is expected to fail, I read it as a test that fails. Like, you made a test that failed at doing what it's supposed to do, which is not, it didn't make sense to me. So that was largely what I considered at the time. So my premise was I assumed you were accurate. That's what I assumed. So when someone's explaining something to me, right? Note, like, I'm doing exactly what the test is supposed to do. So the test is assuming the person who's explaining things is explaining it to the best of their ability at the moment. Then I have control over how to test whether my understanding is correct or not. That's what I did. So initially, I thought I understood it. And then since it didn't make sense, I tried to challenge myself to see if I can find a different explanation of the details you provided. And then that remediated the problem, right? So that's that's kind of the same thing as testing something. If I assert that you accurately explain something, right, as the explainer, then the thing that I have control over is myself, my interpretation of that explanation. So the thing I can do on my own without the explainer is to figure out how to interpret your explanation more than one way. That's kind of how I approached it. So I needed to test that. Like, I can't simply assume that I understood you properly, right? That's very similar to test-driven development. In logic, you would have to try to test your logic. If you consistently assume that you yourself always understands what the other person says, which you have control over, it's easier to think around what I'm thinking of than trying to get you to re-explain the thing, right? Because you weren't around at the time, right? Like, you're not in my head or readily available. So typically when I try to understand something, it is more likely that I consider myself, I could try to understand it in a different way and then get your feedback on it. So I did the testing. That's the whole point. Yeah, okay, that seems like the most productive process. It makes you explore the potential ways you may be going wrong, or so you learn from that. Well, technically, we have to keep in mind, when you're testing something, it's either a fail or a pass, right? It's not a wrong or a right. Like, there's no wrongs or rights. Like, I have multiple interpretations of what you said, and they're all accurate based on the interpretation. So, like, we're not, like, whether it's accurate is due to your explanation that matches your accuracy. However, there are multiple interpretations of what you explained. So there's no going wrong or going right. It's more like which one is more appropriate for meeting the exchange and conversation. So for example, like, if you design the test, right, we can do the test-driven environment situation. If you wanted to, like, how would you add? You could take two numbers and add them together, right? Or you can approach it in a different way, which in this case, adding might be not the greatest. Let's say, like, the idea of how do you get to 5? How do you get something to output 5? You could decide, well, you can input 5 and just output 5. You could also say, well, how do you get to 5? So you mean, like, count from 0 and then count up to 5? Get to 5, right? Or get 5. It's not in both ways. They would both explain the interpretation of the task. So that's kind of the idea of test-driven things too. Like, you're trying to find multiple ways to explain the limited information you have, or the restrictions of the information you have. You're trying the simplest way and then elaborate on it. So my explanation is that I didn't go wrong. Going wrong led me to the right thing. So effectively, it is part of the process of getting to the... If I didn't have the misunderstanding, I would not have conferred its fail state to get to the more appropriate explanation, which is the event we are having now. So it's very much like a test-driven development cycle, right? As well as it's more so scientific. Like, I call it, I'm more in line to say it's more of the scientific method. I'm using logical reasoning. So if you encountered a fail state, which is a misunderstanding or some sort of failing in logic, then you would iterate on it until you can find something that minimally fits as much of the information as possible. That's how the empirical observation works. You challenge the system, make observations, and you make your best attempt to explain what it is. If we're thinking about it as wrong or right based on incomplete information, there isn't a wrong or right. It's part of the process. So, like, it's always, if you see as an endpoint, then it's always going to be wrong until you're omnipotent or omniscient about the process. So for me, I don't really concern myself with whether it is productive process because of being wrong or right. It's more that it is part of the process of refining and getting a more right or a more inclusive way of answering what it is. And I think that's how I view software development, right? Software development is often an ongoing process. Usually there's no like quote unquote right or wrong way of going about it, but more whether it's more appropriate or more encompassing or development things. It's an ongoing process. So understanding and comprehension is an ongoing process too. Which the reason why I'm raising this is you have to keep in mind, like you and I might have different feelings about this, but generally speaking, I typically don't see myself going the wrong way by iterating on things that lead to a more comprehensive understanding or a mutual understanding of things. You're not going wrong. It's part of the process. You have to do things wrong or incomplete in order to get a more complete answer. Hence, always testing your hypotheses, right? Always null testing and challenging yourself. Because without that, you don't know if you're right. Right? You know, the thing that you said, you'll never know if you got it right in the first place, or if you're always going in the right direction. Right? Sometimes it's right, sometimes it's wrong, but it's more like you're working on the most appropriate way of gathering the information. It's interesting though, thinking about it in the scheme of being right and wrong. Yeah, I wanted to share that because I think it lines up. Could you think of another way to approach a more complete answer? I would have a more complete answer to the problem that we had earlier. I would challenge the system. So the system was you. So I probably challenge you with questions and then see if it either fails my test or, you know, if it fails the test or succeeds in providing some sort of converging evidence, right? Which is what we're doing now, obviously. We could do this now. If you're talking about another way to approach, I obviously didn't do any questions or feedback. Like, I didn't interact with the system at all. I only interacted within myself. Or are you talking about a more complete answer, like in terms of like TDD, like an approach of software design perspective? I'm not entirely sure what do you mean by another way to approach a more complete answer. That's interesting. I have many ways to interpret that question, so maybe a little some more clarity or specificity. Now, if you excuse me, yeah, he's just gonna peace out. A teacher's pet. It's not good for student council members to be fighting like this, right? I mean, that's more like a conformist. Sometimes you need challenges to figure out how robust. Like what she was saying is, agreement fosters strength or whatnot. Yeah, it does foster unity. However, without challenges, it also doesn't test how robust the people are, right? Much like related to our conversation about testing the robustness of our code. So you meant it in a tricky or maybe impossible way. Like, could you think of a way to approach a more complete answer without iterating and getting things wrong? Oh. Without iterating. Omniscience? I don't think so. Not in the I don't think that is possible. You were trying to give you a tricky. Yeah, I don't think so either. Now if you are here's the thing. If your task is to iterate on something, then there might be a way to get around without iterating the wrong thing. The example I would have is AI slop. If there's no iteration, then you cannot use the term more complete. More complete. That's true. I mean, if you already have complete knowledge of everything, then how can you be more complete than the knowledge of it? Unless it's emergent. I don't know, that's a bit of a stretch. Like, for example, can I think of an approach that is more complete without answering without iterating and getting things wrong? If your system doesn't change at all and all information is contained within the system and it's to your awareness, then the argument here is, would you still be iterating? You technically could iterate without getting anything wrong. And then, provided there's no emergence, you can have something like AI slop, which it iterates on its own, and it still creates a more complete picture of itself the more it iterates, but it's never wrong because it has all the information. If you know what I mean. Like, the pool of information doesn't ever change, but you can still iterate on it. And then if there's no emergence, then... Or you could make an argument, if there's an emergence, it could be more complete than the original thing. The whole like generative situation, like if you knew 1 + 1 = 2, could you iterate on it to the point where you understand that 0 + 2 = 2? I'm stretching, obviously. It is a tricky question. Like, if you have all the information, yeah, the term approaching X must use iteration by definition, yeah. Unless you don't consider continuous data having iterations, exactly. But that's more of a general objection to the wording you used, yeah. So it's very difficult if there isn't something happening that you're approaching. If everything is static, then technically you could iterate without ever going wrong. I suppose. But the whole idea of iterating is to achieve something that it is not yet, if you know what I mean. So you would be getting something, quote unquote, wrong or different, or however you want to classify. It would be something different. So what is different you could consider as wrong. I feel like, again, the whole wording, you use wrong a lot, which wrong is not quite the same as novel or different. Wrong would suggest that you know where you're going. Like you would have knowledge of where you're going, which in terms of software development, that does make sense because you're given a task, so you need to achieve that task. That's what the test is for. When it comes to creation in the end, you're not sure if completing those tasks would lead you to the right thing or the wrong thing. it would simply lead you somewhere. It would lead you to a different thing. And because it's different, it has a capacity to be more complete. Thank you for still exploring the ways you might be able to approach a more complete answer and other similar questions instead of just saying, no, I can't. Well, that's what we're doing, right? This very moment is that if we assume that the tricky question doesn't have an answer, that we can simply assume, right? We don't have to test it. My attempt is to try to test it. That's the fun part. I really do like the testing part, by the way. I haven't told you this before. One of the things that I love. Oh, okay. You remember? Here's a throwback. Remember how I said about frequency is connected to recency, which is connected to my favorite things? Here's another thing about science. My favorite thing to do about science is the thing I do 90% of the time, which is to test things. So it isn't the conclusion or the discovery, it's how rigorous I can test things. So if you present me with a task, naturally my inclination is to test it. So that's what we're doing here. Basically trying to test our knowledge. I like that you always wibble and wobble the meaning of the question to see if you can come up with an answer. Yeah, exactly. Because we have to test it. That's how we keep our... I was talking to Mock earlier about neuroplasticity. That's what makes humans awesome. Just saying. Like, humans... You gotta think outside the, what is it? There's another saying for this. It's not think outside the box. It's more like try to find the corner in the sphere. Whether the sphere has corners, that's fine. But it takes a very imaginative human being to still try to look for a corner in a sphere. You know, like talk your way out of a box situation, right? Like, I like that. I think humans should do it whether it goes wrong or not. That's what's healthy, in my opinion, about humans. Regardless if you're going wrong, right, where you're headed, or how impossible the task is, the wonders of humanity is the idea that you can still try to do it regardless. And it's an excellent test. That's the whole idea of creating a test that ultimately fails. You're challenging yourself to see what's involved. Even if you fail, you will still discover things that are involved in the process of answering the question, whether you can answer it or not, right? Like, even if it's impossible, you have to discover or understand what makes it impossible. What is the nature that makes it highly improbable or unlikely or very certain? That exercise is what keeps humans diligent and vigilant. Usually when it is automatically assumed, one way to argue is you're too tired, so you can't be bothered. That's fine. Usually when I'm on stream, I'm not low in energy, so I will always be outputting something. Wibble wobble is the name of the game. We can do a little shuffle, shuffle and a chuckle and a laugh too, all the while trying to answer a highly improbable question or concept. I think that's in the spirit of this topic, this 2-day topic that we had. I'm glad we had the opportunity too. I was kind of anticipating you to show up sometime around this time because I left those messages. I wanted this to be the thing because I really think the test-driven development, that is a very wonderful starting position. It's a wonderful method, and the idea is it also requires a lot of inputs and a lot of efforts, right? And not everyone finds that too attractive. For myself, it's like my blood. Going back to the research thing, I absolutely love the testing process. So it's actually one of my favorite things to do in science. Even though I'm not in science anymore, the most common thing and the most recent thing and frequent thing that I do is testing. I test all the time. It's called a null hypothesis test for a reason, right? When someone says that I'm wrong, right? If they convince me that I'm wrong, I would try to null hypothesis test. Like, what if I'm right? What if I'm wrong? What if they're wrong? What if they're right? Situation. Like, you have to test all these things in order to appreciate what goes into that statement. So if someone says like, this game is garbage, right? Persona 3 Portable is garbage, I would challenge them, say, what if it's not garbage? How do you measure all of this stuff, right? Like, so then that's where the basis of all my tests are. My tests are my questions. When someone asks, oh yeah, this game is really bad, how do you measure bad, right? What if it's good? How do you measure good? So it's usually test comes in the form of conceptual questions. By considering a question, a shape, considering the shape to be squishy, and then exploring to see where the thought process goes. If you squish it in this way or that way, rather than considering the shape to be a rigid, unmovable shape, would be a better approach for general brain health and learning. Yep, obviously with some exceptions though. Yeah, like for example, the whole shape thing that we were talking about. Can you find the corner to a sphere? Well, based on your analogy here, like, you can find a corner to a sphere. You know, if the sphere was squishy, right? Put it in a box. Here's another one. Here's another one. Well, if you're in the sphere and you modify the sphere into a box, you could just take a straight edge and cut a part of the sphere up and there would be a corner. You can form the corner if you want. So this is the whole idea of like thinking outside of a box, right? The sphere could be, you could stay within the sphere if you want. I didn't say you couldn't leave the sphere. That type of thing. So in some way or shape, you can keep challenging the thought process until you know the limitations of the system, which helps you see upper limits and lower limits. Therefore, like testing things like bugs, oversights, right? The constraints of your model. So when you're testing things, you have to test the limits, all of the limits, which is why I was saying literally the same thing as you were trying to say in the TDD example. So I wasn't even counter-arguing it. I was in fact describing the principle of the red step. I didn't even know that because I misunderstood. Like null hypothesis testing, stress testing, upper limit, lower limit testing of a model, that's testing. That's testing the limits of your system. You're testing it to fail, or places that it will fail in order to better improve it. That's QCing, right? But you also believe that the ways in which you can squish the shape should have some limits to how far of the original shape you could squish it? Exactly. You have to test the limits. Well, you don't have to believe in it. You could also test it, right? So, like, what happens when you squish it too much? Does it stop squishing? Like, so when you ask me a question, I can challenge you with something. It's like, well, you just asked me a tricky question, right? And then I can test the limits of that question. I can ask you, well, Are you suggesting that the total amount of information stays static? Or can I add more information to it? Because if I add more information, the shape's going to change. So how squishy or malleable is the shape? By metaphor, like if we're continuing this metaphor, where I have to figure out how squishy the shape is. So we got to test how squishy the shape is. And provided that you are the one asking the question, which the question is the form of a shape. So I must explore the shape. And how I can explore the shape in order to ascertain a quote-unquote more complete answer, right? And there lies the elegance of TDD, the test-driven development. If you gave me a task of answering a tricky question, I must test the limits in order to provide a more complete answer. I could go down a path that may not lead to the most elegant way. Like you could say, I strayed away, I get closer, etc. But it's through testing and iteration that you would find a more satisfactory answer, whether it's a tricky question or not, or whether it's feasible or not, right? Very neat. I think the idea that you can bend most of the way this model works to answering questions and tasks kind of is a good testament to how well and reliable it is. Like there are inappropriate adaptations of the red-green like refactor thing. I can think of like examples where it's not necessarily the most appropriate. It'll still get to a design though. So that's when we talk about appropriateness. Appropriateness is how squishy the shape is, right? Let's say the shape, a property of the shape is how much time you have. Then there might be a challenge to the appropriateness of the approach. When you start putting limitations on the shape. Yeah, very neat. Alright. Alright, let's get into more social link. You often had a strong aversion to squishing the shape at all, as in your mind. In your mind, the thought of squishing the shape makes you just focus on the potential over squishing. Yeah, like going wrong, things that are going wrong. But obviously that led you to not explore squishing that would be beneficial, yeah. Like the fear of going wrong, right? Wrong and right, if a shape must stay the same, that would be similar to adhering to a right or wrong situation. And if you go wrong, you would stray away from it, right? And I would say the fear or the concern about squishing, over squishing, that's kind of like the idea of going wrong, like doing it wrong. And I agree, sometimes you don't have second chances, right? So going wrong can be in my opinion, the whole one way to view over squishing is the idea that if you're doing something and you just over squish, you don't have an opportunity to correct that anymore, or like change that or iterate on that. That's one of the fears, in my opinion, that is concerning about when someone is very focused on a point of no return or a point of exploring something that just isn't favorable to them in their thought process. An unsquishable shape does have a sort of comfort to it. Indeed, right and wrong has a comfort to it. Knowing it is what it is and nothing else. Exactly. So clarity. Clarity is a really solid foundation for not having to consistently adjust to shaping, right? So like if a square is a square, it stays a square. So you know when you're heading in the right direction if you get closer to a square. And if that square is nebulous, then you're oftentimes it can be discomforting to know if you're ever even going in the right direction, right? And unfortunately, or fortunately maybe, unfortunately I do not empathize with that too much, largely because maybe my focus is not emphasizing on whether I'm going in the right direction or in the clear direction. Like, if I'm developing something, sometimes I simply let it take me to something. So it's kind of like one of the underlying principles of test-driven development. You let the test guide you to whatever it's going to do. So, like, yes, you still have like an endpoint that is in the way, but the idea is it's the process of the development cycle that you're more focused on. When you do a test, it will lead you to the next test, and the next test will lead you to the next test. And as you're developing and iterating and building up on this, it will eventually lead somewhere. And the faith that you have is that you believe in it. There's this like concept of belief. This system works when you believe it will take you to the place eventually, to the place or the task that you want, by consistently trusting the process of test-driven things. Which, without using the words that we've introduced now, like the red light, green light, and the test-driven development, I actually do adhere to that concept a lot when it comes to language learning, playing video games and stuff. So the irony here of yesterday is when you went to bed, Procol, I continue to like digress about this, and turns out I was basically describing the thing. So I wasn't like, the confusion was semantics in nature. The principle and the ideas were entirely parallel to each other. Like, they were very complementary to each other. You think that challenging yourself to explore learning topics that need a lot of interpretation so you could get more comfortable with not being able to rely on strict black and white topics? Yeah. Obviously, there are things you can still, in my opinion, there are things that I do fall back on for clarity, black and white. For Persona 3, death is a black and white concept. Well, actually, oh man, here's me squishing something. Okay, you could say death, right? Death and life is a black and white concept, right? And then Persona 3 kind of squishes it a little. So you can still fall back, in my opinion, that comfort can be, you can still squish things in the comfort, and acknowledging the comfort and generalized rigidity of certain things that provide comfort, right? Like, life ends in death. That would be the rigid structure of Persona 3. I'm making this related to Persona 3, so don't at me. So the whole idea is that in this game, the theme is that all things die, right? Now, the squishiness of this thing is like the box is still rigid. Life ends in death. That's the box concept. What do you fill the box with? Right? And that's what this game explores. What do you fill the box? What's in the box? Right? And that in the box can still feel squishy. What's inside the box can also feel squishy, or jelly, or sour, or sweet, or warm and hot and cold. So you can still explore and manipulate what's inside to practice, like comfortably interpreting topics, while in a framework that is very rigid in order to provide clarity. So for testing purposes, the box would be like the control experiments, right? Or the failed tests. The box creates rigidity. This is deterministic. So you can squish things within a deterministic framework, which makes it a little bit more comfortable. Like, you understand math and physics, and then tackle topics that are squishy within the confines of math and physics, or something like that. Things that provide sufficient rigidity. For me, my rigidity is that here's my rigidity despite reality kind of other people yelling at me for saying that's not true. Everyone has something to say. That's my rigidity. So like my box that I don't leave very often is that I can always get someone to be curious about something. I think human curiosity is a box concept. It's black and white. Humans are curious, period. So when I operate within that, I can still manipulate the things inside. So I can still interpret how people be curious. There are many different ways people can elicit curiosity. However, the box itself is still pretty rigid. It's generalizable enough that, like, have I met a human being that's not curious? It would take someone who's not curious to squish my box, like affect the rigidity of my box. I could be shattered. Like, I could legitimately meet a human being who's not curious. That would be very mind-blowing, honestly. I would be mind-blown. I don't even know what that is like. Like, I can't even picture a human that's not curious. Yeah, it's so hard for me to decide, like, does a person cease to be human? Like, in my rigid box, right? Does the human cease to be human if they lose their curiosity? I would need to test that. So how would I test a human without curiosity? I'll leave that up to whoever wants to tackle that. I wouldn't know where to start. Like, how would you test the lack of curiosity in humans? Or a thing's lack of curiosity, I guess. That is human. It's also nice that even if the box isn't rigid, you can always move it to rigid positions. Yes. Indeed. Indeed. Okay. What are we doing? Yeah, we're just going to bed. Oh, you know, hang on. I need to go to Tartarus to get an odd morsel. I need to pick up an odd morsel in order to be able to whoops. I need that for a social link. It's good to have foundations, I think. Like, what I mean is the rigidity comes from your foundations. Wait, why did that crack you up? Did I wait for you to finish and then you just repeat what you already said? It's also nice that even if the box isn't rigid, you can always move it in the, yeah. Oh, I said something that was analogous to the idea. If that's what you mean. It's a great way to put it. The swishiness. I need an odd morsel. So how do I get an odd morsel quickly? I guess we would go through the floors. Whoops. Yeah, I think we need to go through the floors. And then just look for treasure chests, right? Oh wait, are they all gonna be cowarding? If they're all cowarding, then I can just do this.
Oh.
了解
So I just let all the members see if I can pick up nope. And then we just wait at the stairs. I don't know if you can pick up an odd morsel on any floor. Why are you guys running like a doofus? You didn't explore the right places. The heck? Okay. Do I have to regroup before I run? Okay. Okay. So let's just split up.
了解
Alright.
あ、お金見つけちゃった
Wow, I haven't used this feature at all. It's nice to be able to use this feature on a this function now. Okay. Although they kind of run in really random.
良さげなもん拾ったぜ。
Okay, so he found the other thing. Yen, rubber soul, nope. I need to find an odd
全員
morsel.
3回個別行動を取れ
Odd morsel, where are you?
イエスレアもの拾っつったぜ。
Why aren't you guys going over here? You little potatoes? The odd morsel is actually for a unique social link. So we still... Darn it. I don't actually know if I need to go higher or not. I'm pretty sure I don't. I don't need that anymore either. Oh. We're not doing requests. Okay.
全員3回個別行動を取れ
Oh,
気づかれた
nah, you'll be fine.
戦うしかないか
It's fine. She's fine. Yeah, she's fine. Odd morsel? Oh, there it is. I found it. Nice. It didn't take as long as I thought. I need a porter. Where's a port? Where are the ports? Where are me ports? Hello? Okay. I'm not looking for stairs. Where'd the port go? Oh, okay. Sorry.
良さげなもん拾ったぜ。
There's no port on here. You would argue that exploring answers to a shape, it is more beneficial to have a lot of plasticity, but to reach a complete answer, the shape must turn rigid after landing a specific squish shape. Yeah. You could argue that the shape naturally becomes more rigid because you solidified the shape by exploring answers. Like the shape can be squishy at first and become solid later. And plasticity can be, you can become more plastic and you can become more rigid over time. So like I use sphere because the shape that I typically talk about is a sphere of thought, right? You can have multiple spheres of thought, and the rigidity of the sphere can change over time. You could even make it take the analogy further and talk about the elasticity of the sphere
2体
as
捕
well.
捉敵は動揺してるぞ
ボーラスだぜ
The property of the sphere will change as you go. So there are certain ideas that I'm very rigid in over time because I found more and more converging evidence to suggest that. Now, you can still try to entertain the idea of alternative things as you're going, but there are things that obviously I'm very rigid in, like, for example, the importance of sleep, the concepts of sleep. That's incredibly rigid at the moment. There's also the idea that the shape can be a mold, right? So your mold could be empty or it can be filled, which can impart rigidity to the shape. So like, for example, a sphere filled with cement is rigid. A sphere filled with water is wobbly. Like when you say you have a balloon, right? And you fill it with cement. Well, it'll take on a shape and it has a rigidity. But if you fill it with water and you slap it, kind of wiggles around. It's my indirect way of saying the process does matter, right? Because like when you fill up the balloon, right? What's in the balloon is the process. Like the stuff you fill the balloon up is the process, so it can affect the rigidity of your shape. So how you go about answering the question can impart rigidity to the shape, or it can even destroy the shape, right? It can puncture the shape. It can rip the shape apart. So there's many for me, I like to focus on most of it as opposed to the shape itself. Like sometimes the shape is simply the outer layer of the thing, and what occupies most of its space is the process, like the act of filling it up. I thought the imagery of like slapping a water balloon with water and having it jiggle would be really funny, because like the shape is like kind of squishy and all that, but it's also wobbly, and you can imagine how flexible you can be in that way. You can still flex around despite being very familiar with the ideas that you have. Now here's another metaphor. When you have a rigid shape, you can fill it up with something, and you can empty it and fill it up with something else. So like, then now we're talking about analogy for displacement or substitution, right? Despite how you view the shape of your truth, you can rewrite, which was the thing that we were avoiding. As opposed to iterating, you can rewrite the thing. So you can still have the same task and the same truth and the same system. However, you can start over. And then it would lead to a different shape. Like it would lead to something different inside, which could affect the shape. Like the properties of the shape. However, I'm not the biggest fan of rewriting, largely because of time constraints. Not that I don't witness people. There are quite a lot of individuals, at least that I've encountered, who prefer to just simply start from scratch again. And I'm like, I get that, right? This is usually coming from people who believe in rights and wrongs, or like the only way is the best way. They tend to have a, I'm not saying you do, but they have a preference. There's a tendency to want to start over, because if you do it the wrong way, you want to start over, and to rewrite the whole thing, as opposed to continuously work on something that is already ongoing. And for myself, I'm a very much an iterative guy. I'm far more iterative than I am starting over. I believe that there's no wrong, perhaps you could say it's a rigid belief. I believe there's no wrong way to do something. I believe there's progress towards a desirable outcome. You think you do display that tendency at times to want to start over? Yeah. And time is what creates it. Time is an equalizer in this, where if you start over too much, it can feel unfulfilling. So like playing a video game, I've done this when I was a teenager. Hear me out. I can tell you how I used to play RPGs. It was a time, I still remember Final Fantasy games, like playing Final Fantasy games. I always wanted to do the perfect run, right? But the thing is, I didn't even complete the run yet. So I didn't even test the system yet. What I know is when I do something and I realize I can do something better, I start over. That's what I used to do. Like even MMORPGs, like World of Warcraft, we kind of sort of talked about World of Warcraft earlier, before you showed up. Like I make a character, right? And I leveled the character, but I realized I was being inefficient with the character. So I start over and start a new character. And then I adapt that new process. And I keep starting over and do it over again. That is the consequence of thinking of things as right and wrong, ideal and deterministic. Where there's a right way, you're constantly seeking a right way. So you're more than, you have a strong incentive to make sure that everything is right. So instead of iterating on whatever you have going on, you would start over so that it is perfect or correct from the beginning to end. And that's the idea of perfectionism as a dysfunctional, non-sustainable lifestyle choice, right? At least in my opinion. It is often seen and presented to me as the idea of perfectionism as a dysfunctional lifestyle choice, where someone can't seem to complete anything because they inevitably start over. So like instead of exploring the shape, they consistently try to build a perfect shape, but every time they go to do something, they have to reshape the shape again. So it's effectively starting over. Like at first it looks like a cone, and then you realize it looks more like a square because you start over. And then the next time it turns out it's a sphere, so you start over again. And then you keep starting over. So it rarely ever ends up to the point where you settle on a shape and then, mold it and like the shape doesn't stay consistent. So what happens over time is you never get anything done. So without never like satisfactorily concluding anything, you're going to keep rewriting and nothing ever gets done, or it never feels like you unrewardingly get done. That's one of the tough sides of people these days, at least in my opinion. The internet seems like everything always like a curated, edited project, right? Feels like it's perfect from beginning to end. Everything seems to ex machina itself, right? Everything flows, like even a story, like when you write a story, when you play a video game, it is deterministic a lot of times, right? The whole idea of like the generalized determinism. That can be both a asset, right? It's double-edged, and oftentimes it's a little overrepresented. Largely when you have to, if you're going to do it right the first time. That's one of the mentalities. So if you did it wrong, start over and do it right. Usually I just do something and see where it takes me. Reiterating can lead to an undesired path in excess, and rewriting can lead to a practically unachievable result. Exactly. I was talking to Mock earlier about how SRS can cause iterating without learning and comprehension, right? Like iterating on SRS, like repeating memory tools, it can lead to unachievable results, which is perfectionism. So like if every day is a new way, a new result that you must rewrite, as in if you got 90% yesterday, you got to aim for 91%, then eventually you're going to get to 100%, and you're going to have to achieve 100% every single day, right? Otherwise you don't lead to a satisfactory ideal ending. And without a larger perspective on understanding that the process of getting 80s and 90s are all part of it, so now you can go down to 80s up to 90s, etc., then the learning zone is not achieved in Wanikani, where basically like you want to have a area of like a growth, right? Like when you're exploring something, there's always things that are unknown or maybe non-deterministic in a sense, in that moment. So constantly doing that can make an unachievable result, which is to live a life of perfection, as opposed to kind of ebb and flowing between the two. Like there are certain things that work out very deterministically, and then there are things that you embrace where the undeterministic, like the hard to see path, the wobbliness and the like murkiness of the path you travel, you learn to appreciate it that way. And usually it sounds like I don't do one and I very much do the other. I actually do both. The reason why I'm constantly speaking for one is because it's the least represented, right? The most common thing I would be speaking is I usually try to suggest an alternative, largely because I think when something is overrepresented, it doesn't offer more options. So if someone is strictly a perfectionist and they're having trouble completing anything, usually then I would reflect the opposites in order to suggest something, right? Like a point of inspiration. I think I find myself saying a lot more where someone must be content with the paths that they take, and then understand that it is through the testing of the path that they take that will lead them to a very rewarding outcome, or like even a tentative one, as opposed to having the visualization of where you're going, and anything straying from that path is dissatisfactory, which can lead to that type of mentality. The idea is like, if you screw up, your constant consternation will cause you to not iterate and improve as you go, but more to start over so that you're always right on the right from the beginning. So I have done this before. I used to have a compulsion, or not really used to, I still have the compulsion. I've shared this before. I'm not sure if I shared this with you. I used to, you know how word processing was, I grew up in a day when word processing is not normal for submitting like paper to like class, like in class. Usually most of the stuff is handwritten, right? So when word processing came around, it helped me with something that I had trouble with handwriting. Basically, when I handwrite, if I make an error and I erase it, I would get a new sheet of paper and rewrite the whole thing. And that ended up transferring to word processing. So when I open a new document and I type the thing that I want to type, if I make an error, I would start a new document and type it all over again. Because for whatever reason, I had a compulsion that made me want to say, if I did it right, I should do it correctly from beginning to end. Knowing that I messed up along the way makes it feel incomplete. It is not desirable, and it can affect my line of thought. Basically, if I had an erroneous thought, would that lead me to thinking about things that will go down the line of an erroneous product? So what happened was I lost a lot of time. It became so dysfunctional because when projects got really big, right? When like I had to type a 10,000 word essay, you can't afford to constantly rewrite the whole thing from the beginning. And that was also a problem when I was giving speeches or giving seminars. I would write down what I was going to say or present, and I would practice it verbatim from beginning to end. Now, even though I wrote out all of my speech, like basically all the words, all the laughs, all the pauses, I was very mechanical about this. I would read it, and if I screw up, I would start back from the beginning. So what happened over time is the parts at the end, like near the bottom, like the end of the speech, they were terrible because I never got to them. So despite my box, right? My box is, I've written out my speech. I managed to construct the box, right? However, I never managed to fill it up because I keep getting to a point in my speech and I screw up. So I go back to the beginning. So the beginning was good. Like it got worse as it's getting to the end because I never managed to get to the end. I never explored the entire shape before trying to fill it, right? So I didn't even know the bounds, like the generalized bounds of the shape, because I had to start over. Like if I make an error, I start over from the beginning. So it constantly happened. I still do that to this day. So I'm not saying that I stopped thinking about this. I found ways to practice being adaptive over time in order to resist the compulsion to do so. I still do this for smaller things. Like drawing was a tough one. Drawing was very tough. Like if I draw a circle, I wouldn't proceed to the next step until the circle was perfect. So like if the circle is bad, I can't even get to the next step. It simply doesn't exist. And the thing I'm describing describes over 70% of artists that I have encountered over the last couple years who struggle with ever completing a piece, like an art piece, or who develop a dysfunctional relationship with perfectionism in art, instead of embracing the natural beauty of the process, right? Like iterating and seeing the mess, seeing the progress. So I've spent most of my life in my routines to build being able to appreciate the process, which, by the way, again, is the theme of Persona 3. Despite life ending in death, it is to appreciate all the decisions and memories and stuff that you have made, both your compulsion to think it's wrong or right, or not good, bad, evil, awesome, happy. Despite all of that, time moves forward in terms of the scape of life. So you have to come to appreciate that and elevate its value over time. Like even something that has come to pass can continue to elevate in value because it informs you. So that's kind of why Persona 3 kind of resonated with me quite a bit in a different way when I was a teenager. When I was a teenager, perfectionism is a cultural hazard of being born Chinese, for example, being born like to Chinese parents. Perfectionism is a natural, like, it can be considered coincidental, but it's usually very highly correlated. The whole like perfectionist mentality, like mechanical perfection. You think a perfectionist in practice may end up sometimes unknowingly change their specific idea of perfection? I think so, in a healthy way. Due to that, they learn by analyzing, concluding every attempt is wrong and why. Exactly. I think you can do, that's where I went. Like, in order to accept that, that's how I came to be the way I am, in order to be more healthy. Like, there was a striving, I walked towards my problem. So the perfectionist thing, understanding the nature of perfectionist, actually helped reveal what was kind of wrong with it and why was it. And then in that way, ironically, it led to a solution, or a working solution, a managerial coping strategy to keeping it at bay. Not like every single day when I record a video, I usually think I could do better. I could have spoke better. Like, this conversation we're having today is an extension of yesterday, right? And when I'm telling you and saying that it's all part of the process, we'll grow and refine the process, I'm actually telling myself that it's okay not to get it right the first time, or like it's okay to misunderstand, right? Because you can't operate on the idea that you'll always know everything and know exactly where it's going to go, despite maybe like some people might think that I give them the impression that I know exactly where I'm going all the time. I think one of the a weird flex, this is gonna be a weird flex, it's largely because the people I talk to, I've lived longer and I've experienced, technically it is very likely that I've experienced more things. So my box, I'm still in a box. It's just there's a chance that my box is bigger. So that's not because you're better, someone's better or someone's worse. It's that there are things that are consistent in life, which is how long someone lives and how long they stay intellectually curious. So for myself, yeah, my conversations tend to loop around and stuff, like, and I keep track of it. But generally speaking, I do feel on a normal basis, like on an everyday basis, I think about it like, I could do better than this. I could have done this better. Should I even share this? Or should I even do live things? Because I should just work on only presenting the perfect me, right? Like, that's kind of my testament to my coping strategy. I've decided that I wanted to keep most things unedited and unfiltered, largely because I have an unhealthy relationship, or I have a compulsion that I sleep at night all the time. I do, and it's more of a coping strategy at the moment. I think it's very relatable in this day and age where you would want to curate and post this persona of yourself whenever you interact with a stranger or someone else. And sure as heck, I've made many strides and attempts to remind people, including myself. Sometimes I feel like the most difficult person to convince to believe in like imperfections and the joy and endearment of the bads and goods of other people. I almost feel like I'm preaching that to myself each and every day. You know, so they could end up chasing not a static goal, but a consistently different. Yeah. And I believe in that, actually. That is the way I keep myself on my toes. I'm always chasing after a moving target. And I've learned to embrace the moving target. Oftentimes, perfectionism, you think you're chasing a static target. And when that static target is unachievable, it becomes fatalistic, right? Like someone says, how do you become number one, right? To become the number one, I don't know, content creator on YouTube. That seems like a static target. And if you stick to that and you realize that static target is unachievable, then it's fatalistic or nihilistic, right? You're just never going to become number one. However, if we think about it in reality, even the thing, oftentimes the obvious static target, like the concept of being number one, the properties of being number one is constantly changing, right? Like it changes. Most things do change. And the idea of trying to live a life of perfectionism in a world occupied by human beings can actually be paradoxical in nature for most things, because humans are in constant flux. So whenever you say, oh yeah, the best way to play Persona 3 Portable is to play it without commentary and digression with a person like Procol, that's gonna be in flux. Like, some people might think no commentary gaming was the GOAT. It's the perfect way to experience Persona 3 vicariously. And then a year later, or even the next day, it's going to be different. So when you keep focusing on perfectionism, like the best way to do something, it's a lifetime of chasing differing goals, because the best way is constantly in flux. So I honestly think it's very poetically, and maybe detrimentally to some, paradoxical with human nature, like the human condition. Goals, regardless of how much static you think it is, it's not going to be static. It's very unlikely to say static, whether it's within your perspective or someone else, right? Like, if you want money, for example, what is enough money? What's going to change? What you think it's enough now might not be enough later. Like, it's very unlikely to ever be later, right? This is given the idea, like, do you think a long life is 50 years? Even the most deterministic things that you can frame, like, oh, everything ends in death, like in Persona 3, but the process is ever changing. Like, day to day, your scope of it can change, at least in my opinion. So it's a very poignant point about, like, they could just end up chasing not a static goal, but constantly different one. I actually think that is a human condition. It's one of the consistent human conditions, especially when you live long enough. You'll realize that. I actually truly, I like to believe rigidly that the vast majority of humans come to realize that when they live long enough. That goals are not static. Because the longer you live, every additional day is going to have a potential to change all the existing goals that you have. Trust the process. Okay, where were we? We're on the 14th. We gotta keep slight track. I think we're doing Chihiro now, right? Yeah, maybe any attempt to achieve a goal cannot stay static unless the goal is achieved in one step. Yeah, one step. What is that? It's true, it's true. Waking up could be that goal. Static goal, wake up every day. Smile at least once a day. Or something like... Yeah. Do one thing per day. Oftentimes, viewing static goals is to reduce the goal small enough that it can make you feel good, right? One of the strategies, or at least, I'm not a psychologist. One of the strategies to help with perfectionism is to create small enough goals in which that they can achieve it, so they can feel like they would have the self-esteem, right? They would build up their self-esteem. And if you can build up their self-esteem, you may encourage them to explore something outside of perfectionism. oftentimes perfectionists would have a long-term goal, a goal that that they're working towards, that is uncompromisable. So they would feel low self-esteem. They would tend to feel constantly self-deprecating, like they can't achieve that, and it's going to take a very long time, but it's just going to be required a lot, right? So oftentimes you would hear maybe psychologists, like people who offer free public advice as working professionals, so other people, they would say, like, set smaller goals, small enough that it can still fit within the sphere of your perfectionism. However, it helps strengthen your resolve. So typically, like, smaller goals can be small enough to be static, long enough to be achievable. And you can consistently build from that in order to maybe feel more confident that maybe you never get the goal that you have, but trying in the process is still worth it, because then you're doing something. So oftentimes it translates into, oh yeah, remember, you can keep your eyes on a long-term goal, but remember to keep smaller goals in which you can achieve them, right? So how small do you go is often dependent, or in my opinion, proportionally appropriate to your level of self-esteem. Basically, if you're like catatonic just from waking up and look like dreading your day, maybe the goal is to wake up, brush your teeth, and have a good breakfast. You know, like the old adage, start the best part of waking up is to have a healthy breakfast or a good start. Like that type of thing is it can be very cathartic. Like, you can be perfect, quote unquote, you could be perfect up to a point that is manageable, like getting up and brushing your teeth, or like getting up and eating your favorite box of cereal or something like that. Or at any point in the day, like no matter what, have a ideal reading session for 10 minutes in the middle of the afternoon or something. Meditate for 5 minutes after dinner in the same way. That's kind of one of those things that you can build yourself up. For myself, anything goes at this point. It still makes me think about these things, though. I don't have to role play or pretend like I'm not a perfectionist. Like, I have those thoughts every day. Like, generally speaking, they don't ever make me feel good. However, they also don't make me dysfunctional most of the time. Yeah, I can't tell you how often I deleted something. Like, oh man, that writing, like the writing a piece of paper and starting over, oh man, I used to do that manually. Just imagine how much of the time, like, if I continue to behave like that going into college, into graduate school, I don't think I would have made it this far. I think at some point I would become so dysfunctional. Like, here's one thing that I used to do. I used to, you know how you reformat your I don't think I have OCD in this point, because if I had OCD, it would be difficult. I would be still dysfunctional now. However, like that word processing thing, you know, deleting things because it gets dirty and you have to start the document all over again. My first PC, whenever I reformat my PC, like I, you know, rewrite it and wipe it, and then I would reformat. I have a routine on how to load in which order and unpack which order when I restore all my applications and my programs. Now, if I screw up, if I accidentally click something and it goes in the wrong order, I would start the process all over again. Because I would think to myself that partitions in the hard disk drive are written, and now it's like written in the wrong order. Like you this sounds incredibly irrational, but the thing I'm describing can be felt in very different ways. If anyone who experiences or they believe they have compulsions or OCD, right? Like the whole like limit OCD, I feel like it's still on a spectrum, but what really classifies as OCD is when it becomes dysfunctional, right? However, you still can appreciate this spectrum where like I would reformat and I would go through systematically and create a routine. And if I don't execute that routine, I would start over from the beginning. So it got to the point where I couldn't even get a functional PC going without getting it just right. So I would lose like hours in my day on a daily basis because I need to do all of my PC work in a very specific order. So that's what I mean by I kind of sort of understand people who are diagnosed with OCD, as in the compulsion is mandatory. I don't necessarily think I was that severe. What I'm describing might sound incredibly irrational, trivial, and a little bit concerning. I'm sharing this type of thing is because I feel like I've got it managed, like I can manage these things. It still occurs in different situations. However, the ones that I don't manage are pretty like inconsequential, sort of. Like, for example, how I clean things. I always clean things in a very specific order in a specific way. And if I fail to execute on it, I would do it again. I would keep doing it again until it's not. So that's kind of the whole, like, you can attempt to achieve a goal that cannot stay static unless the goal is achieved in one step. So you can reduce certain compulsions, at least in my opinion. This is how it runs parallel to OCD. Like, for example, cleaning my monitor, like wiping down my monitor. The steps are short enough where I can still fail a couple of times, but repeat from the beginning and still get the job done. So it's not dysfunctional, as in it doesn't interfere with my normal function. Now, if I let that lead into things like language learning and playing P3P, I would never finish a game. Like, it would legitimately cripple me. There's no way I could do a perfect executed run of Persona 3. Like, I would never finish a game. So my life would be stuck, right? So that's what I mean by dysfunction when it comes to perfectionism. I think I've experienced, in my opinion, at least arguably, this is going to be a weird flex, at least arguably a more severe period in my life with perfectionism that makes me relatable and be able to share and talk about people who believe they are struggling with perfectionism. Because I believe my compulsions when I was a kid, weird flex, eclipsed a lot of the current kids and adults who struggle with perfectionism. Like the compulsions, or maybe like the conditioned responses that aren't permanent with perfectionism. Like the idea of never being able to complete a drawing piece despite being an art student, right? I think I've had, like, it's not a competition because I truly believe it's not a thing that you want to be proud of because it can be very dysfunctional. I've struggled with something far more severe than that. It was very dysfunctional. Like, we're talking about 8 to 10 hours a day trying to type exactly the right words and letters so that I never use a backspace button. Like, in order for me to complete and submit an essay, when like the teachers, I've never like I don't think the teachers ever knew because you can't see it. And I never told my teachers in high school. When I submit a piece of paper, it was because I typed it without ever using the backspace. And if I submit something handwritten, it never has an eraser touch the page. I didn't use erasers or whiteouts. I simply start over. So if I wrote an answer, I would start over if I wrote something wrong. Like erasers do not. So that's when the pen thing came around, right? The pen thing was rough. Word processing kind of made it a little bit more bearable. And then it got to the point where there's no possible way I could ever write something in its entirety without having to start over. So I think programming can actually make the whole perfectionist thing even worse. Because imagine like someone coding with a perfectionist mindset. So that means that when you code something, you either accept that it's perfect in its current state, which is likely not to be the case. It's never, like, it's so unlikely, it's highly improbable that the first code you type is going to be perfect in its state, right? That's what we were talking about earlier with all this digression. It is highly improbable that the first thing you typed and coded is perfect. So don't rest on that. However, if you are constantly starting over thinking it's perfect, you're never going to get a code done. It's never going to be even functional in the first place. So like the test-driven development, that can actually cripple people, like especially cripple perfectionists. So it's great in principle, in my opinion. Behaviorally, there's such thing as behavioral driven development, which can be a little bit more appropriate depending on your team's makeup and your team's composition. So there are other ways that can make circumvent and kind of make a compromise with the tendencies or the compulsions of the developer, because not everyone can exercise the same due diligence. They can learn to, they can condition to. I'm certainly a person who is more so doing the test-driven type of thing and null hypothesis testing is because it makes my life functional. If I start thinking about rights and wrongs and like idealism and stuff, I wouldn't be surprised I would sound like any other Gen Z kid who has settled on the idea that their life is meaningless and it's negligent and nihilistic, right? So I could spiral into that again, which I'm very real about this. That's why Persona 3 is an interesting game, because it explores that. So it is still about Persona 3. We'll be exploring not so much Persona 4 because of its nature, but Persona 5 also explores a lot of these things too. Persona 5 explores the consequences of things like a perfectionist mindset, idealism, right? Like villainy and like ethical truths and stuff that leads to consequences like passionless life, like lack of catharsis, failure to find closure, a regretful life. Those are the things that do occur. And from what I saw from P5, like Persona 5R, it is one of the deeper cuts in the game. Anyways, I'm telling myself not to be afraid, but the more I think about it, the more I hope somehow I could get better at this. All right, let's go out. So we're starting hers, right? It's too soon? Don't think about it. Did I screw up? I hope I didn't screw up. I can't seem to get into a conversation with her. Too soon? I could have sworn I could do that. Okay. We might end up... What? Wait, was there a specific way I had to interact with her in order to start her social link? Oh, I just have to continue talking to her. If life is meaningless, then the conclusion you came to that life is meaningless. It's meaningless so you can ignore it. Oh, listen, Procol, when we start getting to the meaning of life and, you know, the origin of the universe and stuff, everything is a cyclic argument. You know what I mean? Like, it starts getting loopy and it's like, alright, well... Then we go back to like, just do whatever, you know, go with the flow. Trust the process. Goodness gracious. Alright. So what do we do today then? Who do we talk to today? Who can we talk to? Who's around? Kenji? I think we're just gonna hang out with Kenji then. Let me give you some advice. Oh no. If your chick sees you walking home with another chick, you're dead, dude. Not that I'm worried about that. Emily's the only chick you need? Wait, is that her name? Alright, we're just gonna see how he turns out. He was giving us some advice. Kenji. Alright. Alright, Kenji, what do you got for me? The duck fries are soggy as usual. Soggy fries. The hours flew by as you hung out with Kenji. Okay. Hey! Emily is... Oh, Miss Kano. Oh, okay, that's her first name. Emily. Miss Kano's first name is Emily. Anyway, Emily is really popular with the guys, but I kind of took her away from them, you know, dude? You know? Like, I made her my girl before they had a chance. Emily is a really strict teacher, but at home, she's a real sweetheart. She's always... Wait. She's giving you a lesson though, right? Doesn't seem like Kenji will ever stop talking. Yeah, good-looking people are just attracted to one another. It's like they've meant to be together. I agree. I know, right? It's like a TV show, dude. Seriously. He's acting like a child. What about you, Makoto? How are you and Yukari-san doing? Well, I wish you all the happiness in the world, dude. Hey, don't tell anyone about me and Emily, okay? Teachers aren't allowed to date students. Sus. I'm trusting you, man. It seems like Kenji trusts you. Oh, goodness, Kenji. I don't know what to do about Kenji, man. Look at the time. I haven't seen my favorite TV show, you know, in weeks. Well, I guess that's because I've got something better going on in real life. It doesn't seem like Kenji's ever going to stop talking. He's so weird. Oh no.
Miss, おかえり.
Hi. Oh yeah, our midterms are coming up. We're just gonna go to bed. Actually, Is Tanaka-san and or Mutats available? I don't see Tanaka-san. Alright. I don't think Mutats is available until I get to a certain social rank, right? Bum, bum, bum. What time is it? Okay, almost 1 a.m. Right? Da 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 da. Okay. I'm off script now. I don't know who to talk to now. We're just gonna wing it. So I need to catch up on Chihiro's social link. Yeah, exams. Yeah, I'm ready. Midterms are coming up. She's the... Is this just oh, pun or bread? Yeah. She's the linguistics teacher. Okay, yeah, but I am right that it's self-defeating, as you cannot justify the conclusion that life is meaningless, as any statement is also meaningless. Obviously, depending on how far you extend the meanings of life to be thoughts, actions, etc. Yeah. Sorry, you wrote that message a while ago, but you didn't send it. Oh, okay. Fair enough. Yeah. In the words of a Gen Z, bruh, just find a meaning. Okay. I don't know how that could resonate ever. When someone's like, you know, life is meaningless. Like, bruh, life has meaning. Get good. Right. I don't think I've ever said bruh unironically. A skill issue, I know, right? Yeah, I don't think I've ever said bruh unironically. Maybe that might change in the future. Alright, I'm gonna visit the old couple. I think they play out the same. Makoto-chan. Too bad you didn't come earlier. My wife just left for a Gekko-kan. I should go there too. Well, she won't be gone long. Why don't you keep me company, Makoto-chan? Are you thirsty? Sorry, that didn't age very well. Are you thirsty? Here, let's share this. Wait, where are the cups? I'm afraid I'm completely useless without my wife. Oh, hello there. You came back just in... Oh, this is where she finds out. The tree... She looks pale. Yeah, this is where she finds out they were planning on taking down the tree. Calm down, dear. See? Yeah, Makoto-chan worried too. You ought to know better than to walk that far at your age. He seems worried. Here, drink this. And here's one for you too. For you, Makoto-chan. Silent tea? Okay. Judging by her reaction, it seems the rumor was true. The persimmon tree by the walkway at your school. My wife heard a rumor that it was going to be cut down, and she almost fainted. Do you know anything about it, Makoto-chan? Now you have me worried. You're so kind, Makoto-chan. I'm worried too. I tried to look into the rumor, but I think I was barking up the wrong tree. Makoto-chan, if it's not too much trouble, can you tell us if you hear anything about the persimmon tree? The persimmon tree is, it was planted in honor of their late son, who was a teacher, and he died in a car accident. That's why it's very important to them. I hate to trouble you, but please let us know if you hear anything about the persimmon tree.
帰ってきたか。
Your responses are slightly different. Slightly. Not that noticeably different. And their storyline is identical, more or less. Alright, we're gonna hang out with Michael. I don't know if Michael is gonna be the same, because you're a guy now. Running late? Yeah, training. He's just training. It's fine. What are you? Oh, this is just staying up. Mathematician. Talking about the beauty, like the math teacher has a weird attraction to the beauty of numbers. Very, very enthusiastic about it. Alright, so let's go hang out with Michael, which I don't think her storyline changes other than referring to you as a big bro as opposed to big sis, right? So Michael is the girl who has the divorcing parents. Yeah, a number file. Talking about how elegant and beautiful equations are. What do you want to do next? It's up to you, Kay. Your choice. Let's go on the horizontal bars. I want to go home. I wonder what... No, let's go on the seesaw. But the seesaw makes my butt hurt. But I don't want to go home yet. I don't like it there. Can't we stay together for a little longer? Michael seems to enjoy hanging out. Yeah. So she's the grade schooler that has parents that are on rocky terms. The hangman. Hangman represents becoming acceptant of things. So my mom and dad, they fight a lot. They're going to get a divorce, huh? I tell them I want us to be happy, but they don't listen. They probably hate me too. Yeah, this is the common occurrence when you have a child, right? They become collateral, and typically they tend to internalize that they might be the problem. So one of the things that you kind of hear as a common pattern is that the parents who are having a divorce, who are splitting, there is a encouragement to remind or try to reinforce the idea that to the child not to internalize it, because oftentimes, like, what else would you expect a child to think, that they might be part of the problem? Yeah. So this is her storyline for that, and it has a oh man, this social link has a weird end. However, like the Michael's part is not the weird part. It's her father. Now, that's probably going to change because you're no longer the female character, so you're not Kotone Shiomi. So it might be completely different from Makoto Yuki. The father was weird. So we'll see. Hey, can we play again later, right? I think we're friends now. Big bro's here. No longer big sis. Big bro.
君か。おか。
Righty. Tadaima. No, let's see. I think we can just go to bed. Start our midterms. I have yet to see something different in the same social links. The different social links are obviously different. Exams are coming up. Oh, and I can actually hang out with the internet person, the online innocent sin online person. Instead of studying, we're already a genius, so we can play MMOs all day. Maya's not signed on though. I'm running a little late. I'll be right there, okay? Oh my gosh, this the emotes, BRT. Maybe I should just say the acronyms just to capture the moment. I was on the phone with my mom. Whenever we talk, it's always the same. It's like all she cares about is marrying me to some dude. Well, why don't we get married? Even without meeting me IRL? Take me, Tatsuya. Oh gosh. Don't worry, I still have some spunk left at my age, lol. It's sexist to think women can only be happy when they're tied down. The other night, I got a little drunky and I kind of passed out at Polonia. This is exactly how it goes in real life, by the way. This old dude said, "You think men want drunk sluts like you? Whoa." I told him to STFU. Darn it. OTL on the other than other than no. What the heck does OTL stand for? On the other than later? No, other. I don't know what OTL stands for. On that note? No, on that. Okay, we're just gonna go with OTL. I have no idea what OTL stands for. Sorry, kind of got off topic. I guess I'm a little tired. OTL. Oh, the life? How would you attempt to do that emo at the end? Oh. What do you mean? It's a equal sign underscore equal sign. Oh, you can't think of a way to express or mimic it. Oh, oh, you mean like literally? The little... Yeah, I get what you mean. I don't know what OTL stands for. But I do feel better now. Here, Tatsuya, this is for you. Maya used a healing potion on you, on you, but there was no effect. Oh, I guess your HP was already full. Lamalnade? I don't think I've ever heard someone say Lamalnade. I'm trying to say thanks for listening to all my complaining. Maya feels like she can open up to you. Oh, goodness. I don't think you... I'm not sure if you ever see Maya, like, bump into her. That old lamer I told you about was in front of Polonia. If you see him, don't be nice. You'll know cause he talks like a woman. Alright, I better go practice being a good housewife for Tatsuya. She signs off. Oh, about an older man. Wait, the older man is it supposed to be Tanaka? It might be Tanaka actually. Or Tanaka, the salesman, the businessman guy. Old man. Huh. Alright. First day of midterms. I'm already a genius, so I think you just automatic for this first part, right? Yep. What's the second one? Bread. The next one is probably faster than sound. Yep. The rotation of the Earth along the equator. Hard water because calcium and magnesium. And then I think this is the book thing, Nara. Okay. And then last day we just use our intelligence. Yep. Okay. Midterms, just like that. 1 week of midterms. Aced. Aced. I think we're going on with Yuko this time. Yuko right now, she's kind of complains a bit too, but she's more worried about her future, right? And stress and she eats a lot. She has a hearty appetite. Not for this to sound weird, but I absolutely love people who have I absolutely love hearing people have good appetites because I've echoed this with Mock before. One of the treasures and beauties of life, right, of being human and reminding yourself that you're alive is to try to enjoy the senses that being human can provide. And one of them is through food. So she talks about food, and obviously stress is another example. There's beauty in stress because there's such thing as positive stress and negative stress, right? So oftentimes when someone say they're really stressed, I typically say, well, I hope it's positive stress. Let's turn that negative stress into positive stress, because that type of thing also makes you feel alive. I mean, negative stress most definitely makes you feel alive. Just in my opinion, most people have enough negative stress. The stomach rumbling, I am a little hungry. Yeah, she has a hearty appetite, and she's the school manager, right? She's the school team manager for the swim team, because we're part of the swim team, and she's really stressed out, and she talks about like going on a diet, keeping up images. She's very subconscious, and she compares herself to characters like the beauty standards and all. But she's a representation of that. And you provide comfort by listening. Actually, that's what the MC usually do. Listen and say what others want to hear, which is what I was like in high school. So it's one of the reasons why I like Persona 3. It's a coincidence. There were rare games where there was an MC that I could legitimately relate to. This was one of them. And then he threw a left hook right at his face, but he dodged it. And can you hang on a sec? I'll finish the story after I put on my shoes. I put my shoes on, dang it. Ending with a preposition. Again? How childish. Yuka is standing by the shoe rack with a strange look on her face. She has maybe a love letter? What's wrong? Oh, it's nothing, really. It seems like something is bothering Yuka. It's the same stupid prank again. Oh, prank. There's a piece of gum on Yuka's shelf. Oh. Ah, phew. They're safe. It wouldn't be funny if I had gum all over my shoes. Does this happen often? Well, after the first few times I stopped counting. Yuka seems disgusted. I was ticked off at first, but then I just got used to it. I'm tired of being angry, and I'm just too lazy to do anything about it. but if I can catch her in the act, I'll grab her and slap her. Her. Hey, that was a joke, okay? And don't take it so seriously. I'm not like that at all. All right? Heckin' bullies. All right, we're going to the mall. He went for his arm, but then he put it into a chokehold. Isn't that crazy? I love it. Are you describing, like, what are you describing? A movie? MMA? I think this is a little too early for MMA, right? 2006? Wrestling? Like, I thought brains are just as important as brawn. Yuko-san, is that your new boyfriend? Two female students began talking to Yuka. No, we're not dating. He's just a friend from the team. You don't have to hide it. I'm surprised you can get such a handsome guy. Maybe I should become a team manager too. You've got the story all wrong, like usual. Maybe you should quit. You have to do so much running after all. It's not very attractive for a girl to be muscular, right? Oh, stop. Her boyfriend might hear you. If you want to give it a try, I won't stop you. But I wouldn't bother if you're just looking for a boyfriend. Because being a team manager isn't easy. You won't have time to be sticking gum on the shoe rack. What on earth are you talking about? I haven't got a clue. Of course not. It was just an example. What's wrong? Did I say something to offend you? No? Hey, we should get going now. Someone hit a nerve. The two girls disappeared. Oh, no. Let's go sit down. By the fountain we are. I'm sorry, Makoto-kun. I didn't mean to get you involved. 大丈夫だ. Thanks. Maybe I should tell you the whole story. That girl in the black tights, she went to the same middle school as me. Back then, there was this boy on the basketball team who asked me out and we started dating. But he was seeing her at the same time. Even though I was a victim too, when she found out, she accused me of being a thief. She blamed me because I was the manager of the basketball team. Does that make any sense at all? That gum on my shelf, it was probably her. She still holds a grudge. Girls can be so unforgiving sometimes. Since those two are in a bunch of girls' clubs, they might cause more trouble for me, huh? As much as I like being a team manager, I wish I could compete. But I can't join those clubs. Huh. I guess I'm a little jealous. I hate feeling like this. I just wanted to be involved in swim. By the way, I'm sorry they called you my boyfriend. Are you mad? I'm honored. How can you say that with a straight face? How many other girls have you used that line on? This is the first time. When it comes to relationships, you should never play with a woman's emotions. Trust me, I've been there before. You know, if people see us sitting together like this, they might think we really are dating. I don't mind though. Boy, do I have some deep cuts about that. People getting the wrong idea. Please don't tell Kaz or anyone else that story. You're the only one who knows, Makoto-kun. By the way, that guy I was going out with, I broke up with him a long time ago. You probably figured that out already, huh? See you later. And she's gone. She ran away. What's happening? Oh, right. Akihiko is joining the crew.
おめでとうっす。
おめでとうっす。
復帰メニューが山積みだ。丸一月サボってたわけだからな。
急に無理するとまた折れちゃいません？
そうも言ってられない。新たなペルソナ使いも見つかったしな。
Why do you guys speak so fast?
お、新戦力ってことっすか？
Okay, Junpei's a little bit more elongated, but man, some of the times they speak really really
も
fast.
しかして女子とか？女子だ。うちの高等部2年のな。山岸風花。3人とも知ってるか？
山岸
Oh yeah, that's
確か
right.
E 組の
Yeah, Yamagishi is next.
なんか体が弱いとかで学校ではあんま見ないような。
俺たちのいた病院へ来てたらしい。それで適性が見つかった。しかし、素養があっても体がそれじゃ戦いは無理かもな。召喚機も用意したんだから。
Oh, Shogunki. Is that how you Shogunki is a evoker.
もう諦めちゃうんすか？せっかく俺が手取り足取り個人レッスンとか。何？そのかわいそうな動物を見るような目は。見んなよ。俺を見んなよ。
That's a little bit more subtle. That sounded a lot more conservative than the English counterpart. All right. All right. We're gonna be hanging. It's Sunday, so we're gonna be hanging out and playing an MMO again. Yeah. Hey, you wanted to ask, so I'll ask it about something random. We've talked about favorites, but what is your least favorite game? My least favorite game? Oh, that's easy. I don't know what it is. How do I prove that though? It would have to involve me going backwards and then figuring out if I have forgotten the game because it's so not important to me that I have forgotten it. And the only way I could do that loosely is to go back. What game would I expect myself to play that now I have no reason to ever bring it up? And I would have to play it. So one of the criteria is it has to be a game that I played so I can actually have an opinion about it. So you were interested to see if the method to decide the least favorite is just the opposite how you decide the favorite. Yeah, it's kind of like that. I would have to identify that it's something that I have known how to, that I have played. So probably the method would be to like go into my Steam library and then I will tell you how I would go about it. I would probably scroll through my Steam library and then scroll to the game, like a game really far in the past and that I have no recollection of playing. And I can't remember a single detail about it. Like I don't even remember recalling playing it despite like giving it an honest go. Like preferably a game that I have already played and it shows that it's completed, but I have no working knowledge of what went wrong, like what went on with it. That's probably my least favorite. Least favorites are tough because they're predicated on null. It's a null period, so that means that it would be a game that is no longer relevant to me. And that would imply that I need some sort of record of doing it. So the furthest I can go back is probably whatever's recorded. So I could go to my Steam library. It would be the longest thing that I have. I could try to think back to like my console days, but it would be a poop shoot because I legitimately have no idea. if I like the games that I've forgotten, right? But it would be a game that I've forgotten. It's not a game that, like, for example, a lot of other people's least favorite games, like if I try to make it a little bit more relatable, a lot of people's least favorite games are games that they hate. My least favorite game is not a game that I hate. So using the same method but opposite means you can never know your top. Yeah, I can know my top one if we put a time restriction on it. Basically, like, if we're gonna say when I started recording, right, everything, when things were tracked, then it would be the oldest game that I have forgotten that I played and completed, which unfortunately, in the way the nature of it is, I would have forgotten it, so I would have to go back and find what the recorded thing is. However, in the truest sense, I could never remember that because I've been playing games since I was 5 years old, which there's no tracking record of what I played. And to continue the other logic, right? Most people would say their least favorite game deals with an emotion, and one of the emotion is frustration or hatred, right? So their least favorite game typically would be a game that they hate. And for myself, to be in concordance, to be consistent with the method, things that elicit a feeling, they're still more likely relevant to me and important to me, therefore a bit more favorited than games that leave no impression at all. So basically, like, any game that leaves no impression is below games that make me angry. Like, if I legitimately played a game that angered me, that still leaves a more learning and meaningful impression than a game in which I play and I just completely forgot that I even played it immediately after. Like, it's forgettable, right? Would searching for the top one affect your extent of it being your least favorite, moving it up to the second least, assuming you find it? That's probably a little bit, right? It would still involve me having to play it and reminisce about it. But because you asked it, so like because you ask for it, it has now, if I find it, it would have elevated it because we had this conversation. Right? So now it's gonna be more favorable because you and I have a conversation about it. So the value of that game went up now because now we have a reason to talk about it. So now it's more important to me. So I'm less likely to have forgotten it. And it's being brought up again compared to like the next thing that I've forgotten. So that is correct. Yeah. That is correct. Things increase in value because we have a reason to look for it. This is to give you an example of why I don't particularly like trackers as a form of measuring value, is because you can collect a lot of things, you can collect a lot of data, you can also collect a lot of completions. However, that doesn't lead to fulfillment in the long term, right? It actually leads to a dilution of the quality of the sentimentalism, in my opinion, personally. So like if I'm speaking for myself, when you're doing achievement gathering, for example, and you're just checking the list, right? Just popping up numbers, it becomes less and less meaningful to me. So oftentimes because of the way I do favoritism and based on frequency and recurrence, it's usually how much I can embellish the value of it. So I don't ever want to dilute the value so much. It still feels good to make the number go up. For example, like my Steam profile and stuff, where you would do it, where you like, hey, I've completed 16 games in the last year. Let's complete 17 games next year. That type of thing. That can still lead to catharsis and reward. However, I want to try to balance that out with frequency and recency. Largely because life isn't about completionism, right? It's about a balance of sentimentalism and value, right? So while those people who like chuck like 500 games on a completion list, my iteration is the idea of, are they meaningful? And if they're meaningful, then I would keep them with me. If they're not meaningful, they are no longer with me anymore. Wait, so forgetabiliness does not hold as much weight as remembering a game, but without the game leaving any impression? Wait, so forgetfulness does not hold as much weight as remembering a game? For favoritism, it holds weight for being forgetful, but without the game leaving any impression. Like, the impression that it can give is being forgetful. So technically, it still serves a purpose. Like, I could ascertain what a group of games like a group of games that are forgetful can inform me, can leave an impression about how they're forgetful if I look at them. So they still have value or weight in a different way. Remembering a game deals with favoritism. It has weight towards favoritism, but something that's forgettable can also leave an impression. It may or may not leave an impression. You're guessing the evaluation of the impression or lack thereof is just whatever you most recently remember rather than your initial impression. Yes, yes. Because memory is an active recall. So every time you recall something, it would be your existing impression. Trying to recall your initial impression is still your current impression. If you know what I mean. Right? Like, when you're trying to recall your initial impression, it is your current impression. Like, your brain doesn't, like, your mind doesn't, it doesn't filter a carbon copy of the original. Like, when you recall something, it is your current impression. Despite trying to recall your initial impression, it will be your current impression. You can try your best to divorce it from all your existing experiences. However, when you recall something of an initial impression, it will be affected by everything that exists up to the point. So most people, when they say, oh, I really like this game, I used to really like this game, that impression is an initial impression, but the way you phrased it, or typically phrased it by a person, is in regards to everything else that exists now. Like, so biologically, you do not capture detachment from your existing self. A computer might be able to do that. A photograph might be able to do that. When you look at a photograph, you might not be able to do it. You are unlikely to be able to do that. So a game being forgettable will not make the game as close to being the least favorite as a game which leaves no impression. Yep, exactly. Would. Exactly. So even a game that's forgettable is still above something that just leaves nothing. Like, there's no particular thing about it that it basically might as well not exist. Right? However, we're still talking about something else, like a game that I played that leave no impression. versus a game that is forgettable, as in not so much as in it leaves no impression, but you want to forget it, like a negligible, like it's cliche. Now that produces an interesting situation. It could still be a group of games that are forgettable, and together they can be propped up as a bigger thing, right? For example, you could have a forgettable series, like, I don't know, a non-controversial forgettable series, and there's 5 games in it, in that series, versus like one game that left no impression, right? So there's still volume arguments and whatnot. So here's my case in point. You know how sometimes you think of something and you know you've forgotten something, and you just know that you've forgotten it. However, you know you've forgotten something. That is still more than there's no impression whatsoever. Like, you're like, okay, it's whatever that never came to mind. So it still left an impression, and you knew it was forgettable. So even that exceeds the null test. Basically, you can't confirm it. All the things that I have not mentioned at all are probably less favorited than a game that's forgettable. So what's a game that's forgettable? I'm gonna say a hot take here. A game that's forgettable is the redundant versions of Pokemon. So what's forgettable? The red version of Pokemon, because I played Pokemon Blue version. You see what I mean? Like, I can't tell you how the red version, maybe it's only Charizard, I don't even remember, but there's something different about the red version versus the blue version. But because it's forgettable, because of its redundancy, it would be considered as less favorite than the blue version. The blue version is more favorited than the red version. But red version has something forgettable. It's still more important than not even remembering that there's something forgettable about the red version. So by nature, the blue version reminds me of something forgettable in the red version. And then there's the yellow version, which I didn't play at all. And there's probably something that I don't know that is forgettable. That's a good that would be my example that maybe is relatable to other people. Redundancy can produce forgettableness, and yet you can still remember that you've forgotten something, or you're likely to have forgotten something about it. That's kind of, or like here's one. You buy one version of a game, and then they re-release the same version of a game with a forgettable detail, and then you forgot why it's different. So like in this day and age, there are a lot of remakes, right? A lot of remakes and remasters and digital digital audio overhauls and visual stuff, or even re-releases of old games. You might forget that a game got re-released, but you would probably recall the most impressionable version of that game. Like, for example, if you played a game in 1992 and the game got re-released in 2010, some people might remember the 1992 because they favor the origin, or they remember the 2012 version, but both of the games are identical. It was simply a re-release, right? And you can remember that you've forgotten if there's a detail difference between the two. However, they do exist. So that could be one of those examples where the idea is 2012 and the 1992 version of this specific game is still more impressionable than anything you can't possibly conjure up anymore. So that would be an example of like least favorite things. Like redundancies often are an example of something that is forgettable, but it's still related to something that might be very meaningful. And for me, I picked this topic because this will come into play for Persona games, because Persona games are going through the series of remakes now, and so is RGG, like a Dragon games. They're being remade, and some of the even more recently, some of the stories, like some of the movies and TV shows that I'm watching, they're being re-released and remade or retold. Like soon, One Piece, the animated series One Piece, Netflix is gonna re-release another version of One Piece. So things like that. Like I've watched Dragon Ball Z, for example, 3 different times in 3 different versions, and there's no way I can possibly even cite what is different between them, despite their like editing and all that. I can't even remember what the and there were a lot of differences. It's just that they were forgettable. I just don't remember what the difference is, like between Dragon Ball Z Kai, right, the Kai edition, and the original airing of Dragon Ball Z. I actually watched both of them, but I can't even begin to remember how they were different. I know that I can generalize that the Kai version was much shorter. They edited certain things out. They might have weaved better some of the stuff, but I know that I've forgotten something. Like, the edits were forgettable. If your attempt to remember your initial impression of something is just your impression of your initial impression, then would every attempt at remembering will get you less and less accurate to your initial impression? I would say so. Or would it just depend on how your impression of that kind of thing subconsciously affecting the memory of what your initial impression was? I would say both. I would lean more so that it becomes less and less accurate to your initial impression. And that effect, I said, but it isn't in or. Then it would, wait, it's just your impression. Then would every attempt at remembering will get you less accurate to your, or would, but it isn't or. I said or, but it isn't in or. Oh. Okay, you said or, but it isn't in or. And it would depend. So, yeah, I would say both. Like, the dependency helps with, like, I get what you mean by you said or, but it isn't an or. I get it. And it would depend on it. So the extent of the remembering less and less accurate is dependent. It would be skewed by however impressionable that is. That is how I view memory, though. Not everyone views it this way, because you're a biological entity. So whenever you recall something, you're literally conjuring it up again. So in every way, you're reconstructing the memory. So, like, it's not a hard drive storage. Like, you're not someone who have partitioned something and it would execute same the whole time. It is understood that your memory is consolidated, not partitioned. Like, what I mean is, your brain is being used. It's not like a partition of your brain is not being used and only that partition of the brain activates specifically without overlapping with any other brain function and stuff, so that it stays dormant until it's accessed again without tying in anything else that's a part of your brain. At least that's what I come to understand. In memory storage, that's where the breakdown to analogy of memory storage in a computer is. When you retrieve the file is effectively the same thing every time. Memory in biological sense, in neurologically, again, I'm not a neurologist. However, what I come to understand is you evoke and you generate that memory again. So that memory is effectively going to be affected by everything that exists after it. You imagine that one could have an attempt of remembering their initial impression, which ends up being more accurate than the previous attempt by accident? It can be more accurate than a previous attempt by accident? Yeah, for sure. It will never be as vivid as the initial encoding. So the intent is important, right? The intent is certainly important. Now we're comparing two different things. Like we're comparing by accident or with the intention of remembering it versus the intention of remembering it versus the first time it was remembered. So, and hear me out. When you encode it, the initial impression is an initial impression. So it wouldn't, if you're trying to ascertain its accuracy, the accuracy is still dependent on how it was encoded. Like, for example, people don't see the world as it is. Like, literally and figuratively. You do not encode things literally as the world is. Like, it goes through filters. Right? Kind of like when we talk about, like, what do you literally see? Well, the world is upside down. Your brain turns it right side up. So, like, based on your feedback. So there's no, like, literal verbatim things. Like, for example, if a child, when you're a child and you go to the playground and you're trying your best to remember what it's like as a child when you're an adult, even when you're a child, you don't see the same thing. That if your adult self go to see that same thing, it's not the same thing. Like, the impressions change no matter what. So the way you form memories is also going to change through your filter. That's why nostalgia works. Like, in my opinion, that's one of the underlying effects of nostalgia. Nostalgia changes over time. It doesn't stay the same over time. If it stood the same, you wouldn't experience nostalgia, at least in my opinion. Conceptually, you wouldn't experience nostalgia because you would know it. You would remember it as it was. So it wouldn't be interesting or reflexive or retroactive. Like, you're not having a reflexive moment, right? It is only when you know your existing experience, when you experience everything after, that you can have the feeling of nostalgia in retrospect. Like, without nostalgia cannot exist without some time period and effects after. It kind of is paradoxical with the idea of nostalgia. If that memory never faded and that memory was as real as it is. And hear me out. There is a person, I wish I remember the guy's name. There's a guy who reviews video games. He did a video game series. It's like a slice of life video game series. Natsu, it's like summer vacation, someone's summer vacation. This guy, he is part of the 1% or less than 1%. He has a biological, like, neural divergence that he remembers emotions. So, like, he remembers eidetic emotions. And the way he talks about, like, having eidetic emotions, he relives that over and over again. And you can kind of see how it differs dramatically from how someone thinks back in time. Like the way he describes going back, and like he does a couple things where he like goes back to his old apartment and like goes through. He could conjure up eidetic impressions of his initial things, but the way he reacts is not the same as initial impressions. The way we speak, at least in my opinion, the way we speak about initial impressions, current impressions, previous impressions, or forgotten impressions, it simply exists. It still is there. And the way he talks about it is not one of reflexive fondness or pining or avoidance or trauma. It's simply recalling the events like it happened yesterday. So that's kind of what I mean by a lot of these things. You do not recall exactly what the thing happened, because without doing that removes a lot of the whole idea of what we're talking about. Like experiencing nostalgia is necessary to have other events happen and consider it through it. You imagine that one could have so would you conclude that our eyes are upside down or the earth is? Narcissistically, egotistically, for the sake of the human race, the earth is upside down, okay? It's not us. The earth is upside down. And when I run, I move the earth from underneath me. You know, relativity, right? It's you're not running, you're moving the earth underneath you, obviously. I'm taking this is that moving your earth underneath you. It comes from a coach that I read online, where the secret sauce to making some of his athletes run faster, he told them that visualize yourself pushing so hard on the ground, like your sprinting pace, pushing so hard on the ground that you imagine yourself moving the earth underneath you. That's where I got that idea from, and then I just make it a joke because it's about relativity as well, like the whole idea of relativity. Is it you moving across the earth's surface, or is the earth moving underneath you? Or like things are, you know, like you're shifting things underneath you. So you cannot conclude that someone's initial impression is more accurate than someone's 10th remembering their initial, as both are perceptions. Exactly. Yep. What we do have, though, is we have tools, right? So we do have photography. That's, you know, when you think about court cases, like law and order, and science, right? The breakdown of reliability of recalling stuff is hearsay, or like testimonials, right? Testimonials and hearsay, and then the idea of scientific inquiry based on human recollection, that is unreliable. Now, it's not it's not like lack of value. We're not saying that its reliability is proportional to how valuable it is. Human perception is incredibly valuable to present meaning and like certain other things that are of value. It's literally one of the reasons that it has value. Like nostalgia has value because of the way our impressions work. However, you know, you can record stuff. I should have said you cannot logically conclude, as many people do presume their first impression is more accurate. Yes, exactly. By convention, most people think that their first impression is more accurate. Yes, by convention. logically would be the great word. Although you and I are exercising logic, so I inferred that you meant logically conclude. And I prescribe to this. So like when someone tells me, oh, do you think you remember this better than I do? Or like, you're smarter, you should be able to remember this better than I do. I would reasonably tell them, let me see what I recorded. Or let me see what I wrote down, right? Because typically I would say, do you want to hear my impression or my memory of it? I usually don't ever imply that somehow my memory is more accurate. If someone says I have more accurate memory, I would say, well, I'll try my best to remember it. My memory, however accurate you think it is, it's still under the impression it can't substitute for recording, because recording devices are how things are going to be more accurately captured in the moment, right? Because of our differing perspectives as we're going, even reading back old notes can be changed a bit. It's a human condition. It's a really good question. Like, something that I think about each and every day. I already talked about how like I really value my memory. Like, and what I mean is I really value my memory in a way that I can retrieve it and use it, not value my memory in the form of its accuracy. Because if I really do value that, it can cause me great consternation. It doesn't stop me from always worrying about it though. I do worry about it all the time. Like, how accurate is my memory, right? I record a lot of things to leave my anxiety at the door, or I at least attempt to. So when I have thoughts and stuff, I would try to write it down. If I want to share something or what my previous self is like, I would record it. And then if I want to, I get to share it with other people. And that's how I keep my anxiety at bay. My mania revolves around my inability to be satisfied with the idea that I can't ever remember things very accurately over time. Like, because in my belief, or at least my understanding, memory is an active process. It's not a passively stored thing and then suddenly it's triggered and then it goes back to passive storage. It doesn't happen that way, at least from what we understand right now, right? If it was, it's kind of hard to experience some of the stuff that emotionally that is to be explained. Like, how does one feel less regretful over time? How does one overcome trauma over time despite being able to adequately and vividly completely experience the same thing over and over again? Like, that's what I mean by when you have someone who has an eidetic memory, which there are people who do exist. They're very rare and you might be able to do a case study on them. Their behavioral patterns is very different. They're incapable of overcoming errors. They're incapable of forgetting mistakes. They're incapable of overriding or overcoming specific traumas, because like if you remember it as though it was the first, it's very difficult to like consolidate. It's annoying that even though it seems likely that someone's impression is going to be far more accurate than their 10th time remembering, but even if you use a person to perceive and decide the accuracy difference between the first and 10th time, you guess he could only express the first and 10th time of their impression and the accuracy. Exactly. But he will keep having to compare with his understanding and therefore remembering. Exactly. Does that, like, when you say it's annoying, is that how you personally feel? I found this incredibly frustrating when I was younger. Like, I obviously I was a lot more ignorant about how the brain works, and my hobby in psychology and my hobby in neurobiology was like much less than I currently am. But I genuinely go to sleep having panic attacks about the whole idea that no matter what I do as a human being, I can't ever like be accurate about some things that I remember. It is constantly in flux, right? Memory is constantly in flux. It consolidates, it moves around, it's squishy. Memory is squishy, right? To keep in mind of the themes. And P3, by the way, doesn't explore this. I would love to see a game that explores this in the terms of process. P3 does it in the terms of memory, creating memories with people. They don't talk about how memory changes with time. They try to by depicting characters that grow over time, because the aspect of the calendar month, that's what they do. There is a twist on this game though. Near the, like, sorry for spoilers for the 2000, you know, a game from 2006. There is a point in the time of the game where you can make a decision. You can have all the characters forget what they've experienced to live a blissful life for 3 months, and then the world ends. Or you can choose to remember the moments and hold on to that and fight to preserve those memories. That's not exactly what we're talking about here, but it's also demonstrating how humans perceive things based on their memory, right? When you forget something, then oftentimes it might as well not exist. So oftentimes ignorance is a blessing in itself. So that's kind of what I was talking about overcoming trauma and stuff, and consolidating. When in the rare cases of people in history who have perfectly eidetic memories and or emotional memories. People with eidetic memories don't necessarily have perfectly emotional memories. So there are people who exist allegedly, and one of them, I saw his review of this game. He has a eidetic emotional memory, so he can relive the emotions as it was recorded. That's a little different from intellectual eidetic memory, whereas visually, someone can recall all of they look at a phone book, right, and they remember everything as it is. That doesn't mean they're going to recall the emotions attached to them. So the emotions might actually change. It could be just cold. It's oh, I don't remember why I'm looking at the phone book, what the phone book makes me feel, but I know what's in the phone book. That's a different, there are different properties of memory, right? And you have these psychological cases, if they are willing, where theoretically someone could remember things and still be completely emotionally detached, because emotional memory is tenuous. You use the same, there's overlap, there's redundancy in the function of your brain that deals with emotional encoding and visual encoding, right? Visual, auditory, and smell, they overlap when you're encoding things. So because of its overlap, there's going to be some sort of noise and consolidation. You can call it noise if it's unwanted. I don't really call it noise, I call it remembering things. That's kind of the normal process. What if a camera recorded both their first and 10th time? I know that's still not quite it, but looking at the exact same footage will likely allow them to measure the accuracy based on the objective. Yeah! Black Mirror. Go watch Black Mirror. There are 2 or 3 Black Mirror episodes. They're actually tied to each other. Occasionally Black Mirror will visit the same technology. It's called Reflex, I think. Oh, hang on. Black Mirror recording eyes, I think. What was there's the entire history of you, season 1, episode 3. And I think the White Christmas one is pretty good too, that deals with recording someone's aspect and then playing it back. White Christmas, what is it's a special episode though. I forgot what episode that is. But I think season 1, episode 3, the entire history of you is the one that I'm thinking of. So the anachronism, we're not far from it, by the way. It basically, imagine meta glasses, right? You have meta glasses and it's built in. I think it's this one. Hang on, let me make sure. Yeah, it's called the grain technology. So they call it grain. And what happens is it's an implant, or like maybe I forgot if it was a lens or a side node, and it records everything, all the audio visual nature of it. And then when you see it interact and interplay with hearsay, like the way the humans act emotionally and stuff, despite having this information, you think you have watched those episodes, you don't remember too much about it. There is a few episodes with a thing that sticks to the side. Yeah, so there are multiple. I think season 1 episode 3 was the first time it was introduced, and then there were a couple more that uses like a similar technology where you have a device that's constantly on, and they habitually behave with the idea that that information is available to them. We're not that far away from that, because meta glasses exist now, right? Or different types of augmented glasses, and they can in fact record most of the things. So will human behavior change because of that? It'll be very interesting. I'm genuinely very interested in what will become of that, where humans will habitually know that they can consistently double check and run accuracy checks between the two footage, right? Whatever footage, and however integrated it is, humans could adapt habitual behavior in doing that. Would that change the way how memory works? I really don't know. I can assure you that whenever I look back, like for example, I record 6 to 8 hours of my life in the last year, like every single year, right? Or at least across the last 3 years. And when I look at a footage of myself, I no longer recognize that person. Like what I mean is, when I see it, I know it happened, but it's very difficult for, even though I'm vocalizing most of my thoughts, like when I'm studying, right? I try to vocalize most of my thoughts, talk about my emotions, and like I'm practicing that exercise of expressiveness to keep people online, like on the same page. And even then, when I hear that person speaking, I'm no longer that person. Like, it's someone else. It doesn't even feel like myself. That's the problem. That's what I mean by, even though you literally record yourself and you watch yourself over, you still feel like that person is no longer you. Like you are literally seeing a recording of yourself and you're assuming it happened. You're literally assuming. And figuratively, you know that you couldn't have recalled that. Like, there are things that you no longer remember of what happened. And that's kind of how tenuous memory is. Is one of those episodes the one where the police can access people's memories if they were a witness to a crime? Yes, that's one of them, I think. Which episode was that? Was that the one with also the reality television? No. Yeah, I gotta watch Black Mirror again. Alright. That's enough brainstorming about like the memories, I think we might end up triggering some existential crises, because people who play Persona 3 already are terrified with the idea of finding meaning in life, in my opinion, and also talking about memories, right? The whole theme, one of the core themes of Persona 3 is the sentimentalism and the value of memories, of generating memories with others. Yeah, this has more than enough. Yeah, for sure. For sure. Crazy. Alright, let's go and we're gonna go and talk to Maya again. Alright, she enters the area. What? Did you just get here? We signed on at the same time! TM. The weather's nice today, huh? But enough should never be the ceiling to stop it. It's true. Above and beyond. Let's go outside. In-game, duh. Like, I used to type this emote, like these emotes here. I did make these emotes when I was playing in World of Warcraft. Tresto, and then I don't know what this means anymore. Yeah, I don't know what this means anymore. Oh, it's like wind and dust. Oh, it's like this thing is running really fast and leaves a puff of dust. Oh. Conan District, okay. Conan District. A gray-colored sky stretches as far as the eye can see. A barren wasteland lies between Tatsuya and Maya. You're Tatsu. She ended up calling you Tatsu, so. My stretching. The air is nice, even though the world has ended. I guess Innocent Sin Online is a post-apocalyptic MMO. Psst, yeah, right. It's just a game. We should go level or something. I'm so lazy IRL, Tatsu. I haven't even gotten dressed or put on makeup. Maya stands at attention. RSDLSSLKF. I'm so ticked off right now. Mr. E is such a stupid SOB. Wait, Mr. E? Ekoda? She can't be referring to Ekoda, right? Wait, is she one of the teachers? There's no way. Oh, she might be one of the teachers. I don't think I've ever made this connect. I was a potato head. You know, you have to remember that the last time I played this game, I was like 19 years old. So I was a potato head. So I'm not as perceptive as I was before. like when, oh, sorry. I feel like I'm more perceptive now than I was before. Like, so I don't think I've ever like thought about these things. I was a teenager, much like most kids these days, where you read verbatim. So if the information is not there, then you don't think about it. It's out of sight, out of mind situation. So you don't make connections between things. You don't ask yourself, wait, Mr. E. There's a Mr. Ekoda who's a butthead. He's the classic literature teacher in school. And there are two female teachers that really dislike him. Especially one female teacher that is really unhinged. She's the modern lit teacher. And Maya did say that like she doesn't sound like this normally, and she's a lot older. So it could be one of its teachers, and Maya is an alias, so you don't know. And she keeps saying how she's older, and she's drunk, like she drinks, and what's her name? Toriyumi. Toriyumi-san is like a little belligerent, and she talks about drinking and stuff. So I don't know if that's supposed to be it. I never really made that. I think you hope so, at least until you reach old age. Yeah, exactly. Yeah, exactly. I was still a potato. Like, it doesn't change that as a teenager I was a potato. I was a literal potato. I mean, like, I don't mean literal as in I was literally a potato. I was a literal potato, as in I took things literally. And most things when I read, you know, you probably heard this before. Ask any Gen Z who spend a lot of time online and ask them, hey, when you read a book, don't you use your imagination? And you will likely, at least 7 out of 10 times, they will say, like, I don't use my imagination. I'm not creative. I don't have imagination. When I read books, it's boring because the books doesn't provide the imagination for me. Right? That's what I was like. You are literally a metaphorical potato. Yeah, so basically I was a potato that focused on literal things. So if a book, when I read a book, if the book itself is not interesting, like it's not telling me to be interested, right? This sounds like the Gen Z problem online. If the book isn't telling me to be interested, then I am not interested. If the book doesn't convince me that I should be interested, I'm not interested. Literally, not figuratively. Like, when you become an adult and you have an identity and you start experiencing things, you start connecting things. So when you read a book, you have motivations to read a book. You have imagination. Typically, kids should have imagination. When I was younger, other kids have more imagination than I do. That's how I felt. Nowadays, because the internet provides all of the quote-unquote imagination, like you don't have to imagine if you can see it. Like AI slop even takes that to another level. Now you don't even have to imagine it. You can literally be provided with imaginary situations, right, that look real. So that's what I was like. That's what I meant by I was a literal potato. I was a potato that rely on literal things. So when a book doesn't say what the dog is, like if it doesn't say the dog is black with scruffy hair and a white spot on his forehead, then I just imagine the concept of a dog, like just the word, like a dog, like a stencil of a dog, and it has no detail. Like I don't fill in the detail. So that's kind of the feeling that I often have when I ask someone, hey, when you read a book, what do you think about? And they're like, well, I literally think about whatever the book says. Like nothing else? Like you don't fill in the details? Like if I said a dog, do you imagine a dog with a leash or without a leash? What kind of dog do you imagine? Right? And hear me out. Right now, when I think of a dog, I'm thinking of a corgi with a leash. A Pembroke, specifically a Pembroke corgi. Okay, and next to it is a Shiba Inu, right? The black-coated one. I forgot what they're called, but that's like if there's a specific name for the black-coated ones. Not the typical like Doge one where it's yellow, right? Like a yellowish brownish, or light orange brownish kind of color. So that's what I mean. I was a potato back in the day, and I convinced myself that I had no imagination. One could argue that the imagination came from experiences or the lack of experiences, right? Like being in touch with your emotions, reading for a selfish reason, right? Having friends in which they proliferate your motivations to read. That type of thing can create objective thoughts Like removing yourself from that can create objective thought. However, objectivity also means that there's less creativity and imagination. So online now, if that's all provided for you, you no longer you no longer need to use imagination. You simply go online and have it shown to you. Like, legitimately, that's what I worry about when I talk about a Gen Z agency. Basically, like, when I ask someone, do you like this? And they would say, I don't know. Like, what do you mean you don't know? You watched it, right? Do you have any feelings about it? Like, well, I don't know. I just watch. And my first thought is like, okay, so why do you watch it? Like, it's there. That's often. And then when it comes to games, like, a lot of times when people express, oh yeah, this game's the best, lots of people like it. It's like, but do you like it? Like, what do you like it? Like, well, I like it because a lot of people like it. I'm like, okay, wait, hold up. So, if a lot of people didn't like it, would you still like it? And it would be a hard question to answer. They would specifically say, I don't know. Right? So, literal potato. Me? Why do I think college was good? Literal potato. Because I was told that college is good. That's it. That's all that was written when I was a teenager. Now, I can give you a 30,000 word essay on why I think college is good, or college is bad, or college is appropriate or inappropriate. So you used to conceive the meta until a given specific example? Yeah, more or less. Because I trust in objectivity. As in, like, I trust that whatever information I was getting was the most objective way to view things. Or try to be meta, basically. A meta in the sense of the analysis of data based on objectivity. Doesn't that sound like the internet? Only now the source of information is not objectively valid, vetted it. So now you can still think objectively, reliant on information that is not objective, right? Or not necessarily objective. And then in order to mitigate that, you can trust numbers. So like, if you stream for 1 day, you can trust that if you stream again, it will be 2 days. And then the interpretation of that data and the value of that data through human experiences will be lacking because you have relied strictly on objectivity. Like, if I ask someone, hey, you studied for 100 days, how do you feel about it? The person was like, well, it's 100 days. What do you mean feeling? 100 days is longer than 99 days. Or something like, how do you feel? Do you like? What have you learned? What are your thoughts about passing the N4 exam? They're like, well, I passed the N4 exam, so now I have to pass the N3 exam. Do you also never assume anything people said to you? Yeah, pretty much. Never assume unless it's documented. Which also parallels with a growing cynicism, right? Or what appears as cynicism, but it's not really cynicism. It's objective fact. So when someone says, I can't trust what people say, it's more like because people can change their minds. So you can't objectively determine what they say. So it might sound like cynicism sometimes from a Gen Z perspective, like people who don't trust other people, but it was grounded in the idea that people can change their mind. So that is one of the truths, and those truths are what creates the appearance of cynicism. So there are, I'm not saying there aren't cynical people who are also objective, but what I'm saying is there can be two very distinct or noticeable differences. the idea that you can't objectively determine what people mean unless it's recorded and evidentially demonstrated, that creates a never assuming what people say until they do it and record it. Or alternatively, you are emotionally perceptive, and it's like a coping strategy or defense where you exercise cynicism because people are fickle, subjectively fickle. So, and then usually a healthy attitude would be a blend of both of those. I strictly relied on objectivity, like really strong objectivity. Maybe not exclusively. So never is a bit strong. It's more like most of the time, right? Never say never, not absolute say absolute. And again, this is me recalling. So we already talked about how memory works and impression works. I like to think that I wasn't able to realistically be 100% adherent because I was still a child, a younger person, so I still experienced some level of emotional interpretation. Largely, my younger self was about suppressing and bearing most emotional effects on my perception, right? When in fact, now as an adult, perception, emotional filters and stuff is part of human perception. Like, they come with trade-offs, obviously. It can, quote-unquote, warp your perception of reality. But the thing is, which reality do you prescribe to? The reality that keeps you healthy and in touch with other human beings, or the reality that everything must be real and IRL so that you can be detached and cold from yourself and other people? There are different forms of reality for human perception, like through human perception. You could say everyone lies, and that forms the basis of your objective evaluation of other people, right? Because at one point, everyone does lie. Were you able to understand times that people were seemingly trying to implicitly converse something to you? No, not really. I was a potato. If you were, did you still not assume that it's not guaranteed that you could correctly assume that their inferences? I didn't infer most things. It has to be demonstrated. So it'd be like someone tells me to trust them, and I'm like, do it. I don't have to trust you. Do it. Trusting is a faith, right? It's a fate process. So you may or may not do it even though you say to trust you. Or like, do you like me? Or are we friends? It's like, well, that's tenuous. We do what we do in the moment, whether we're friends or not. I'm trying to recall these things, so keep in mind that this is still, it's still going to change. Like I'm trying to remember it accurately, or like to some extent remember what it's like by projecting my old self. It might not be in a complete accurate, well, it isn't an accurate reflection. It's my attempt. Like when you're strictly objective, you're very cold-hearted, right? You're very as a matter of fact. It sounds like you're a matter of fact. Like when someone says like, oh yeah, you know, I never do this. It's like, that's a lie. It's like, I'm always nice. That's a lie. I'm not trying to like offend the person or like attack the person's character. I'm stating that it's a lie. Did you never have people explain what they were trying to communicate implicitly after you didn't get it? I had. Many, like often. In fact, that might have been the characteristic that made me stuck out, where there are things that I don't understand about people. Like when people tell jokes, when people tell jokes, why they sing, why they want to engage in reckless behavior, why they would spend more money doing something than the net worth of the thing they're doing. So those are the things that I have to come to understand. Like I had to understand what it is to feel meaningful and value memories. Memories not for its accuracy, but memories for posterity. So going back to Persona 3, right? The theme is that it helps people appreciate the value of memories. Nihilism often predicates on one objective fact, oftentimes. When you die, you cease existing. You are one in billions of human beings, so your existence might also be insignificant, objectively speaking. Right? So nihilism also goes corollary or hand in hand with the hyper objectifying nature of the internet right now. And I'm no stranger to that when I was younger. I only speak in retrospect now though, because I might sound romantic now. I talk about whether or not you remember memories accurately. The idea is the sentimentalism of that memory deals with how often you recall it and use it in the moment and every other moment carrying forward. And then your proliferation of your memory with other people's memories gives it value that's tangible, that is often difficult to appreciate when you see the world objectively, like solely objectively. In fact, objectivity doesn't often provide meaning to people's lives. It makes it often insignificant. It makes it feel insignificant, right? When you try to use objectivity and talk about the significance of humanity in the, in the scope of the life of the universe, it kind of dwarfs the significance. So that's kind of one of those things. I wouldn't say I was unhappy when I was younger. I also wouldn't say I even knew what it's like to be happy or sad. Like I would say I was pretty emotionally stunted back then, or maybe suppressed. So I didn't have strong feelings or any form of feelings really when I was younger. So like I would like to think that I was happy when I went to school. And I also like to think that I was upset when I encountered bullying and bigotry and discrimination when I went to school when I was younger. But I can't remember that anymore very well. So it may very well be different when I was younger. I like to think I was upset when I was bullied, but I might have been withdrawn instead. So on and so forth, because we already talked about how memory works, right? Like what I believe memory works. So all of this stuff that I'm talking about, there's no recorded history of it. So I haven't recorded anything, so I wouldn't know for sure. You simply have the words of my memory, which is often romanticized now because I'm a much more romantic, or allegedly I'm a much more romantic person than I was when I was a kid. I feel like my kid stuff was like, dude, put the fries in the bag, my bro. Like if I was raised now and I'm like 18 and Gen Z, I would probably say like, dude, what is this guy on about? Like, it shouldn't matter. What matters is the objective truth of all the things you've made or done. The only thing that matters is what you contribute to society that can be recorded and measured, not some diatribe or dialogue to try to perp up someone's spirits and the people who would see its spirits. That's cheap. It's tenuous. And it's like not valuable. It's probably something I would probably say. Like, I didn't get why people need to be motivated to do things. You simply do it because you have to. Like, make money, as opposed to considering how the money is made. Like, in what nature or what manner is the money made, right? That's not important. Make money, objectively speaking. Doesn't this kind of sound like some business of some particular impressionable business CEOs that we have heard recently? Perhaps some that deals with AI material, you know? I say this because I don't think I find them potentially unrelatable in the sense that I haven't had a history in which I could relate to them. I think I do find some of that stuff still relatable. Not that I am entirely relating to them anymore. Sentimentalism. Right, anyways. This person might be one of the teachers. Maybe we can get an idea. Who's Mr. E? Tetsuya, you know too much. Ooh. I shouldn't have mentioned his name, huh? I think it's her. Okay, okay. Raffle, Lamau. And don't get me busted, okay? There aren't that many players anymore. Most of them left for that new MMO, COW. Is that supposed to be like a World of Warcraft reference? Because Innocent Sin Online kind of reminds me more of Sword Art Online. COW. It's certainly not a COD reference because we're talking about MMOs. There were a lot of dupers and gold farmers, but still, gold farming. I have a short story about gold farming. It's good. It's good though because it let us talk about personal things, right? Maya is a shy girl, you know. See, Mr. E is a teacher with seniority over me. Okay, it's definitely him. It's at Koda. And Toriumi is probably the kohai, the junior. Oh no, you can't figure out what my job is. You can't figure out what my job is, can you? Are you a teacher? Yeah, you're smart. I knew you figured it out. You get an A+ for reading comprehension today. Reading comprehension. Okay, that leads to literature, right? Now you know I'm a teacher. Hey, I just figured something out. When I complain to you, I feel better afterwards. From now on, we have to group together, promise? Okay? I don't recall this storyline. Maybe I was just a potato. I'm so pumped. I think I'll clean the bathroom. It's been 2 months. I feel like that's more of a Japanese. Wait, how often do you clean your bathroom? We do about once a month. Don't mention that SOP stuff, okay? It's our little secret. Huh. I'm pretty sure it's Toriumi. Punctual. Yeah, the exam scores are being posted. I'm the top of the class. Highest in the class. Yep. Yeah, this. I think it's Miss Toriumi. I think it's her. Alright, class, settle down. Like, listen to her dialogue, right? Alright, class, settle down. You can show your scores to one another later. Let's go over the test now. The first part was the kanji detection section. How could any of you got this part wrong? It was a gimme. I swear, you make me embarrassed to be your teacher. The next portion was a short essay reacting to a passage about bullying in school. This one was a gimme. As long as you wrote something down, I gave you credit for it. You could have complained about the bullying at Gekkokan High, right? I'm kidding, of course. There's no bullying here. None whatsoever. I'm not getting into that. Yeah, see, she's pretty unhinged. You just came back and had another tab open. So I thought you were explaining how reading comprehension helped you grow out of being a literal potato. Honestly, I could probably talk about that. How reading comprehension could help you grow out of being a literal potato. Alright. Okay, on the next section, many of you got this part wrong. Now pay attention, you were asked to write the correct conjunction in each case. The correct answer was "and," but I gave partial credit for "however." Oh, okay, she didn't say anything unhinged. I think Maya is Miss Toriyumi. Which is, I don't know if I've ever made that connection when I was a teenager. When I was playing this game the first time around. It's really neat though. I enjoy it. Alright, we're going to the student council here. So Hidetoshi is a straight-laced guy. He believes in morals, ethics, and the objectivity of rules. And then he eventually discovers empathy. That despite his understanding of the rules, compassion is necessary to execute and deliver rulings. Student council, hours fly, alright. Is Onagiri absent today? No, I think he's busy. Is he doing what? Oh, this is when he has the altercation. Busy playing private friend. Oh, you mean what Fushimi was telling me about earlier? I see. Well, his intentions are good, so you can't really blame him. But I understand how you feel. You can go if you like. I don't mind. Sorry for all the drama. Okay, this is where we bump into him. Yeah, here it is. You can hear someone yelling. So, where's your evidence, smart guy? There's no need for evidence. I know all about you. You were arrested for beating up a guy in the park who snitched on you, right? Hidetoshi approached the student. What? He's at it again. That's the third person today he accused. My boyfriend was so ticked he was accused too. This guy's asking for it. The students around are only watching. Keeping quiet will not do you any good. If it's not you, then give me some names. But don't worry, I won't tell anyone. You have my word as a member of the disciplinary committee. Pleasant words? It looks like the punk is going to hit Hidetoshi. I think either way we can't prevent it. Let's intervene. Yeah. The punk punched Hidetoshi before you were able to stop him. The punk walked away. Don't think I'll just let that go. Makoto-kun, you look like you want to say something. Good work? Of course. If we let people get away with breaking the rules, things will only get worse. One day it'll spiral out of control and there will be nothing we can do. So we should deal with the problem now while we still can. I know what people think of me, but those who carry out justice have always clashed with others. History has proven this to be true. So let's serve as a warning to other offenders. Makoto-kun, you're a sensible person. You understand, right? Yeah. He's like rock solid. Like super rock solid. However, he softens up a little later. With empathy and compassion. Through our friendship. I'm gonna get back to business. You should go home before it gets dark. Yeah. He's straight-laced. Super straight-laced until you show him an ounce of compassion, right? And then like he discovers it on his own. Pretty much all the characters in Persona, the presence of you and listening and saying and being encouraging is how they all come about their own solutions, which is very elegant way of making you believe in the human spirit. Like, this game is a very big downer. However, all the characters, despite being in their circumstances of downers, they all come to have a somewhat of a renaissance or like a revelation. And all you specifically do is to keep them company, right? Largely. Which is how I felt when I was younger. When I was around this age, basically a little bit older than Makoto Yuki. Makoto Yuki is either 16 or 17, something like that. I was already 19, 18 to 19. Most of the time, I function as that person who listens most of the time and say things that I know, like, it's not that I was trying to be deceptive or anything, but I felt that when I was younger, my purpose in being helpful is to be able to say the right things at the right time, at all times. So kind of like it also deals with like the Chinese culture, right? Or the Japanese culture by extension. When a person you know, maybe like acquaintance you know, and you're in public, you're trying to do, or even in private, you're trying to do your best to be as agreeable and nice as possible. And that was kind of what I functioned as most of the time when I was younger. And then of course the Americana side of me, when I become exposed to more expressive people, which is one of the most consistently common consensus when you have like Japanese people who visit the United States or study abroad in the United States. Their first comment oftentimes is people are a little bit more assertive and they're more expressive. Unlike in Japan, this is a generalization, but it's quite consistent. That's usually what I learned later when I left the nest from my parents' place and met a lot of people who are incredibly expressive, concerning, right? Even intrusive, right? But that intrusiveness has a charm to it. Sometimes it has an unexpected abrasiveness that creates the the charm that I have growing up around people who are more assertive and expressive. Obviously, we balance those two things nowadays. I try to match the energy of whoever I'm talking to. If they are indeed assertive, then I go the assertive route. Assertively happy. If they're assertively unhappy because they believe they're an introvert and stuff, then I would match that energy. What's up, dude? Yeah, I'm satisfied. Junpei didn't do well on the exam. All right. What else can we do here? I think we can finally talk to Chihiro, right? The other day when you asked me, I'm thinking about it. If it's okay, would you like to... Yeah, let's walk together. Oh, okay. She's ready. Alright. Chihiro is one of the unique ones. Is it, really okay? I mean, I'm glad you're willing to, but... Do I try to get her to relax, or what am I trying to do here? I'm not quite sure what type of persona we're going for here. Let's go with just relax. Do you think there's a specific aspect of a culture that is strongly correlated with the degree to which they conform to another culture they immigrated to? Do you think there's a specific aspect of a culture that is strongly correlated with the degree to which they conform to another culture? Yeah, pragmatism. How pragmatically strong it is. At least in my opinion, personally. So my parents publicly conformed very, very quickly. Because the pragmatic reason is that regardless of your values or your, like, regardless of your personal values and your agreements or disagreements, when in a public space, you conform. Conform creates the least amount of resistance and also the highest pragmatic outcome, right? As in less resistance, agreeability, learn how to play the game, right? And conformity happens. Japan is very much considered a very face culture as well, where it creates public decorum, right? Public space is a place for pragmatism. It doesn't explain everything, or it's not the sole example. I usually think though, one of the a very particular contributor is the level of pragmatism that is baked into the culture. Can I get more specific than that? Probably not. Yeah, I don't think I can get more specific than that without like having to be too selective. I think at the level of pragmatism is probably fair enough. Like expression of emotion is not pragmatic. It's irrational and counterproductive. So like in order to conform, you have to shelve your emotions. Because if you find something disagreeable, it doesn't matter if you find it disagreeable or agreeable, you're conforming. So conformity and assimilation is facilitated by the ability to embrace pragmatic cases. Pragmatism tends to dwarf the need for expression, resistance, or disagreement, which allows conformity to happen more often. So to me, it's not necessarily a coincidence, but maybe a subtle correlation that particular countries' immigrants pragmatically succeed in a public space despite having disagreements in private space. So like what I'm saying is, we're still human. Like, we're still human. Like all the immigrants and all that stuff, still human. However, where they choose to conform and where they choose to express themselves personally, pragmatism can help segregate that. You're pragmatic in public because it gives you gains and allows you to circumvent the need to have to act out or express yourself, right? However, you can still do that in private, which, pragmatically speaking, that's the most pragmatic place to do it. Express your disagreement in private. So, very disciplined cultural aspects leads to discipline. Discipline is pragmatic. Because you're trying to not cater to your whims, but more so to the order of things, or whatever is represented as the objective majority. And for myself, I was raised on that. So when I was a teenager, I fall in line. I do everything that is expected, so therefore I don't stick out. That was the desirable consequence. I also don't stick out. Despite literally sticking out, Like, what I mean is, despite knowing exactly that I appear different and most people can identify who I am, I still was able to largely be invisible in in certain characteristics. Like, people don't find me memorable in the form of having an identifiable personality. They could identify me by the way I look, but rarely do they understand my personality, because my personality is conformity. It's trying to be no different than the people around me. So like when I meandered between like 3 or 4 social spheres in high school, and I am not identifiably individualistic in any of them, because I would mirror the majority. So like if someone laughs at something, I would probably laugh at it. It doesn't necessarily mean I find it funny. If someone told a joke and it's not funny and everyone laughs, I will still laugh at it. That's kind of the idea. Right? Because you're being polite. You don't want to be not polite. And in an individualistic country, you can still be polite and charming despite not liking someone's joke. Because being earnest and genuine is also a form of endearment too. That's not how conformity and suppression of your emotions. Do you think a pragmatic culture is likely to, or even necessitates a focus on group cohesion of it? Absolutely. Because pragmatically speaking, it's difficult to do something without group cohesion at the scale of operating a pragmatic culture, right? Like one of the pragmatic cultures, enforcement. How do you make that possible without group cohesion? Like, how do you create necessity and focus if everyone's individualistic? Usually it's kind of antagonistic. I'm not saying it's not possible, and also they both coexist. Like the degree of group cohesion and the degree of individuality is balanced by the degree of pragmatism baked into a culture. So you still have both. They're not exclusive of one another. Like there's no zeros and ones. However, group cohesion, leaning into group cohesion, also facilitates in a pragmatic culture. And this might be confirmation bias, because the narrative that I'm painting is also narratives that exist, right? When you think about the Chinese culture and the Japanese culture, those things coincidentally correlate with each other. Whether they are causal, I'm not saying they're causal, but it can infer or suggest that a heightened pragmatic culture tend to also favor group cohesion, because in order to necessitate group cohesion and conformity is to necessitate the focus. So everyone has to agree, or more people have to agree to enforce what is necessary. If you have individualism, then there's discourse, right? There's discourse and lack of focus, right? Because people will have different focus and different priorities. There are still fundamentals in individualistic countries that are forming necessities, but there are fewer necessities or appearance of necessities. Like, for example, wearing a uniform. This is one of the quintessential Japanese things. When you play Persona games, right? Uniforms. Group cohesion. In an individualistic country, you would think that uniforms might not be necessary, but an underlying rule of thought can be something to agree upon. But group cohesion necessitates that uniforms be a thing in a pragmatic culture. Do you think that a culture cannot value individuality and group cohesion equally, even if individuals may be? I think they can. Equally. I'm not saying that individuality and group cohesion displaces each other. You can have non-overlapping characteristics of individuality and group cohesion and still feel it's equal in value. Yeah, in a whole country. Like, the thing you're trying to insinuate, I think, is you're saying that individuality and group cohesion is perfectly antagonistic towards each other. So it can't be equal because they're antagonistic. You can have value systems that equate individuality that do not overlap with group cohesion. Like, what I mean is there are things that don't overlap between them, and they can be both equally valued. Like, the valuation is the cumulative contribution or perception of contribution of individuality and group cohesion, not whether they operate in the same sphere. Like, if they operate in the same sphere, certainly you could argue they can't possibly be equal if they're antagonistic towards each other, right? Well, we're talking about the summation of the idea of individualism and group cohesion. Like, for example, you can have a group that values individuality. So, like, for example, a group system where people are not redundant with each other. It can still produce a value system equal to a group that has redundancy. In Japan, for example, or in China, when you have a group cohesion, typically they would have redundancies in their group. In a country that still operates with group cohesion, they can think of it as an individualistic way where each person operates a non-overlapping, non-redundant role. Kind of like an assembly line, right? So, despite that, you could have arguably comparable value systems and productivity with a group cohesion where every person is redundant with each other, so they're all around complementary, and then a group filled with individuals who do not have redundant skills, but they are complementary to each other, and you would have an equal valuation of them. So what I'm suggesting is you can technically have an evaluation that makes them equal in the sense of their value, not in the sense of their function. So, like, individualism is not group cohesion per se. So in those ways, they can't be equal because if they're antagonistic to each other, if one goes up, the other goes down. And if they're half and half, then it would create a conflict of interest. Fair enough. Right. Maybe I try just relax. No, that might be... I don't know what type of saying that we're going for here. Like, what kind of person are we trying to be here? Oh no, wait, this is I can do anything. What are you trying to say? Nothing? Oh no. Oh, school's almost out. Let's go where? A dorm. We came this far without any conversation. Oh, so she's incredibly timid. Oh, I'm sorry. I was just thinking about what to say. Yee. I was trying to come up with a topic you might be interested in. Ooh, this is a good deep cut. This is a solid deep cut to conversations in this day and age. But I couldn't think of anything. This is Iwatodai dorm, right? You live here, Makoto-san. My house is in the other direction. Yeah. How rude of me not to ask. Don't apologize, please. It's my fault. I knew we were going the wrong direction, but I didn't say anything. Thank you very much for making time for me, Makoto-san. And now we walk her back, right? I've been in this position before, where like I went in a direction But I was the other way around. So I would walk with someone, and I clearly know that both of us clearly know that where I live is in the other direction. But we don't make mention of it. We typically, like, I would want to walk the person back. No, it's not a chauvinistic thing or a misogynistic thing. It didn't matter if the person's a guy or a girl. Like, that happened before, where someone said, like, so if a girl needs to be like, it's late and a girl needs to walk home, would you walk her home despite going in the opposite direction? I would say yes. And then someone else would chime in and say, well, okay, well, it's a girl. That sounds misogynistic. So would you do it for a guy? It's like, well, yeah. Like, I would do it, like, well, why wouldn't I do it for a guy? And that created a cultural dissonance. Like, that's happened before. Yeah, you can guess. You could imagine a culture in which their group cohesion is strengthened by their agree upon appreciation, yeah, for their expression of individuality. Exactly. So, and then you could see a place where group cohesion is necessary by emphasizing, like, you know, de-emphasizing individuality as well. Like, there are obviously there are cultures out there. I'm not sure. I'm not a, what you call it, who studies culture. I'm not an anthropologist. However, I can imagine if we were able to talk to anthropologists of some sort who studies, like, general trends across, or maybe sociologists, they might have, we could be able to ask them if there is an existing example of these things. Like, growing up in the United States, for example, I would say I've been in a work culture, like in an office culture, that was in both ways. Like, there's 60-40 and then 40-60. Not exactly even. However, the reason why I can't quantify if they're equal or not is because the aspects of the group cohesion did not overlap. It wasn't in conflict with the parts of individuality. Like, for example, having multiple non-redundant specialists come together as a group to perform a task versus having 4 well-rounded people come together as a group to do the same task. So, like, it's often a mix of the two, where basically you have a specialist who has well-rounded skills and another specialist who has well-rounded skills. So oftentimes the well-rounded skills are divvied up using group cohesion as an approach, and their specialties is appreciated and strengthened by their expression of individuality. So the group cohesion is kept together by cross-disciplinary things that they share in common, and then the individual skills, their specializations, are complementary to each other. So that occurs more often. So you have, like, different functions that keep group cohesion together and different functions that keep the individuality together. So they can be of equal value because they complement each other. They're not equal value because they're in contradiction to each other, or it's viewed as in contradiction to. You would imagine that in practice that that example you gave would still likely have to have some foundation that their individuality is built upon, as I think it would be very hard to complete individuality to strengthen group cohesion. Exactly. So to me, it's more like probably yes. It's probably far more common than you think, because there needs to be a sufficient amount of group cohesion and sufficient amount of individuality. Now, how people value these would be that if the group cohesion is sufficient and the individuality is sufficient, wouldn't that infer that the value system could be equal? It could. There's a chance. I'm not saying it is because, well, it probably varies. A value system is subjective in that way. However, one could see that individualism in a group is just as important as group cohesion in a group. So then if you're asking for a value system, then they wouldn't choose between the two. They would simply see that there are things to be offered by individualism and things to be offered by group cohesion. And then you're asking about would there be equally valuable things? Because we're talking about subjectivity. Trying to change it into like objectivity, for example, which is what we were kind of inferring about the correlations, right? The correlation of a pragmatic culture coincidentally lining up with group cohesion and conformity. And that's still corollary. And then in order to provide meaning of value, you would have to subjectively evaluate its correlation, which then leads to the area of subjectivity, which makes everything murky, at least in my opinion. Like, how do I favor, right? Prefer, we talked about prefer and better situation. I prefer the situation that I discussed, which is that we require sufficient holistic skills, interdisciplinary holistic skills in order to necessitate group cohesion versus and then having specialties on top. It looked like you made a negative face when you saw my last comment, Pao. Are you getting tired of stopping and starting? Did I make a negative face? I don't think I did. Oh, because I was reacting to Chihiro. Chihiro is a withdrawn Gen Z person. She didn't say anything. Like, it was contextually what I was reading. Like, we showed up in the dorm and she said that she couldn't come up with anything to say because it was interesting. That was my negative face. That was a react face to what was happening in Persona. I don't think I was reading your comment then. Your last comment might have popped up during the same time I was reading like the what was happening on screen. It seems Chihiro has taken a liking to you, right? However, you're still casual acquaintances. Oh, I guess she's a romance target. Well, excuse me. And she's gone. You didn't walk her back. I would have walked her back. Rude. Makoto Yuki. Rude. Not really. It's fine. Alright, time to go to bed. You just want to check? Oh, okay. Listen, buddy. This isn't only about you, bro. I'm just kidding. No, I was probably reacting to the situation with the NPC, the social link. Alright, I think we get to meet the French Bebe. I don't think Bebe is gonna... Bebe is not going to change that much, I think. Reading Bebe's lines are rough. Like, really rough. Home economics? Okay. Oh, you know what? I don't have a temperance. Get ready for all the Z's and Zers and Z's. Z's. Get ready for all the ops and ups and haps, apps and avs. That's good. It did seem unlikely, as you often prefer to carry on digressions as long as they last, even if it's not the best option. Well played. Well played. Yes. Yeah, the defining... Oh, I like took some time to think about the difference between prefer and best or better for me. Preference is a emotional choice. It's an empathetic choice. So it often is predicated in subjectivity. Better tends to inform people based on some more clear-cut, active, measurable performance. So it's often skewed more so towards the comparison of states and metrics, right? Like the comparative state. Preference rarely has a, like, preference, while it is comparative, it doesn't take into account whether the states are more beneficial or not. Like, I prefer blue over red. You know, like, I prefer green over blue. Like, okay. And then, you know, someone could say, well, which one's better? Like, well, how are we going to measure which one's better? Is it the electromagnetic spectrum? Because technically blue has a higher frequency than green, you know? And then you can argue if higher frequency means it's better, then blue is better. Blue is the best option. Or purple, really. And then you have red, right? If you're low in energy and like your long wavelengths, then red is in your wheelhouse. And then someone would say like, well, infrared is better than, like, well, yeah, infrared is longer wavelengths than red, that type of thing. And then what was our last thing that we talked about? The prefer, better, there was something else. Oh, objection. Objection, I can define it a little bit better with some thought now. Objection deals with some form of dislike on the grounds of disagreement. So like something to be found as disagreeable, or something that's found to be disliked or pause in one's argument. And for me, I didn't provide any. So what I mean is I didn't provide that something was bad, like or paused your argument about like red light being a bad thing. Like I had no objections for arguing that software developers should use the red-green factor, right? My preference didn't indicate that there was any objections to that, is the clarity that I had when I started thinking about these a little bit more, right? In the moment, haven't really engaged too much in that type of conversation. And that's probably a consequence of avoided behavior. Like I tend to minimize my uses of the word better, best, worse, and stuff, because it can be a trigger for quite a lot of people. And that also means that the trade-off is I don't practice it too often. So I had more clarity when I took some time to think about it. Alright, so now we're gonna go and talk to Bebe. Mr. French guy. French foreign exchange students. So Bebe is the French otaku. He's the French otaku. So nice, that's a very good explanation. Do you think both preference and better can be defined with objective reasons? With there still being objective reasons that define one's subjective preferences? I think so. I think they're related. When I was talking about how you were defining better, I could see preference. So like what I mean is in the act of what we were talking about, and I was trying to see it from your perspective, like you said, is it that you think this that is where my your misunderstanding of what I said when I was going through the ropes, you know, testing, like when I was testing trying to be in your shoes, I noticed that I could see a line of thinking where like preference is a comparison of what you would choose to do. So the better option is typically the one of convenience, right? Like one way to say something is that it's better for you due to convenience than it is also a preference. I have made that subjective argument before, where that when someone forms a habit, the most convenient thing is the better thing to do, the better thing to start doing, because it would be the preferred way of doing it due to habit formation. So yes, you can in fact make an argument, or at least I think you can define it with an objective reason. An objective reason is time efficiency based on a familiar action, and that familiar action can lead to quicker decision making, and those are all objective measures. Quicker like time, right? Measuring the time. So we did sort of touched upon that, but it was not well developed, right? We talked about if preference can be seen as a convenience, or better can be seen as a convenience, one prefers something that's more convenient. To link it to AI, preference seems like black box testing and better being like white box testing. Exactly. That's a great way to make it about AI. You're gonna end up being that guy, Procall. And I'm expecting it. I expect that if you're gonna follow through on this whole AI machine learning thing, everything you talk about can be referenced into an analogy about AI. Be the nuclear engineer guy, you know? And I'll be the critical thinking guy, because everything is going to be about multiculturalism and critical thinking, or like the interface of communication, something like that. And then we will learn from each other on our own preferences. But the black box testing and white box thinking, I happen to come across that like example. Yeah, it really does demonstrate, hear me out, the specialty thing, right? When we talk about group cohesion and individuality, you and I, Procall, the group cohesion is our cultural exposure. So how well cultured we are to bend most of our analogies to our specialties. So we can form a stronger group cohesion and individuality by having a collective foundation of common overlapping cultural events, right? Like talking about language or talking about video games or something that is very culturally inclined, while also creating individualism by exclusively creating metaphors that represent our specialties. So for myself, I generally always talk about cross-cultural communication and things like Persona. Regardless of what happens in Persona, I can link it and reframe it, you know, frame things in terms of critical thinking skills involved in communication. So that's kind of how I stick out. However, the stuff I talk about is generalized. Lots of people play Persona games. You know, lots of people use AI. They can generalize those things. But the black box thing and the white box thing, that's very particular, or that's making you far more particular now, which it's a great blend, and it's great relation to the whole balancing group cohesion and individualism, right? Group cohesion is formed by foundations that are shared by the group. Individualism allows complementary things to happen, which can lead to an overall value system that is possibly even greater than exclusively one or the other. In fact, it's very difficult for me to imagine exclusively one or the other. Think about it this way. If you have pure group cohesion, then everyone is redundant with each other. So that's not great. Like if they're completely purely redundant with each other, how often can you take advantage of that? Other than there are very dark examples. I'm not gonna go into the dark examples, but let's use a more inclined example. Maybe like farming, for example, or mass production, right? Like assembly line mass production situation. You might see application of that. It's kind of very narrow, very fine point. And then think about an entire group of individuals, or like it's actually oxymoronic, because if everyone's an individual, then they're not a group anymore, right? So that's like how many, what was the idiom? Too many chefs in the kitchen. You know, like too many chefs in the kitchen, too many commanders in the army, too many artists, you know, artists on a canvas, that type of thing, where you have entirely reliant on individuality and you're expecting them to work together, and oftentimes that leads to inherent conflict of interest. Now, the way that it could possibly work is that everyone had a common interest, but then we're making the argument for group cohesion again, right? If you have individuals who all have the same interests, when they are individualistic, they are likely to also have redundant skills then, if they have common interest. Usually specialization and individualism tend to not have the likelihood of having identical interests, and specialization would make you redundant with each other. So that would go against individualism. You would stick out less when you have a redundant role. So it's interesting. And we're obviously exploring that now. Like, you don't have to be interested in Persona 3 for me to explain an analogy that will allow you to relate to it, if you can explain how AI, right, your specialty, can reframe something that I'm doing. Very, very useful skill. Alright, French time. Okay, hold up. I need to sip. So, one of the speech patterns for Bebe, the foreign exchange student who's an otaku, is that they have him say the Japanese thing and then immediately say the English thing after. Now, I was told, already spoiled, I was told that Bebe is in Persona 3R by someone else who's playing P3R. Now, I'm genuinely very curious. In Japanese, do they say yes and then yes in French, or yes in English, right? Because the way he speaks here, it's hard to imagine. Like, I'm having a hard time imagining what the Japanese would sound like. In English, I mean, we have an example, which is taking the Japanese word and then saying yes, right? So, yatta, like yes. This is the best. Oh my gosh. This is the best sewing I have done. Alright. Oh! Konnichiwa. Hello, Makoto-sama. Alright. I'm not sure if he's gonna, like, if they hired a Japanese person, like a CV, where they would deliberately speak with an accent, like a French accent. Like, I never really often take Japanese people to want to speak multilingually or try to imitate an accent that is not Japanese accent for the thing. So for example, like I don't know of a lot of examples where a Japanese actor, like a voice actor, would speak with Japanese with a French accent, is what I'm saying. Like in English, there's an example of someone who has a French accent speaking English. So I don't know how, like, I know that there are other people, like other types of multicultural people in Japan, but there are so few. There's so few in Japan that you don't establish a characteristic accent. In English, you do. In English, you have characteristic accents. So, like, there can be a speaking of that, right? So, like, I don't know what konnichiwa sounds like with a French accent, basically. So even when I'm reading this, I can't even think about what... Because I can speak in English and apply an accent for konnichiwa. Konnichiwa. Konnichiwa, hello, right? Like, that's probably it. Like, the idea is, like, it'd be very interesting to see what they do. They might simply do what most CVs up to this point do, which is they speak with a Japanese accent for everything. That's what has been typically done. However, the English, when the English voice actor goes about it, they would speak with a French accent. The English with the French accent. So that's one of the neater things. I really like cross-cultural games because the actors will tell you a lot about the country, like the country's culture and depiction of another one. Like, and if Japanese have a French accent, that would be pretty fun to hear. Well, for this theoretical culture with only individuality and no group cohesion, would it still count as a solely individual culture if some people form small groups, but still none of them having a commonality with the whole group? As I could imagine that maybe working, but very unstably. Yeah, like, think about it. Is there a, like, how do you have a purely individualistic culture? Does it require group cohesion to form a culture? If you know what I mean. Like, a culture requires a consensus, right? So when they form those small groups, then they are no longer purely individualistic, right? We might be reductively, we might be reducing this way too much to the point where it's absurd. So maybe that's kind of one of the downsides of this line of thinking. Like, in order to form a culture, right? In order to create a culture, is it paradoxical with being solely individualistic? Because you would need to form a consensus in order to elicit a culture, right? Unless one could argue you can have the culture of one. You wonder if it's likelihood for a country's voice actor using the country's accent of their culture based on proximity and similarity of language? That's a good point. If I had to provide a obvious counter argument, Spanish. They don't use Spanish accents. So one of the common aspects of the Spanish pronunciation key, it overlaps really dramatically with the Japanese pronunciation. So, like, oftentimes you hear that people who are, like, in Brazil or like of a Spanish literacy, like Spanish speaking, the transition to pronouncing Japanese words is it's smoother. However, even due to its similarities, maybe not proximity because Japan is an island nation, and I'm trying to think of Spanish speaking proximity to Japan. That's not quite big, but similarities of language, not sufficient, or like it's unlikely, or there's no clear evidence of that where they would create accents because of similarity. Largely because in Spanish, if you remove certain things, like if you omit certain things like chi, wa, and ni, those are very preserved in Spanish or even Portuguese in that matter. You know, not so much on that one. Oh, okay. Makoto-sama, right? I haven't seen you since the bookstore. You came. I am very happy. I can attest that dropping the H is really funny. I can't really do it properly because every time I read, I tend to stop and try to pronounce the H. In before Procol, don't get at me, okay? I know. Herbs. I get it. Don't even at me, okay? I know. I'm kidding. I'm projecting a little. Like, recently I saw another clip of the old clip about what's her name? I forgot the actor. The actor that played the Marvel character. She's a British agent. Carter? Agent Carter? Yeah, Agent Carter. She was on, I think, one of the talk shows. What's his name? Jimmy Fallon. Peggy Carter, yeah, Peggy Carter. And she talked about, like, dude, what is up with you guys and saying herbs? It's herbs. There's an H in it. Herbs, not herbs. Like, and I'm like, I get it. And this is the very similar situation where, like, they omit the H. And I'm like, and then I'm, as an American, right, like, I speak American English, and I'm saying, like, it's hard to omit the H. And meanwhile, you can stereotypically remember, like, oh wait, Americans do omit certain H's because English is funky. You don't omit H's in front of A's though. Okay. So what are you doing? I'm learning the art of sewing. This is tanoshii, right? Tanoshii, very, very fun. Oh, tanoshii is very fun. Would you like to try it? Yep. We're gonna sew. Honto? Honto? Right? Really? It's the same thing. Honto. Arigato. Right? Thank you. I am ear. I'm ear Tuesdays, Wednesdays, and Fridays. But before tests, they won't let me in. I was sad because I did not have any tomodachi friends, right? Since I came to Nihon, Japan. But now I'm happy. So my question is, in Persona, like Persona 3R, right? P3R, did the English speaker literally say tanoshii, very fun, like in that order? Like they literally say the Japanese word, but with an English, like an American accent or something like that, or a French accent, right? The English speaker who plays this character will then speak with a French accent and try to say tanoshii with the French accent who is an English speaker. I have no idea what that sounds like. That's interesting. And then for the Japanese side of things, are they going to speak just Japanese, but are they going to apply some sort of accent? Or they simply say the English part with an accent and then say the rest in Japanese, including the Japanese word, like normal? That is what I call a deep cut. And I'm very interested in things like that because language learning is fun that way. So I'll be listening for that when I get back around to Persona 3R. I will very intently listen to this. Oh, I want more of this, by the way. I would love to see games that are multilingual, like inherently multilingual. There is a game coming out soon that's inherently multilingual, and it's from the studio that I've been playing games from, the Like a Dragon studio, the Ryuga Gotoku studio. Their next game, Stranger Than Heaven, will feature multilingual one track. Well, actually, they might make an exclusive Japanese track and exclusive English track, but the default track features English speaking Japanese. So there will be characters that speak in English and there will be characters that speak in Japanese, and the main character actually speaks a mix. So that's super neat because now we get to see like the thing that I'm super impressed about when I follow actors. Like for example, you know how whenever American actors are hired to do a British role, like Robert Downey Jr., for example, or especially the other way around, where there's a British actor like Hugh Laurie hired to do House MD, for example. Now we have multiple languages, which, for the record, my common classic one is someone who speaks Mandarin and English as a second generation. So like Asian Americans tend to sound like me, where I still have the holding of the accents of the mother tongue, but also speaks English. And then another great example would be Spanish American, where you can ebb and flow between Spanish and English. In fact, most of the time, it's very common to blend them. And there's another example of this. If you watch Malaysian content, Malaysian ebbs and flows between 3 or 4 languages as they're going, which is a characteristic. It's a natural characteristic speaking pattern. So I would love to see games that try to do that, like what it's like to actually mirror foreigners or multi-generational people in video games. It would be really cool to see that. Usually for the sake of like production costs and the sake of coherence, usually it's not that. There are very few games that feature multilingual people. Like multilingual in the sense that they speak multilingually deliberately. You don't know if this is the case for herbs, but you know some words have taken letters out for newspaper publications to save money. Oh yeah, I do know some of that. You would love to see an attempt at a Tropic Thunder kind of thing, but focus on accents? Exactly. Tropic Thunder, you can't make Tropic Thunder anymore either, for a very different reason. But yes, Tropic Thunder is a good example in that way, without like crossing sensitivity lines. So the character is a Japanese actor playing an English character within the film. Yeah, exactly. Exactly. Man, Tropic Thunder is a controversial one. And speaking of Robert Downey Jr., right? Is that why you mentioned Tropic Thunder? Because I tangentially talked about Robert Downey Jr. The role that I was thinking about for Robert Downey Jr. is Sherlock. The Sherlock movies. He played a British role, right? Because Sherlock is British. So that was what I was referring to. And Tropic Thunder, let's just say the most controversial role is probably Robert Downey Jr.'s role in Tropic Thunder. No, you were typing the message and I kid you not, 2 seconds later you mentioned RDJ. Oh, okay. Coincidence. We're cultured, Procall, you know? Same wavelength, sort of. Same wavelength. Maybe slightly different amplitudes from time to time. What? Look at Z time. Well then. Makoto-sama. Goodbye. Oh, by the way, I was wondering how you bid farewell in Nihongo, Japanese. And then we get a choice. Sayonara is the most formal. Matana, matana. Oh, mata as in na for the emphasis. Jane. It's actually ja, like there's a Y, but jane. Hasta la vista? I'm so tempted for hasta la vista. Oh, which by the way, this is an example of what I mean by the opportunities to be very fun with it, right? This is what I mean by it is quite a treat if it presents really funny opportunities like this. We're gonna have to do hasta la vista. Wait. Wakarimashita. I understand. Hasta la vista. Hasta la vista. I remember a short story back then. I used to say hasta pasta. Hasta pasta was the Spanish. Hasta pasta. It's not a real phrase, but hasta la vista. That's a good example. Despite it sounding, not Japanese, it's not uncommon to find something that is kind of romance related with the Japanese language. Actually, because of their sounds that they're making. Anyways, well, now Bebe is forever saying hasta la vista. We've committed a sin.
君かおかえり
We've committed a linguistic sin. Oh, I think that's a good place to stop for the sin that we committed. This is a good place. Oh, we had such good discussions today. 100 hours. Honestly, in terms of game time, we're actually ahead because we took a lot of guided tours and examples or shortcuts. But yeah, you agree that Tropic Thunder couldn't be produced today. Yeah, this does beg the question of how you could pull off a movie played by an actor who's from an X country, who plays a character from Y country, who plays a character in the film who's from Z country. Yeah, it is a great example. And do it all tastefully. I know, right? It's quite impressive. I do have a short story with Tropic Thunder, actually. I'll give a teaser, and I know the person that I talk about. She's well aware that she's okay with this conversation, but I will do a teaser. Tropic Thunder. The reason why I remember Tropic Thunder is because there was an unintentional date that happened. So the time I saw Tropic Thunder might have been a unintentional date. That is the short story. That's a story for another time. And I am now best friends with this person. So, or still am. And then we still talk about it from time to time. In fact, it's brought up every once in a while. Unintentional date. Life is so interesting. I kid you not, you hit on Tropic Thunder, and that is actually one. I don't go on movie dates, by the way. I've ever been on 2 quote-unquote dates ever in my life when it comes to movies, and one of them is Tropic Thunder. When I was I want to say I was 20 years old. How did it happen accidentally? Well, I was the older person. The other person was a year or two younger than me. And when you have company and you go to the movies, you pay for the movies. And then what do you do after a movie? You have dinner. And you pay for that too. Because it's customary culturally that the male, right? And it was just the two of us. And it's customary, like culturally, for the male to pay for things, whether it's platonic or otherwise. Now, the person I interact with, we didn't know each other that well yet, right? And also, she's from a multi-American background. So there was also a cultural dissonance. But when we reflect upon it, it's like, oh yeah, you know what? Like now to me it's funny, like, and of course she finds it humorous too, and we do talk about it from time to time. Like now retroactively it was like, oh yeah, well, it was both her and I were equally as ignorant of each other, like comically ignorant of each other. It's kind of like practically like a picture perfect sitcom episode between two people who are still culturally discovering each other, and then we basically misinterpret the thing twice, and then in retrospect, you know, 20 years down the line, we still know each other, we're still good friends, and we still understand that that was a weird time. It was a weird time. Speaking of cross-cultural interactions, right? We were watching Tropic Thunder. Come on. Alright. Well. Alright. Did you just not even second guess it costs it, because to you it's always been just customary and she took it to mean something more as that what she used to? No, she was acting the way she thinks she's used to, and I was acting the way I was used to. And that is what created the miscommunication. So like what was customary to her, she was acting that way, and what was customary to me, I was acting that way too. So by happenstance, that is what created the miscommunication. So it's one of those like really funny situations, like, wait a minute, who's confused with who? And remember that I was 20 years old, I was still like discovering. I was like 19 to 20. I think I was not quite 20. So this was the time when I was objective about things. As in, like, when I watch movies, I also was very bland about movies. Like, we watched Tropic Thunder, but if I had to recall, maybe I should ask her, what did I actually even say about the movies? I probably analyzed the movie. Like, that was still the time when I watch a movie and someone would, when we talk about the movie, I would talk about like its objective facts, or like analyze its compositional writing style and the cinematography and how they created vantage point. Like, I would be that type of person. I wouldn't say like, oh yeah, the movie was really entertaining, did you find it funny? Like, what kind of, like, I don't sound like that when I was back then. So then we had Subway after, so we went to a Subway because we were teenagers. Well, I was leaving teenage, but we were still young, and she likes Subway, so we went to eat at Subway. It's not like it was like a fancy dinner or a dinner movie. Hear me out. It was not for another 10 years plus. The 11 years until I had another dinner movie. And that dinner movie was way different because I was far more cultured. Oh, so when both of you received it, what did you both take it to mean? We both take it to mean two different things. Now we joke about it all. Now we joke about it. Like, remember that date? Remember that date that we had when we did this and then we basically just went to Subway? Like, imagine back in the day where you go to a movie and then you eat at a Subway, and it's just like, that's what kids do. Nowadays, like, we're both of similar age, so you seem to be fond of this memory. It looks like you're really focused on imagining it. Well, I'm trying to focus on what I was like. That's what I was trying to focus on, because I don't remember what I was like. Like, it's really hard to remember the details, what I said, because I wouldn't sound like this. Like, I would sound like, maybe like I was driving. I was driving. I'm pretty sure I was driving and she was visiting. And it might have been something like, hey, do you want to go eat somewhere? It's like, okay, what do you want to eat? It's like, I like Subway. It's like, all right, we'll go drive to Subway. Like, in the moment, I'm trying to imagine, like, I wasn't animated. So, like, I didn't smile or, like, say anything that would make me particularly charismatic. Can you remember your feelings or vibe that you were at the time? I really can't. My first thought is, I was like, oh, I watched a movie. It was nice. Now we're going to eat at a Subway. It's nice. Or something like that. I can't imagine myself overly enthusiastic. And now hear me out. I haven't really asked her what she remembers, but I imagine if I ask her, am I different now than I was before, it would probably be yes. Like, I wasn't overly excitable. And here's the weird thing. Here's the kicker. That used to be an attractive quality. Like, the thing about me back then was something that was exotic. Like, now I'm even I'm less interesting now to some of the people that I know than before. I was an oddity before. Right? You've heard that sometimes when trying to remember something, the most vivid and immediate aspect you remember is an emotion, feeling. Yeah, unfortunately, I was a potato. No emotions. So it's the least thing that I remember. I only remember the details. Or like, the most vivid thing is the details. Like the details of the nature of the composition of Tropic Thunder. Like, I still remember Tropic Thunder. the like what happened in Tropic Thunder. I don't remember how I felt in Tropic Thunder, because I legitimately didn't think about my feelings. Like, I'm not even sure I thought Tropic Thunder was funny. I'm laughing now because I think Tropic Thunder is funny now. Like, the whole premise of Robert Downey Jr. and the... right? That's funny now. And also, like, Tom Cruise being a really hefty guy, right? In fact, there's a lot of history about how Tom Cruise came to play that one character. It was actually Tom Cruise's idea. So, and no, I didn't know it at the time, because remember also during Tropic Thunder, the internet is not that great on information, right? When you remember it, does looking back at your lack of emotions in the situation cause you to feel an emotion or feeling? I want to place a feeling with it. Yeah, you didn't know it was Tom Cruise when you first watched it? Yeah, dude, his role was awesome. And he was approached for the movie for a different role entirely. And Tom Cruise was like, no, I gotta go hard. Let me get this role. Like, or let me do this role. And that's what he did. So it was probably easily, to me, the most recognizably, iconically, weirdly Tom Cruise roles. Like, yes, sure, he did Mission Impossible and all that stuff, right? Like long series of Mission Impossible, but man, I can't unsee his role in Tropic Thunder. It's kind of like Brad Pitt in you would think Fight Club, but Brad Pitt in a Burn After Reading's role in the Coen brother movie. Burn After Reading. Oh, dude, he is such a potato. Tropic Thunder was such a funny film, one of the most iconic comedy films. And I'm pretty sure I didn't laugh at all. Or probably not laugh that much because I didn't understood it. Like, I didn't understand it. And that's probably one of the quirks. Like, when I was younger, it wasn't that people liked me because I was like compassionate or romantic. I think they found it more like curiously enigmatic. Like the oddity of my thing was more interesting. Like you have to understand a little bit about this person. This person likes dorks. They like I'm not sure if I'm any more dorkier than I was before. I'm pretty sure I was a dork back then. Like, you know how, if you ever watched Big Bang Theory, right? That type of dork. Like, the dorky person you root for. Like, oh, hey, this person doesn't understand sarcasm. That's kind of cute, right? Like, that's a dorky quality. Like, this person doesn't understand. I mean, I still sometimes like, right? Jokes go. Does dork mean the same as nerd? Yes. Only a dork is... Yeah, basically a dork is the idea of you're a derp, but in a endearing way. Like, I guess Gen Z now will be derpy. Actually, nowadays I use the word potato. You're a potato, right? Potato was to a derp, was to a dork, which was to a nerd. Before, like, this is after they were derogatory. So nerd way back was derogatory, but nerd then became endearing. And then dorkiness is someone who's like endearingly out of touch. And then came a derp, right? Like, you derp around. That used to be somewhat derogatory, but now it's like, oh, you derped, you done goof, you're silly, right? Funny, omoshiroi, right? And then comes the potato, and I usually refer to myself as a potato, or other people as a potato. A literal potato. You feel like a lot of the old 2000 dork nerd characteristics just had stereotype neurodivergent traits? Yeah, they do. Yep. A geek, we must not forget geek, right? Nerd became more neurodivergent but endearing during the Revenge of the Nerds. So as it was transitioning, then we have geek. Let's not forget weeb, right? That's the otaku situation. Degenerate, you know, degeneracy. There are quite a lot of ones that transitioned, and nowadays I use potato, and it's no longer potato as in like slow, unproductive, like deficient, right? Like your computer is a potato, for example. If you have a potato of a computer, it's deficient in something. No, nowadays is potato is like to veg out. Was weeb specifically a term for Westerners? That's a good question. I want to say no, because like Vietnamese, Koreans would also be weebs if they LARP as a anime or an otaku. So a weeb is more like a LARPer now. So the current Gen Z term now is a LARPer, which is not the 2000s, the early 90s and 2000s use of LARPing, which is the opposite. Like LARPing is hardcore in the 90s and 2000s. Like to be a LARPer, you have to be deep. You have to be like really into it. Now in 2026, circa 2026, LARPing means the opposite. It means a weeb, as in someone who thinks they're an otaku or understands deep concepts, but no, it's more like superficial pop culture stereotypes. Yeah, you remember when it was called weeaboo? Yeah. So, and much like the way weeb and degeneracy, right, like hentai and stuff, where nerd and geek has an empowerment, it goes through a cycle of empowerment. So now when something becomes derogatory, it becomes a name, like a use of empowerment and endearment. Because if you are comfortable with that stereotype, it also means it exudes confidence and stoicism. So oftentimes, like when someone says, like, someone calls you a nerd, and you're like, darn straight I'm a nerd, that comes through in westernized culture. So when you say, are weebs specifically a term for Westerners, I would kind of say yes, in the sense of westernization of the use case later down the road. So when people start calling weebs to each other in the form of slight endearment, that's a westernization of it. So much like the way of geek and nerd culture, and like what is another one? Geek, nerd, it's kind of akin to hobbyist, right? Or an enthusiast. Enthusiast is another great one, especially in the tech area. A tech enthusiast as opposed to a tech expert, right? The first definition for weeaboo you saw was a white person who behaves or seeks to appear stereotypically Japanese. Yeah, so a white person as in a westernized person is later down the road. So then it got generalized to any person who is LARPing as a stereotypical Japanese, or putting forth a stereotypical Japanese in the sense that the stereotypical Japanese comes from pop culture. So like anime would be pop culture, right? So the stereotypical Japanese is not the native Japanese. So it would be something represented in anime most of the time. And that's where the weeb comes from. And usually white person is more like internally. Like internal. Like I would be considered a weeb because I am westernized. And the only way I can stop being a weeb is to demonstrate how I'm not a weeb, which that has to deal with the inherent experience of understanding deeper native Japanese culture, whatever that means. Like how deep, that's arbitrary depending on who's applying the term, and then how superficial, like where's the cutoff, that's usually arbitrary, right? How westernized and how, yeah, most definitions seem to either specify white or western. Yeah, so anyone who has a western culture who is detached from native Japanese culture while also embellishing themselves through the stereotypical depiction of pop culture. So like if their impression of Japanese is exclusively depicted through westernized medium, like anime, for example, that's popular, or like only anime related J-rock or music scene, like we're not talking about like being interested in nabe or onsen or flower, like tea ceremonies, flower arrangements, bonsai. They're still kind of topical, right? We're more like if a person can exude a mannerism like Japanese, you can kind of get away with it. So like for me, my weeb card is a little diminished because there is some overlap of Chinese culture with Japanese culture. So like how I speak in English may not characteristically reflect a weeb, because usually when people speak, they would make that comment, but it would make me uncomfortable. Like the idea is when someone says like, "Oh, hey, Maku-san," and I'm like, "Thank you for the respect. Like, thank you for respecting me and using a form of endearment." It isn't like I'm using it for the sake of trying to sound Japanese. It's more like I understand what the meaning behind it is. So like "daka," right? When someone comes up to me, like maybe not a weeb, instead of Japanese, you could say "daka," like big bro, right? You could, instead of saying bro, you could say "daka," or don't call me unk. Do not call me unk, which is like shu. Don't use shu or anything like that. I'm not an unk right yet. But the thing is like auntie, uncle, right? Auntie, uncle. You could say like, hey, you like Nigel, right? Uncle Roger, right? And then people would say like, oh, emotional damage, right? That type of thing. That would be whatever the Chinese version is. That would be a weeb, because emotional damage, when you're trying to like make that accent, it's a pop stereotype version of Chinese. Now, it's not offensive, at least to me personally. I'm not speaking for other people, but the idea is like media is for entertainment. So if you identify as the media source, then you're a dilettante. You're someone who's a LARPer, right? Which now LARPer is the quote unquote slightly superficial term. So LARPing is now more generalizable for someone who perceives a surface level fandom to any particular thing. So like a persona LARPer is someone who goes around saying how they really love the game and they beat all the persona games, and yet do not talk about the depths of the persona games as with the sentimentalism that would invoke something other than simply saying they played the game, which is what a weeb is, right? There's that meme thing in Japan in shock and awe. Thing in Japan in shock and awe. I don't remember that one. Theme? Thing in Japan. Awe. Shock and awe regarding Japan was most commonly referred to as either the radical shock and awe economic... Wait. I don't know what you're referring to. Well, keep that in mind. I'll probably... You might want to clarify that for me. I'm not entirely sure what we're heading on there. There was no amazed emote, so you wrote what the emote is. Oh. Oh, I get it now. Okay. Yeah. Like, for example, culture shock, right? Like, or excitement, over excitement. Like, oh my gosh, that's shabu shabu. We should go get shabu shabu. Oh my gosh, I can't wait to go to Japan to eat all the ramen. It's like, oh man, this ramen. Like, what would be the Gen Z word for this when it comes to explaining we from a context of post endearment, like charming endearment? Glazing. Lots of glazing. So a LARPer is someone, so a weeb post 90s, right? Post 90s, they're like post 2000 weeb. Sorry, post 2000 weeb, or 210 maybe. Post 210 weeb is a overzealous LARPer who glazes their target, like the target group, enthusiastically in an endearing way. So like when they see something that is representative of the mass media stereotype of the group that they think they belong to, and they're super overzealous, it can come off as endearing. It is also oftentimes from a point of ignorance, right? So it can seem like innocence, innocent passion. Like, and personally, whenever someone like, if someone comes up to me and they're like, ni hao, right? Ni hao ma, I would be like, neat. Do you want to, are you learning Chinese? That's how I would feel, right? That's what I mean by endearment. So whenever I think about weebs, right, the idea of the maturation of the term weebs from the other standpoint, at least in my opinion, from the like Japanese culture or the Chinese culture, you simply see someone who's very passionate about your culture, but they lack the depth yet. So that enthusiasm seems to be endearing. Like, I'm all for someone who like makes the effort and is just so amazed by, you know, being able to say 谢谢, right? Or something like that. I really do appreciate that. And that's usually a cultural dissonance that does happen. You sent me on Discord the meme. Okay, this is the last thing and we're gonna head off today. Yeah, that's it. Exactly. So that's what the shock and awe thing. So it's exactly what I remembered you might be referring to, where like everything, as long as it's tied to something, it's so passionately awesome. Like for example, in China, right? And the glaze being an inherently unjust evaluation due to ignorance or just a purposely biased analysis ignoring many or any other problems Japan faces. Exactly. So inherent glazing, right? Inherent glazing that's clouded with rose-colored glasses from the stereotype. And to me, some people might get offended. I totally understand, right? Like, I don't want to speak for anyone outside myself for this case. When I see someone who glazes something inherently unjust and just really enthusiastic, I still find it endearing, because that means that they have sufficient interest in order for me to bridge a cultural introduction. So to me, that's where it starts, in my opinion. Now, there can be a chance that we're talking about glazing now. It's inherently glazing, so it's complementary. It's something that is positively passionate. We're not talking about discrimination. The opposite would be discrimination and bigotry, which is you use that xenophobia, right? Instead of glazing is xenophobia. You deliberately target against the appreciation for it. So to me, innocent glazing is endearing to me. It's a quality that you can harness, as opposed to there is also toxic fandom, which is when you compare two fandoms and you compete. That happens quite a bit. That is a little bit more of a morally gray area for me. It's a tough thing where like someone would say like, oh, Japan is better than another group, and they're two LARPers put together, and then they would kind of compete with each other and talk down to each other using something they both don't understand inherently. That is kind of where, in my opinion, where we originally came from, like the concept of being derogatory, where if you have someone who is ignorant, they can misrepresent by white knighting it. So like if you're a big fan of, I don't know, let's just say I'm a someone is a big fan of some sort of Asian American film, like I don't know, Crazy Rich Asians, right? This is an anecdote to some extent. Like they really love Crazy Rich Asians, and then they would go on to talk about how, oh yeah, Crazy Rich Asians, those are like Chinese, you know, Chinese Americans or something. They're so much better and charming than native Chinese people or something like that. That's glazing, but with the toxicity component, which that's the concern oftentimes when people talk about, like, you know, dilettantes and LARPing. Glazing can be negative in the sense that glazing always had a negative connotation. I disagree, but it's often used when someone fairly praise someone, but in an overly the top way. I disagree now. It's not quite that. It's used ironically. But you do now get people glazing someone who either didn't do what they're being glazed for, or they're glazing them for a very specific thing while ignoring any negatives. Yeah. It's evolving again. So, like, it's the same, like, it's running the similar pattern of it was once derogatory, and then as long as it's unapologetic, it becomes euphemism. It's starting to evolve into a euphemism again, right? Because of unapologeticness. So ignoring something unapologetically is often repeated for euphemism. So like a nerd, right? If a nerd is conservative and it's retreating originally, right? Nerds are closeted and they are suppressed and they retreat. When they became unapologetic and like genuine and forceful, assertive, it became a euphemism. Same thing as dork. Same thing as geek. Same thing as weeb. Even the subculture of degeneracy, right? So, and with all of this ties into westernization. So when something becomes forward, genuine, and unapologetic, when would someone accusing someone else of glazing be positive? When that person glazing acknowledges that they're deliberately glazing unapologetically. It happens very often now. Like, hey guys, shill was the original, shill was the previous glaze. So, hey guys, I know that people like Pokemon, like lots of people like Pokemon, but hey, hear me out. I'm okay with this. I'm gonna shill for Pokemon. Come on, Game Freak, sponsor me. I'd shill for you in any day. And it becomes a positive thing. So, like, hey guys, like, I know this is a really overrated game, but man, let hear me out. I'm just gonna glaze this game anyways. Like unapologetically, I'm gonna glaze this game. Let's just say, this game, yeah, I kind of understand how it's overrated, but man, is this game great. Hate me if you want, but you gotta know glazing is good, right? Like my glazing is intentional. It's ironic or unironic, so to speak. So the whole like Gen Z aspect of making something ironic and unironic is incredibly, it confuses things, and it switches the game. It flips the script. Okay, so when an individual is purposely glazing and maybe even saying that glazing, yeah, in an ironic way for laughs, exactly. So it changes that, and we've undergone that. Geek, nerd, dork, chill, sponsored, the word sponsored. like what I use that occasionally. I'm like, hey guys, so about Nintendo, not sponsored by the way. Nintendo's got their act together. Like they're pretty good. Now I'm glazing Nintendo, right? In an ironic way. Like, yeah, you know, the Switch is great. I mean, if you can afford it, but it's great. Now, you can't deny that Nintendo can put a price on any you can put a price on any game and just charge you up the butt for their closed ecosystem, right? Do you think glazing does mostly have a negative connotation when someone's accusing someone else of glazing? That's a good question. I think yes. I think when it comes to like YouTube comments and Twitch, the accusation from a third party, like someone calling someone else out, is still a call out. Glazing is still a call out. I'm not sure about weeb and all the others anymore. Like, if I called you a potato, I think potato has moved on from that. Like, I call people goobers. Goober is like a really old term. And now goober, like, I use goober endearingly, as opposed to like goober as in, oh, I'm calling you a child, or like someone who's like a dork or a derp. Like, goober is a term of endearment for me personally, and that dates back like to like 1960. So at least in where I got it from, anyways. And we are did I explain the origin of goober? For me personally, it deals with the baby, the Goober brand. not Goober with 2 O's, but Gerber, Gerber, I think, the Gerber baby brand food thing. And I just think Goober reminded me of that. So I think of little like bouncy kids. So I think of the younger spirit in people when I call people goobers. It's much the way that I evolved from goober to potato. Yeah. I do imagine that glazing is gonna go the way of weebs. You do see people who likely plan for one of them to glaze, but without them trying to make it seem ironic so that the other person can accuse them of glazing for a clip. Yeah, clip farming era has dramatically changed the behavior of many. Yes, clip farming. So clip farming and AI nodes. AI nodes is a really big one too. You can systematically affect the lexicon of community chat comments by using AI clusters. So now, right now, one of the biggest concerns, or like from a linguistic standpoint, I suppose, and like for me, from a critical communication and critical thinking standpoint, is that AI clusters are used to generate organically looking or naturalistic looking interactions that are no longer discernible from the common ability of people making comments. Like comment readers, like I'm not a classical comment reader, right? For better or for worse. So for most, they can't discern the collective AI cluster being used to manipulate or implant specific lexiconal use. So like the word glaze could be shifted within a community using AI clusters. So basically AI would proliferate and interact with each other in YouTube comments to, spark engagement. And that can easily shift based on popularism. So usually lexicon, like people who analyze these type of things, which one of them is the etymology nerd guy who spends most of his time correlating with algorithm, which I agree with a lot of his observations empirically myself, is the idea that when you have enough driven popularism, which can be facilitated by AI clusters, that reflects the lexiconal use in those instances. So if you have an AI cluster that ironically paved the impression that this video is glazing ironically in the YouTube content, it will create the trend or the overall meaning that is it carrying in the chat, in the YouTube comment. And that's starting to happen on a more wider scale. So now it's not simply a channel itself, it can these cluster agents make it very convenient to manipulate or gear towards any form of sentiments in the YouTube comment section. So lexiconal concerns or like linguistic concerns, well, you can have agents do that. You can generally shift meaning and stuff. So the stuff that we were talking about were consequences of human interaction, human behavior, less so accelerated. It took time. Nowadays, it's hard to determine if it was a human interaction that causes the, like, for example, you were asking, do you think glazing mostly have a negative connotation? Well, the negative connotation comes from human experience, right? Recently, in the last couple months or so, it doesn't have to come from any human experience. So when it comes to negativity and positivity, when we talk about that, we're still talking about human experiences. However, now it can just be functionally manipulated at any time. You can make it negative, you can make it positive. Simply display in a facsimile of engagement of a line of thinking in your comment sections of any particular video, and that would shift the use of that word or shift the meaning of that word. So when it comes to negative, positive, derogatory and stuff, it's shifted based on AI. For example, even right now, this very moment, the word I use, the words we used, weeb, dork, nerd, and all that, all of that, at this point, there is YouTube already now use algorithmic search or ways to delineate that I'm not using weeb derogatorily, so I can say those words. Now, there are other people who have already tested this as a social experiment where they would use other questionable words, but because of how algorithms work now, like AI assisted tools and whatnot, they are also contextualized based on what is seeded in your comment sections and your speaking things. So I can talk about Tropic Thunder and, you know, the idea of Robert Downey Jr.'s thing. Like, I could be even more uncensored. Like, I can use terms that are questionably contextual. However, now most things are seeded. So no longer do you have to technically worry in a sense. Usually I practice conservative language and, you know, sensitivity because of my communication focus. However, you can still like drop F-bombs and it would be able to discern whether you're using F-bombs derogatorily or you're using F-bombs as a social idiom, right? A quirk, right? Or like a idiosyncrasy of your streaming content. So this was tested by several creators who did wonder if, in fact, talking about particular subjects, do they get flagged by these particular subjects, and it's become less frequent. Largely due to how you can see things. The era of clip farming has caused a lot of streamers to display an extreme emotion, yeah. As it was tend to be more viewed the most, yep. And it has to do with the face, also posting frequency and displays and how things work, yeah. I spend quite a lot of time looking at the trends in content creation, largely because it's a hobby of mine, since I do enjoy streaming. This has seemed to push streamers towards an acting display of behavior, yeah. Based around extreme emotions, being generally intriguing to view, yep. But this has drastically decreased streamer behavior being their genuine reaction, yeah. Persona, yep. It leads to foundational persona formation. F-bombs meaning what we call cigarettes? Yeah. So, Protocol, remember you, just as a final topic, dealing with language, right? And like Japanese culture in general, like public decorum. I myself will continue to habitually maintain public decorum. Whether it's against westernized perspective or not, I typically adhere to the practice of discipline. So like Japanese and Chinese, most of my ways of talking and reading your comments, they are habitually an intentional choice. Now, revisiting what we talked about before, where you talk about how I change your words when you're typing and you're like typing a specific word and I would use an alternative word. I used to suggest that it's a form of win-win where culturally I habitually do that, as well as it is like friendly to Twitch and YouTube. It's no longer the case. What I mean is you don't necessarily have to do that because pattern recognition is being used now to adjust to how things are flagged. So if you're traditionally not using certain words as derogatory, there are enough context in history, scraping, right? There's enough scraping as a convenience of AI tools. Consistent scraping and consenting to scraping also produces a convenience, which is the idea that when you say certain things out of the blue, but the context is that you're an educational channel, usually things like this create a safety net, so to speak, provided that everything works properly, a safety net. For myself, I still exercise the same decorum. So it's more so that my Easternization, my Eastern values present me that I like to exercise a public figure. So to tie it into what you say when you said, but this has drastically decreased streamers' behavior being their genuine reaction, where you do find sad. Oftentimes this is asserting that the streamer's genuine reaction is not compartmentalized, right? Like for me, my personality, my persona is normal. Like what I mean is it is normal for me to behave differently based on the situation. So for myself, you might get a different reaction if we were doing things in private versus doing things in public, because it's part of my cultural norm. So it is my genuine reaction to use euphemisms and like self-censor and use politically polite language, because that's part of the culture. Like, and while I'm not speaking in Chinese or Japanese, in English it still reflects that value system. So to some people that might seem like not a genuine reaction. Well, a genuine reaction is a genuine reaction. Whether it's the complete reaction for the appropriate scene, I would say that a lot of people would say, why do you self-censor? Aren't you hiding a part of you? And it's like, well, yes, I am not revealing a part of me, because I save that for the privacy of my own home, or the privacy of my own, like my friends and stuff, people I have closer relationships with. So in a way, it would be interesting in the future to see how this dynamic works with clip farming and whatnot. Because for me, I do present a persona that is as Japanese as it can get. When you think of Japanese, there is a legitimate practice about separating your public figure from your personal figure. So when you think about genuine reactions, the thing about Japanese is when you're in public, you could see from a westernized perspective that you might not get a genuine reaction, because it's about being politically correct and agreeable, right, in public. And I do that to a great extent. Now, is that saying that I don't have a genuine reaction? Well, it's my genuine reaction based on my culture. So in private, you might see a more, quote, unrestrained interaction or reaction. that doesn't mean it's any less genuine than my cultural heritage to be conservative in public. If this is unhinged, then that's good. If this is very conservative, that's also good. Like, because what I'm trying to do is I'm trying to normalize my public figure. Like, we genuinely do have compartmentalization for these things. And that goes with the whole language thing and the whole Japanese perspective. Like when you're whenever you're doing like Persona 3 things and social links, you have this discussion about what can you express in public and what can you in likely unrelated but very similar change and outcome to this clip farming era was Trump's introduction to politics. Yeah. Where since his approach of saying personal and reactionary debate topics, yeah, has had the knock-on effect to the approach of politicians in public debates and of Americans either respecting him for telling the unique raw truth or just gaining popularity of people who find this out-of-pocket jokes funny. Yep. Leverage. Like, it's an excellent class of leverage, either coming from the presidency himself or perhaps the PR, right? The people who are maintaining optics, right? The optics, public relations, like techniques of public relations, communication skills. That is a form of like applying communication skills and social awareness and optics management. So, yeah, it is very similar. Anyways, that's it for today, right? We're gonna call it a day, and we'll proceed with P3P in the next day. By the way, we're gonna revisit most of these topics when the next Persona game comes out, because most of these Persona games deal with cultural norms and representation. So like how kids use lingo, right? Like lexicon. Usually Persona games adopt a reflection of common trends. So when we talk about linguistics, how emotions are done, Persona portraying, P5X already covered a lot of these things. So the current game, P5X, that are creating like original content, they already went over the idea of like they had 3 separate perspectives on content creation, like 3 perspectives on how it affects the behavior of youth and like how language is important. In fact, one of the perspective is from a journalist perspective, like the idea of clip farming but extended to journalists, like how journalists get people to read articles, right? Like how does a journalist survive in this social media landscape? The other one is content creation based on a persona, which is like portraying yourself as a hobbyist or an enthusiast of something. Cyberbullying was the third one, which is like someone singing and then there was an emotional, like extreme revulsion, like kind of jealousy, and that led to cyberbullying. So all of these are fairly topical in Persona 3. So we will be talking about like the depiction of like a social leader, a political leader in Persona games. Like Persona games tend to push for a lot of a social commentary, especially on a globalization scale. You think Trump's drastically different approach is a very good way to reach nearly all of the general public? Yep. Trump and his team, for sure. As everyone understands insults, but fewer people understand economic promises and how it affects the country. Yeah. Like, it's really hard to deny or like, it's incredibly significant to see how in touch, in a way, the political team, like the campaigning team and like optics and whatnot, was handled. So it does pave the way for what happens next. Like, who's gonna who's gonna ante up in the field. All right. So, with that said, I know we yapped quite a bit for those who like watches Persona 3 or Portable. This, in my opinion, to wrap it all up to back to Persona and why I play Persona games, most of the Persona games elicit these type of discussions, honestly, to me. Like when I think about high school kids now, like obviously this is 2006, by the way. Persona 3 is 2006 to 2009. That's where the writing is. So in the future, the P6 is going to be written 3 years in advance. So if it's released in 2008, it would be written for 2011, like 2011, for example. So like if it's released 2028, it would have like circa 2030 to 2031. I can't believe I'm about to say 2030. Jeez. Anyways, and we'll be talking about a lot of these things because there's representations for political leaders. There's often talking about streamers, contents, how AI is going to affect things. There are a couple storylines already that pave the road for AI. In fact, AI is part of P3. Like one of the characters is literally an AI who talk about sentience, right? So now it's no longer a thing. Like what I mean is it's no longer like just an anomaly of science fiction. I do anticipate that there will be AI tropes. I recently just played a game. Oh, it's not a game. It's Rick and Morty. Rick and Morty season 9. One of them deal with an AI trope. And I imagine that's what is going to be written in the next couple games. Or the next in P6. There's going to be like youth interacting with AI, youth having personality deform. I don't know if there's a word properly for this. Let's just call it a dissociative personality situation. I'm not going to call it disorder or something that's going to be in the future, but where their persona that they typically interact with will dissociate from their identity, or they might not even form an identity, or have problems forming identity that's not like properly dissociated from how they act online. So in this way, it's kind of ironically and coincidentally lined up to an adult who learned how to behave in public, an adult who learns how to like and what they can do and not do in public versus in the privacy of their home. So for myself, when I talk about some people find me relatable when it comes to like the code swapping, having to pretend like someone else, quote unquote, pretend to be someone else, or like to censor or be stoic and tolerant in certain cases and in other cases. That's a pure coincidence. However, it is quite ironic to draw the parallelisms, or it can see the parallelisms between being raised in a culture that you're expected to behave in like 3 different situations: familial, casual, and public. So that's usually formal, casual, and familial. These are 3 different masks that you wield as a part of your formal identity. Now, does that lead to dissociation? It can possibly encourage dissociation if the thing they're producing is not coming from them, like coming from themselves and being balanced with their core identity. So when that disappears, it could cause the collapse of the person, right? Like a child, like a young person who ended up defining everything externally. That's what, in my opinion, when you're talking about cliff farming here, I anticipate that name calling, like glazing the topics of like linguistic drift, glazing, content creator is derogatory, by the way, in some fields. It's really fun, it's really interesting. Or a YouTuber versus a producer, right? A entrepreneur versus a guru, an expert versus a guru, right? All of those things are going to be topical issues, in my opinion, that will likely find their way into Persona 6, especially when it comes to how much younger and younger we're getting. Now, by the time Persona 6 comes out, they might also tackle the idea, ironically, about like a game tackling the overexposure to entertainment and gaming and social media. So like in another 2 or 3 years, they still have to consider the idea that curfews for underage internet use, social media use, bans, outright bans, how there are no longer, again, smartphones in classes and that type of thing, right? Because that's happening right now. It's happening pretty rapidly. Social media bans, regulation and moderation for youth. So all of that is going to be a fair game. And it'll be really interesting to see if it comes up in Persona games, which then will revisit pretty much all of these topics. So it's kind of my like end like closer to say that the stuff that we ranted about today, and then for like French language, like it's all related to Persona. I really am genuinely curious what type of storylines they're going to write in the next game. Most of these games, most of the Persona series, and especially Like a Dragon series, are incredibly topical related to this. In fact, Like a Dragon has more of the political aspect of things. So we'll see. Although with that said too, I also would try to complete this story run at some time. Great chatting though, Procol. It's always, I'm glad we got a follow-up to yesterday's conversation. Yeah, that's a wrap for P3P. I don't know if other people will find this interesting in retrospect. It's gonna be difficult for me to remember all the aspects of this. However, hey, if this stuff is not interesting to you while you're playing Persona 3 and thinking about the times and how people interact with things, I mean, you know, you can also yell at me and tell me how you enjoy Persona 3. Do you like just being a vigilante or something like that? That's perfectly fine. I play Persona games for this very reason. It creates a very interesting or useful platform to talk about topical issues facing the youth, more or less. It's a glorified way to demonstrate all the problems that life can be thrown at you from the perspective of a younger, albeit a much more, I would say, above average protagonist, right? MC that is, you could argue, is above average when it comes to their like stoicism, tolerance, and maturity. Alright folks, that's a wrap for P3P today. P3P today. If you're gonna watch this later, arigatou gozaimasu. As always, feel free to follow along. Pick up P3P for yourself. You're always welcome. Come on by. This is the 30th anniversary of Persona. Again, not sponsored by ATLUS. I'm not affiliated with ATLUS. However, in September, the 30th anniversary of Persona is going to happen. They're probably going to sell something and you can pick up these games for cheap if you're ever interested. And for me, this is why I play video games. I like thinking about things. I remember Persona content based on what I think about. There are usually deep cuts. Again, not glazing Persona, and I'm not a LARPer, right? I'm not a Persona LARPer. It's hard to qualify me as a Persona LARPer when I spend like 5 hours talking about the intricacies of, you know, ramifications of multiculturalism when we're talking about Bebe, the French otaku, right? That's where most of this started. The French otaku leading to weebs, dorks, geeks, And then it spirals into political aspects, and then cliff farming based on persona, right? Personas in online personas. So more on that next time. You're more than welcome to come on by, yap, discuss things. Honestly, at this point, it's kind of like a running meme for me. How long does it take for me to complete a video game when we spend so much time chatting about the video game? Like, how long can this guy keep going before he stops, before he runs out of ideas, so he should just play the video game? A very long time. We're talking about a high functioning person who spends nearly all of his hours trying to think about how to relate all the topics. So you're more than welcome to contribute. Until next time, 皆さんまたね。見てくれてありがとう. Thanks for watching. I'll see you guys on the next one. Bye bye.